Greetings from the Shigaraki family. Before the video commences, I am grateful to the original author for granting us permission to incorporate their work into our video. I am extremely grateful. The description contains the work of the original author. We will now proceed to the video. Count to Infinity Socks as Gloves War doesn't end all problems. If it had, world peace would have been obtained decades ago. 6 years ago, the monstrous threat that was Tamura Shigaraki was defeated, ending one of the worst eras for the new quirk-ridden world Japan had seen. Slowly but surely, everything started to return to normality. Businesses and schools reopened. Neighborhoods were populated again. People smiled at each other on the street with no hint of ulterior motives. It seemed that those affected by the war could get back to their lives. But that couldn't be said about those who were directly involved in the war. Those who fought, some until their last breaths, to bring down the unimaginable threat that compromised the safety of thousands, if not millions, of innocents. Trauma from the incident was in every one of their minds, whether they wanted to address it or not. Ultimately, they achieved their goal, too. The threat was defeated, and those who survived could also integrate back into their previous way of life. Well, almost all of them. Despite the undeniable team effort it was to bring down Shigaraki, there would be no victory without the selflessness of one young boy, Izuku Midoriya. Through his unwavering fighting spirit, he managed to break through and defeat Shigaraki, at the ultimate cost of losing his own quirk, one for all. It had been a hard-fought battle for everyone involved, but they could all acknowledge that no one who survived had suffered more than Midoriya. Losing the one thing that gave him a chance to achieve his dream of being a hero was a tragedy. But he was so kind and thoughtful, and he never complained about it even though it was eating him up inside. After fully recovering, he and the now Class 2A returned to school, business as usual. On the outside, one might not be able to tell Midoriya had lost his power. After all, One for All was like a burning fire. He still had some embers to use up before it was entirely snuffed out. He was able to get through his second year of UA and barely made it to graduation with a small but bright spark of his quirk still fighting inside him. Ultimately, just like his predecessor, the embers would burn out eventually. It was unceremonious. It happened a few weeks after he enrolled in university. Midoriya had suspected his quirk would be leaving for good soon and knew that pursuing any career in the hero field was a waste of time. So, in university and with no reason to activate his quirk, he slowly felt it draining out of him. One day, he woke up, and what once was a burning flame was now a cold pile of ash. He'd completed his duty. One for All was gone. He told All Might first, who expressed his sympathies. He told Midoriya that it was okay to experience some form of grief, to mourn the great power he once had. But Midoriya had already come to terms with it, knowing that after the war, it had be gone one day, and today just happened to be the day. Before hanging up, All Might had told him that he would always be there for him. He wasn't just a vessel, he wasn't only his successor anymore, he was family. Midoriya still couldn't believe how blessed he was. His number one idol was someone he considered to be a father figure. He wiped the small tears pooling in his eyes away before hanging up. His classmates were busy setting up their agencies and work, so he knew they'd be too occupied to be told this news in person. Luckily, they'd set up a group chat all the way back in their first year that was still going strong, so Midoriya typed in a message letting them know that One for All had left him. They were all so thoughtful, checking up on Midoriya and asking if they could help in any way. A few offered him spots in their agency as an assistant, but he had turned them down. There was no point pretending. But just before Midoriya pressed send, he felt there was someone else he had to talk to one-on-one about his quirk. He exited the chat app and scrolled through his contacts, clicking the call button on the person he'd been looking for. "Hey, Deku," came Bakugou's voice on the other end of the line. "Kacchan," Midoriya smiled. "How are you? Is Best Jeanist treating you well?" Midoriya and Bakugou had talked at length about what they would do after graduating. Midoriya was settled on going to university, studying hero history, which was funny, as he was now a big part of it himself. Bakugou had a million opportunities due to his performance in all 3 sports festivals and experiences as a student sidekick and, oh yeah, nearly dying in a literal war. It was safe to say he knew what he was doing. He wouldn't need a lot of training to work as a pro straight out of high school. But he and Best Jeanist worked together well and had developed a good relationship over the years, So when the pro invited Bakugou to his agency to get him a foot in the door and offered to help start up Bakugou's agency when he was ready, it was an opportunity Bakugou couldn't, and wouldn't, say no to. He's fine, Bakugou replied, which was his way of saying the man was a good mentor and that his experience had been nothing less than perfect so far. Everything all right? How are the embers? Midoriya laughed softly. Well, I'm okay too, thanks for asking. I said everything all right, Bakugou scoffed. You're included in that. Midoriya smiled. He was so happy, that he had this kind of relationship with Bakugou now, one where they could banter back and forth and make fun of each other without worrying about any underlying feelings. Sure, sometimes Bakugou would take it too far, but Midoriya was getting better at reeling him in. And it wasn't like Bakugou had changed his entire personality. He was still hot-headed, rash and temperamental, but there was a charm to that side of him, positive traits that meshed with the hot-headed part of his attitude. Plus, Midoriya had grown up with this personality. It would be weirder if Bakugou had done a 360 with his personality and became a perfect angel instead. The thought of it made Midoriya shudder a little. I know, Kacchan. But the embers. That's why I'm calling you now, Midoriya said. What's wrong with them? Bakugou asked. Midoriya took a deep breath and unexpectedly felt a crashing wave of sadness wash over him. His voice got caught in his throat, and the words he had tried to say came out as a weird mix of a whimper and crying sound. Deku? Y'alright? Midoriya sniffed. Damn it, he had over a year to get used to the fact One for All was dying inside him, and he knew this day was coming. He knew it was coming. Why was he crying? It's gone, he managed to whisper. He swallowed hard before speaking a little louder. I don't have One for All anymore. Bakugou was quiet, and Midoriya listened intently for any noise he might make. His throat was closing up from how hard he was trying not to cry. Yes, he cried at everything. But he felt stupid for crying over something he knew was inevitable. He wasn't a kid anymore. But the sad, depressing part of his soul was shattered. His only dream, his blessing, was taken from him. He did everything right. He didn't deserve to end up powerless. But he had done it. To save everyone, hadn't he? He never wanted to become a hero for recognition. He shouldn't be so selfish as to wish for it back. But what about the hard work he'd put in? All the training he'd put his body through? Was it all for no reason now, as he was left functionally quirkless? Midoriya already noticed he'd lost a lot of the muscle mass he'd built up now that he wasn't as active as he used to be. Tears fell down his cheeks. No matter how much he wiped his face with the back of his hand, they kept coming out. Bakugou was still silent. When Midoriya realized, he anxiously grabbed the phone, checking to ensure he hadn't accidentally hung up. No, he was still on the line. Hey, Kacchan? Are you okay? Midoriya heard the slightest sound of a sniffle through the phone speaker, a sound which shocked him so much his chest ached, and his tears started pouring again. Kacchan? Are you crying? Oh my gosh, please don't be sad, he cried. It's okay, Ik. Knew this day was gonna come, and you can't get upset on my behalf I'm coming over, Bakugou interrupted, and Midoriya heard the faintest hint of a voice crack. I'll be there soon. Wait, Kacchan, don't you have work to do? Genist will understand. Midoriya could hear him collecting his things. Don't go anywhere, Deku. I'm on my way. Kacchan, Midoriya heard the click of the phone and saw that he had been hung up on. He sighed. There was no way to change Bakugou's mind once he was set on something, a trait he shared with Midoriya. He sat down on his bed and went back into the group chat. The last message was a picture of Kaminari, Kirishima, Jiru, Ashido and Zero posing happily in front of the All Might statue. Midoriya smiled at the photo, then began typing his own message. Midoriya, hey everyone, I hope you're all doing well. I thought I'd just update you. I no longer have OFA. It's completely left my body, so I'm quirkless again. Please don't feel too bad. I knew this was coming, so I'm okay. Just thought you all would like to know __. Kaminari. What Kirishima dude, are you serious? That sucks big time. I am so sorry man, sad face. Uraraka o Deku. I'm so sorry. Less than 3. No one deserved to have had One for All more than you. I wish we could do something to get it back to you. Ashido, you're still a hero to us. But I'm sorry to hear that. Let us know if you need someone to talk to, Midoriya. Iida, I'm very sorry to hear this, Midoriya. It's always been unfair that you'd have to go through this. I know it's not the same, but perhaps I could give you my brother's information, and you could talk to him about losing your quirk. Again, I'm very sorry, and I wish you the best, friend. Yaoyorozu, please let us know if we can do anything to make it up to you, Midoriya. I'm so sorry to hear that. Todoroki, Midoriya, do you want to have lunch with us? We are all available if you need someone to talk to. Midoriya, I know you guys are all busy, so don't worry too much, _, but it would be nice to catch up soon. Just let me know when you are free, and we can arrange something. Kirishima, we'll always make time for you, man, especially since this shitty thing happened. You can count on us. Uraraka, I'll send a picture of my schedule and we can see how we can all make time to see you, Deku. A knock at his door pulled Midoriya out of his phone, and he placed it on his desk as he got up and answered it. Bakugou stood in his hero costume, sans the gauntlets and neck brace. He really must have come right from Genist's agency. He was even breathing heavily. Did you run here? Midoriya asked nervously. No, Bakugou said. He paused and slightly averted his gaze. I flew. Midoriya sighed and couldn't help but chuckle. You didn't have to come. He stepped out of the doorway and invited Bakugou in. He sat on his chair as his guest sat on the freshly made bed. Midoriya's phone continued to buzz, so he turned it off entirely to be polite. Sorry, it's just the group chat, he said. I know, I saw your message. Oh right. I didn't know you looked at it. I muted that shit ages ago. I just noticed the last message was from you. The two boys were silent for a moment. So, it's really gone, huh? Midoriya's green eyes met Bakugou's crimson ones. Despite his voice on the phone, he didn't look too upset. It was more of a concerned look, as if he was worried the boy would shatter at the slightest bit of pressure. He couldn't blame Bakugou, though. Losing a quirk was like losing a limb to some people, metaphorically and literally, in some cases. He couldn't be upset at people for thinking he was fragile in a moment like this. But he was stronger now. He wasn't going to break. Yeah. He took a deep breath. He didn't want to cry in front of Bakugou. Not because he didn't trust him or feel vulnerable enough to do so, but he really just didn't want to cry over this, despite it being something that no one would mock him for feeling upset over. Even the old Bakugou wasn't that cruel. It's a weird feeling. I've been clinging to these embers for a while since that's all that's left of One for All. And when I woke up today, it was just gone. I noticed instantly. It's just weird, having something that was with me for so long to disappear completely. All Might only lasted, 5 years after his injury, right? Bakugou asked. You lasted 3 with just the embers. That's something. Yeah, but it was barely anything by our 3rd year. I have no idea how I even passed. Midoriya smiled sadly. They probably gave you a decent amount of leniency, seeing as you, saved the fucking world, Bakugou replied, sarcastic as ever. Midoriya chuckled. Wasn't just me, but, after graduation, I was forced to look the uncomfortable reality in the face. Despite everything I've worked for and given up, it's led me back to where I started, quirkless. Deku, have your damn ears stopped working, too? Bakugou huffed. I just said you saved the world from Shigaraki. Yes, I heard you. Well, don't you dare forget it, Bakugou said firmly. His expression softened when he saw Midoriya's sad face. I'm reminding you that what you did was unbelievably selfless. You sometimes forget your own accomplishments, Deku. But if you have other feelings or whatever, that you have to get off your chest, go ahead. Midoriya giggled again. I can't believe you're the one having this conversation with me. Bakugou got a little irritated. Well, didn't you see how many people are jumping out of their seats at the thought of catching up with you? Maybe you should go talk to them instead. Oh, come on, don't be like that, Midoriya pleaded. I'm just proud of you how far you've come, and I'm glad we can actually have a real conversation. Bakugou scoffed. I haven't changed that much. I have no idea how to help you with your emotions, he said bluntly. You're good at muttering and spilling your guts, and I can listen. So if you just want to talk, do it. I thought my muttering annoyed you, Midoriya sighed. It does. Oh. But I think losing your power and coming to terms with it is more important. So go ahead and talk, nerd. I mean, I was already coming to terms with it since the day I lost it. I knew it would be Gone someday, and it wasn't like it came out of nowhere. It's been getting weaker and weaker since graduation, and I've barely even used it since then. So yeah, I can't be a pro hero anymore. That dream is over. But I don't think I regret being All Might's successor. I know that killing Shigaraki will be the main thing people remember about me, but there are so many people who look up to me now, and I want to do something to show I can be a good role model for them. Midoriya spun around in his chair and opened a drawer on his desk. He rummaged through the messy pile of papers before he found what he was looking for. I mean, I still get letters from Kota and Eri, and even though they always thank me for helping them, they also tell me about all the things going on in their lives, and I think that's so special. For example, did you know Eri has been learning the guitar for a couple of years now? She said she was inspired by our festival all those years ago. That's just so beautiful to me. And Kota, he says he's going to apply for UA when he's old enough, and he wants me to tell him all about it. I'm just so glad that people I helped get to live happy lives. Because, well, some heroes in the past never saw the people they saved as their own person, just someone in the line of fire. But the people we've saved all have their own lives and dreams, and that's why it's so important to protect them. I guess, I dunno, I should be happy about all this, but... Midoriya's throat closed up again, and he swallowed the urge to cry once more. I can't deny that seeing you all my friends, just chase your dreams with no pushback it does hurt, Kacchan. And it's selfish of me, too. You're all wonderful and supportive. You all deserve to be heroes. And none of you have ever looked down on me for losing one for all. But some desperate part of me, the child in me still clinging to the thought of being a hero, wants to fight alongside you and be on the same level. But I know it's impossible. Now. I accepted it then, I guess I just have to accept it now. Bakugou's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket, and he fished it out to turn it off. He hadn't said a word during Midoriya's rambling, he just listened intensely. Midoriya suddenly shot out of his seat. Oh my gosh, I rambled so much. I'm so sorry, Kacchan, he apologized. You probably have so much work to do, I'm probably ruining your day. Shut up, Deku, he exhorted. I told you to talk, and you did what I told you. Sit down, it's fine. And you're not ruining my day. You're probably having the worst day of anyone. But your phone? It's just genius. But I told you, he'll understand when I come back and explain why I left. Bakugou sank back down on Midoriya's bed. Go on. Compared to other rambling I've sat through in our lives, this one wasn't even that bad. I don't really know what else to say, I think I said everything I wanted to already. Well, it sounds like you might have a new career in the bag anyway, Bakugou said. What? The blonde boy sighed heavily. I already told you I'm shit at helping you with your feelings. This isn't me being emotional, or whatever. I'm just going to give you a suggestion that will help you. You should try to be a teacher at UA, Deku. Huh? Midoriya blinked. A teacher? I dunno, would it really be the right path for me now? You can teach these brats exactly what it means to be a hero and how much you must be willing to sacrifice to do so, Bakugou continued. You've got more experience than most pros wandering around right now. I guess so. Look, Deku. It really sucks that you've lost one for all. I really thought we could be competing for number one forever, and now. Kacchan. Just let me finish, moron. We can't bring your quirk back, but we all want you to find something you're passionate about. And if you like helping these kids so much, teach them about the real world of heroes. Put your experience to good use. Midoriya sat silently in his chair and let Bakugou's words sink in. He really could be a hero in some other way, couldn't he? He could raise the next generation of heroes the right way and teach them the things that mattered about hero work. Make sure no incidents like the war he'd gone through happened again. He'd had a conversation with Uraraka a few weeks prior about an idea she had relating to quirk counseling so children with quirks deemed less than suitable for society could learn how to control them and teach them they are more than what society says about their power. He'd encouraged her to pursue it, and here Bakugou was, telling him to pursue another dream. In its own way, inspiring others in their hero work was pretty cool. I think. Midoriya was interrupted by a knock at his door again, and he opened it to reveal Uraraka, Iida, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu at the door. Midoriya. They cried in unison, leaping at their friend to give him a hug. He stumbled back, catching himself on the edge of his bed to stop himself from toppling. Deku, are you okay? Uraraka asked, pulling back. Sorry, we just wanted to see you. We would have brought more people, but they were too busy or out of the area. It's okay, you didn't have to come at all. Really? Midoriya sat back down in his chair, smiling at his friends. Dude, you lost your power, Kirishima said. That's a big deal, and we wanted to be here for you. I barely had any left, anyway. It's okay. The four of his friends looked at each other and at Midoriya in disbelief. They tried to think of something, anything, to say to Midoriya before they were interrupted by a loud cough. Deku, I gotta head back to Genist, Bakugou said. All eyes were now on him, and the group of four started profusely apologizing simultaneously. Bakugou, we didn't even notice you were here, Yaoyorozu exclaimed. Sorry, Bakugou, were you two in the middle of a conversation? Uraraka said regretfully. I apologize for entering so intrusively and without warning, Bakugou. We disrupted your privacy, and I ask for forgiveness, Iida apologized. Bakugou rolled his eyes. I don't care. Man, you were silent. Kirishima walked over to his friend and held out his hand. You came to talk to Midoriya too? Bakugou shook his hand quickly and then turned to leave. I've done all my talking. Deku can tell you what plans he has now since One for All is gone. He stood up and headed towards the door before pausing suddenly. Without looking back, he raised one arm and tightly squeezed Midoriya's shoulder. I should have said this earlier, Deku, but I am sorry about your power. The door shut firmly, and Midoriya's eyes couldn't help but fill with tears. All he had wanted his whole life was for Bakugou to see him as an equal, respect him, and maybe even see him as a friend. He'd fought so hard, been through the lowest periods of both their lives, and seen every side of Bakugou, the good, bad and ugly. And they'd come out as friends. This was all he ever wanted out of their relationship. For them to have mutual respect and trust in each other. So when he started crying, his friends didn't need to comfort or ask him what was wrong. He was merely crying tears of pure joy. The five had a long, heart-to-heart discussion about Midoriya's feelings and his future options. Midoriya brought up Bakugou's idea of going into teaching, which the others agreed with wholeheartedly. Midoriya tearfully shared his feelings of envy and loneliness with his friends, who were pro-heroes, but they reassured him that his feelings were more than valid. And that they would never shove them in his face, not that he had any fear they would. They offered their support in any way they could and also shared the exciting news that Uraraka's Quirk counseling idea had gotten some traction and that she, Yaoyorozu, Sue and Iida were planning on becoming official teammates and could even be starting an agency together. What started off as a morning with nothing but bad news turned into a day with hopes for an exciting future. Midoriya's friends bid him farewell when they were done talking and promised to keep in touch. Midoriya sat at his desk and pulled out 3 pieces of paper to write 3 letters. The first, for Kota, to ask how he was, and to let him know he may be his teacher one day. The second, for All Might, to ask if he had free time to meet up and talk about this idea more in person. And the third and final, for Mr. Aizawa, his former teacher, to ask what steps he had to take in order to become a UA teacher. Chapter 2 Chapter Notes. Hi, thanks so much for reading my first BNHAFIC, that I was man enough to publish. Hooey. I hope you like it. Chapter 430 has ruined my life. The intrusive beeping of an alarm clock woke Izuku from his peaceful sleep. He rolled over to the empty part of his bed and reached out to shut off the All Might-themed clock. Brushing his soft, green hair out of his face, Izuku rose from his bed and began getting ready for work. It was the second week into Izuku's second year as a UA teacher, and he was loving it more and more every day. He passed university with flying colors and didn't even have a day to himself before he got a call from Principal Nezu offering him a teaching job. He adored his students. They were so clever and full of potential. He admired them like he had his classmates when he was a UA student himself. Izuku still had many of his old habits, observing their quirks, discovering their strengths and weaknesses, and writing down all the knowledge he could gather from them in his trusty notebooks, which had grown into quite an extensive collection. Some of his notes even made it into the actual curriculum due to how in-depth they were. Sometimes, it did hurt Izuku's soul, knowing he could never pursue the path his students were on. His time as a hero had come and gone, but rather than being caught up in his self-pity, He always chose to push himself and think of new ways to help his students improve, using his experience to mold them into better heroes. He wanted to make sure every one of them would be a strong beacon of peace so that no terror on the same level as All for One or Shigaraki could occur again. Izuku thought about Shigaraki, or rather, he thought about Tenko Shimura often. He recalled how hard he had tried to save the boy, a victim of the dark parts of hero society Izuku hadn't always cared to see. But now his eyes were open, and he knew they were heading towards a brighter future. Uraraka's Quirk counseling program was open for children who were the next generation's Tenko Shimura or Himiko Toga. Children whose quirks weren't considered normal enough to be accepted into society. Izuku spoke with her over the phone every so often, and he praised her for her efforts, knowing she was an example of a true hero, always looking for someone to help out and make them smile. In fact, all his classmates' accomplishments seemed to point towards a brighter future for quirk-based society. Crime rates in Japan had lowered to what they were during All Might's prime, and the general public was more aware and educated on the dangers of quirk-based prejudice. They had also changed the stigma on what it meant to support a hero no longer. Were the rankings set in stone and meant to promote hero worship? Rather, they showed which heroes were willing to help out everyday civilians, resolving more minor, humane problems. And not so much, who can beat up the biggest bad guy. Izuku preferred it that way. It highlighted people who were heroes for the right reasons. Izuku pulled on his work clothes. Unlike his co-workers, who wore their hero costumes to teach, he felt more comfortable in a simple black blazer and pants. He still wore his trademark red shoes despite having adjusted to his adult life. They were one part of his childhood he still wanted to keep. Plus, they were comfortable, and who could argue with that? Izuku grabbed his red tie, his briefcase and keys and headed outside. It was still early, chilly, and with a slight dampness to the air. The sun just barely peeked over the horizon, and the street was quiet when Izuku crossed it. He walked into the building, up 2 floors, and reached the door he was looking for. Izuku took a deep breath. His friend could be pretty moody in the morning. He knocked on the door, not too loud to disturb the other residents but loud enough for the person inside to hear. He heard a muffled sound and stepped back as the door unlocked from the inside. "Morning, Kacchan," Izuku smiled. "Sorry if I woke you." Katsuki was still in his sleeping attire, a black tank top and black sweatpants. He rubbed his face and opened the door to let Izuku in. "Nah, I was about to hop in the shower," he yawned. "I'll be 10 minutes, and then we can go." Izuku walked into Katsuki's nearly empty apartment, closing the door behind him, and Katsuki walked into the bathroom and shut the door. It was so strange. He'd been a high-earning pro-hero for over 5 years. But when you saw his living space, that would not be the job you'd assume he had. Standing in the doorway, Izuku could see the tiny kitchen with just a microwave and fridge. Izuku let his curiosity get the better of him, and he opened the refrigerator, which was nearly empty save for a few bottles of milk. The pantry didn't fare any better. All they held were dozens of cups of instant ramen, which was all Katsuki ate when Izuku came over for lunch. He'd always have to turn it down for himself because he wasn't accustomed to the overwhelming spice in the ramen Katsuki bought. There was a single table with 2 chairs where the living space was, a couch, and a worn-down rug on the floor. The space was, in a word, plain. Nothing on the wall, no showings of personality. Izuku wandered around the apartment as he heard the shower start and peeked into Katsuki's room. The bareness of the place didn't stop there, as all that was in the pro's room was a bed, a bookshelf, a messy desk with paper strewn everywhere, and his sleeping computer. In fact, the only things that weren't an absolute necessity in Katsuki's room were 3 figurines that sat atop his desk, which were Christmas gifts from Izuku and Kirishima a few years ago. They'd both conspired to get Katsuki the rarest variants of all their unique hero figures, so now Katsuki had Deku, Dynamite and Red Riot figures worth a couple $100,000 casually chilling on his desk. The sliding door to the wardrobe revealed many of the same clothes he'd just seen Katsuki wearing, black shirts and tank tops, and in the small dresser that barely fit in the space were less than 5 pairs of pants. His spare hero costume was also hanging up, which always made Izuku happy to see. Even if he saw it every day, it filled him with a sort of nostalgia to see it not be worn by his friend. Snooping around as usual, "Deku?" came Katsuki's voice. Izuku jumped, not even having noticed the water stop running. Katsuki stood in the doorway with wet hair and his hero costume on, only missing the boots. His neck brace and gauntlets were always kept at the agency to reduce the hassle it was to drag them along on public transport. Sorry, Kacchan," Izuku squeaked. I was just," he paused, then felt a mischievous grin spread across his face. I was just wondering how you live with so little in your possession," he giggled. "I don't think anyone who would see your house would think you're a pro hero from how you decorate." "Shut your mouth, Deku," Katsuki grumbled. "It's too early to deal with your shit. And I don't give a fuck about decor. I don't need a bunch of random junk cluttering my house." "But you don't even have a TV, Kacchan. I watch all the shit I need to on my fucking computer, alright?" Katsuki grabbed Izuku's shoulders and moved him out of his room. "Just keep your crappy opinions to yourself for 2 minutes, and I'll be ready to go, alright Deku?" Izuku smiled as the bedroom door was shut in his face. It was fun to rile up his friend when he knew it wouldn't end in an explosive argument. He always knew Katsuki would never go too far. He hadn't even held Izuku's shoulders hard enough to leave marks when he pushed him out of the room. They felt safe around each other. It was weird to think about, sometimes. 10 years ago, Katsuki would have blown Izuku to smithereens for even thinking about snooping around in his room. Not that Izuku had even been invited to his house since they were children, and Izuku would have been too nervous at Katsuki's reaction to engage in any sort of banter with him. Now, making fun of Katsuki was commonplace in their conversations, and despite always retorting back, he probably felt Izuku deserved more than a few chances to tease him back after all that Katsuki did to him. Izuku barely thought about the low part of their relationship. It was all in the past, and there was no point thinking about something that would only ruin his mood if he dwelled on it too much. Katsuki had apologized and shown genuine change, and there was no point in dredging up the past if there was no reason to. He was still the same person at heart, too, which made it all the better. Izuku truly considered Katsuki to be his closest friend now. He still spoke to his classmates, they kept in touch through messages and occasionally met up for lunches, but their days off rarely fell on the same day. It was getting harder and harder to see each other, but Izuku felt happy knowing that the reason for that was them progressing their careers and helping others as heroes. But because of this, Katsuki was the person he saw most often, by a mile. It, of course, helped that he only lived across the street. The door to Katsuki's room opened, and Izuku smiled at the sight of him. It always filled him with pride to see his childhood friend finally living his dream. He knew how much work Katsuki had done to get to this point, not just all the hard work and training UA put them through, but also having to regain the strength of his right arm. Izuku recalled memories of him and Katsuki's other friends eagerly cheering him on when the boy managed to reach a new milestone in his rehabilitation plan. Nowadays, his right arm was back to normal and hardly ever gave him issues, although he did have to keep it in the back of his mind to be extra careful when using powerful attacks. Katsuki adjusted the hearing aid in his left ear and met Izuku's eyes. "All right, do you have it?" Izuku reached into his blazer pocket and pulled out his red tie, placing it in Katsuki's outstretched hand. "I really should learn how to do this myself." "Shut up. I do it better than you do, anyway." Katsuki unfolded the tie. He looked at Izuku and rolled his eyes. "Blazer. Oh, right." Izuku pulled off the black blazer, folding it up quickly and holding it over his arm. Katsuki adjusted the white collar of Izuku's shirt and looped the tie around his neck. Izuku could see his concentration in his deep red eyes and feel Katsuki's exhalation on his face. They both grew a little after the war, but now Katsuki clearly stood a few inches taller than him. Before, he could reach eye level with him, but now, Izuku had to tilt his head up in order to maintain eye contact. Silently, Katsuki tied the red fabric up, ending it by pulling the knot of the tie up to Izuku's collarbone. He took a step back and smirked. "You're welcome." He opened the door and let Izuku leave first, locking the apartment door behind him. "Thanks, Kacchan." Izuku hurriedly pulled on his blazer again, and Katsuki turned him around, frowned, and adjusted it. Izuku blushed before following his friend down the stairs and onto the street. The walk to the train station wasn't long, but it was still early, and he was shivering a little. "Cold?" Katsuki asked, not bothered. His hero costume covered all of him except his face and was made to reflect heat from his body so he could produce the sweat required for his quirk. It helped keep him warm, too, something that Izuku's simple shirt and blazer struggled with. A little, Izuku confessed. We're nearly there, though, so I'll be alright. Katsuki scoffed. Do you want to get a scarf or something? You won't be any use to your students if you wind up getting sick. I've got a scarf, Izuku said. Besides, it'll start warming up soon, so it's fine. Don't put this oh-so-noble act on, Katsuki sneered. If you're cold, then you're fucking cold. Wear a scarf tomorrow, moron. It's not an act, Izuku mumbled. It's just, he paused and felt the heat rush to his face. What? Izuku averted his eyes from Katsuki as much as he could. It's embarrassing. The only scarf I have is that super multicolored one. It'll clash if I wear it with my work clothes. Katsuki looked down at Izuku before letting out a slight chuckle. Oh, but you can still wear those dumb bright red shoes to work every day. Izuku's head snapped up. That's different. Don't make fun of those, Kacchan. They're my favorite, and they're comfortable. Oh, come on. They're, like, 10 years old by now. How have they not fallen apart? Well, I didn't only have one pair, mumbled Izuku, bright red. Katsuki threw his head back and started laughing. Oh my god, Deku. You are such a loser. You had multiple pairs of those stupid-ass shoes? Kacchan. Izuku whined, but Katsuki could see he was fighting back his own laughter. Stop making fun of me. No way, Deku. Kacchan, I don't make fun of you for having the same costume since high school. That's because my costume's awesome. So are my shoes. Katsuki collected himself, a wide smile still plastered across his face. Just, ditch the red shoes, Deku. They're pretty lame. You don't look like a teacher, you look like a clown. But I like them, Kacchan, Izuku protested. My students think they look cool. That was the wrong thing to say. Katsuki burst out laughing again, trying hard to continue walking straight while he cackled, ignoring the strange looks he was getting from people passing them. Kacchan, Deku, your students are all like 15 years old. Why would you take their opinions seriously? That's mean. Izuku cried. I care about their opinions. Maybe over nerd shit, but you should definitely listen to me on this matter, Deku, Katsuki snickered. Izuku rolled his eyes. Whatever. They had reached the station now, and the train was only a few minutes away. The two of them sat down on a bench alone. It was too early for anyone to be on the platform with them. Hey, Deku, Katsuki said, having calmed down from the laughter. The shoes, they're fine, all right. But it doesn't make sense to be insecure over a brightly colored scarf when you have those on your feet. So if you're cold, just wear it, all right, nerd? Izuku smiled softly and nodded. That was the Kacchan he knew. All right. But really, we're nearly in summer, so it's not a big. If you don't wear that scarf tomorrow, I'm not doing your tie, Katsuki interrupted, dead serious. Wah. You'll have to go to work with that pitiful attempt at a knot, Deku. Do you want that? Izuku shook his head, and Katsuki smirked. Good. The train ride was only half an hour long, and both Izuku and Katsuki attempted to get a few minutes of sleep during that time. By the time their stop came, they were groggy and tired again, having to stretch out to wake up from their short nap. The two of them walked until reaching a crossroad, the left path leading to UA High School and the right leading to the city, which, 5 years ago, opened up an agency founded by Dynamite. Izuku bid his friend well as he walked up the path to UA as he had done so many times as a student. It was nice to see how the school hadn't changed and how it had recovered so seamlessly from the attack 8 years ago. Izuku shook the thought from his head and walked through the silent hallway. Of course, it was still too early for any student to arrive, so Izuku went straight to the staff room to get some work done before the school day started. Izuku was the homeroom teacher for the Hero Course Class 1B, and he also worked alongside Aizawa as the Hero Course supervisor to train the next generation of heroes, especially since the margin of acceptance was getting smaller as the years passed and the presence of villains dwindled. His analysis and observations were crucial for the students, who looked up to him as an excellent educator, able to identify their quirks' strengths and weaknesses and suggest ways to make up for their blind spots. Izuku sat down at his desk and started working on the pile of papers that he'd brought with him in his briefcase. It was an assignment he had given to his students during the first week. Before any physical quirk tests started, he had asked them to write a short paper on why they wanted to become heroes and what type of hero they wanted to become. He'd purposely not looked at them until the second week so he could unbiasedly form his own image of his students and then compare that with what they had written about themselves. Izuku read his students' papers and compared them with his notes, creating new images in his head of what he should assist each student with. He had read through 2 of his students' papers when he heard the staff door open. "Good morning, Midoriya." Izuku was greeted by the tired face of his former teacher, Shota Aizawa. He offered a small wave and a smile to the tired man, who merely nodded his head in acknowledgement before sitting down at his own desk. Since becoming co-workers, they became closer as friends, which started out a little awkward. Aizawa always told Izuku that receiving his letter asking how to get into UA as a teacher was a shock, but he was happy to give him a hand. He agreed that his vast knowledge and experience would help young hero students grow and that he could teach them well. But Izuku could tell Aizawa was a little stuck on how to treat his former student, who was now a full-on educator. As for Izuku, he had a bad habit of referring to Aizawa as "Sir," despite being on the same level. The time ticked away, and soon, Izuku was wrapping up his work and preparing to leave for his classroom. Aizawa was ready to leave before him and hovered over his shoulder to see what he was doing. "Working hard, Midoriya?" he asked. Izuku turned to look up at him. "Was our handwriting this bad when you were our teacher, sir?" "No, oh, it was worse. Especially yours. Your muttering habit comes through in your writing, too. Ah. That Bakugou of yours had atrocious writing, too, except when it came to actual exams. I couldn't understand it." "I see." Izuku returned to his papers, ready to pack them into his briefcase. Then he paused and turned around. "Wait, what do you mean by, of mine?" But Aizawa had already left the room. Despite loving his job, Izuku couldn't deny that it took a lot out of him. That's why he couldn't be happier packing up his things and heading home when the final bell rang. He waved goodbye to passing students as he walked through the hallways, heading towards the giant gate he'd seen so many times before. Izuku made a quick stop at a coffee shop to grab 2 cups before walking to the dynamite agency, which was closing shortly, too. He waved hello to the secretary, who had special instructions from the hero in charge to let that nerd with green eyes and freckles into the staff door with no issues. Izuku knocked on Katsuki's office and smiled when he saw his friend. "Did you have a good day, Kacchan?" Izuku asked, handing him one of the 2 cups. Katsuki took the cup and swallowed the drink in one go before handing the now empty cup back to Izuku, who was stunned. That was piping hot. My day was fine, Deku," he interrupted. "What about you? Get sick of those teenage brats yet?" "Don't call my students brats, Kacchan," Izuku said sternly. "I don't call your sidekicks any names like that." "Yeah, because only I'm allowed to call them names," Katsuki grinned. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. "Okay, sensei, I won't call them that." "Thank you." Izuku took a slow sip of his own coffee and threw Katsuki's empty one into the bin. "My day was great, actually. I've been working on reading these papers I assigned. They're about knowing what type of hero you want to become. It's always fun getting to know a new group of kids, although." "Talk and walk, Deku," said Katsuki, putting his gauntlets into their spots and turning off the lights in his office. "I want to get out of here." "Right. So, anyway, it is a new group, but guess who I have in my class?" "Who?" "Kota. He's so grown up now. It was such a joy seeing him on the first day, and now I get to teach him everything he needs to know to become a hero like his parents. I'm so proud of him. He's already doing well, too." "That's the bra." Izuku glared at him. The kid, sorry. The kid related those bonkers cat ladies, isn't it?" "The pussycats, yes. But all my kids are amazing. I think you should come in as a special guest one day and meet them, Kacchan." "No, thank you, Deku," Katsuki huffed. He shut the door to the agency, and the 2 started walking on the streets. "I'm not cut out for the teaching thing." "Oh, come on," Izuku insisted. "A lot of our other classmates came in to talk to them last year. Plus, the school pays you for your time, so it won't be a problem for you to skip a patrol." "How much we talking?" Katsuki grinned. "Kacchan. Look, Deku. I really don't know what I would even teach them. How to blow shit up. No, I could create a lesson plan and..." "Okay, it's officially a no, I'm not following your lesson plans." Izuku frowned. My lesson plans are actually pretty good, you know, is that so? Yes. They're in a lot of the new curriculum, because of all the note-taking I've done. Katsuki paused. I didn't know that. I didn't think you'd care. The two of them walked the rest of the way to the train station in silence. Izuku brought out some of his work to do on the train so Katsuki didn't distract him and kept silent. When they got off at their station, they didn't speak until they reached their apartments. Izuku turned to Katsuki with a reserved smile. I'll see you tomorrow, Kacchan. Good night. He didn't look back as he walked into his apartment building. He reached his door and unlocked it. He was in the middle of swapping his shoes for his slippers when he felt his phone buzz. Kacchan, I'll think about the lesson thing. Kacchan, sorry if I was a dick. Izuku smiled. It was a nice message to read. Middle school Katsuki would have rather plucked his own eyeball out than issue an apology, so Izuku always felt a little bit better when he received one. Deku, it's okay. Have a think about it. We've got the whole school year after all. Yes, he still used emoticons 6 years after school. Izuku pulled off his blazer and undid his tie, leaving both hanging up on the coat rack near his door. He put all his schoolwork on his desk and started preparing his dinner. It was a little too quiet for his liking, so he threw on the TV and let a random channel play, not paying too much attention to it. He just liked the background noise. Living alone was a new concept for Izuku, of course. He'd lived with his mother his whole life and had never known anything different until he was forced to move into the UA dorms. It was a big change, but nothing compared to leaving home, buying an apartment, and taking care of all his responsibilities alone. Izuku had never dreamed of becoming a hero for the money. He never wanted absurd fame or recognition. He just wanted to help and save others. However, due to his efforts in the war, he was awarded a significant amount of money as repayment. Of course, what he wanted more than anything was for his quirks to be returned so he could continue being a hero, but since that couldn't be achieved through money, he and his mother humbly accepted it and put it towards his university studies. After Izuku had graduated, he had a large chunk of the money left and decided to use the majority of it by buying and owning an apartment not too far from his job but not too far from his mother either. He had savings left over but still worked hard as a teacher to make ends meet by being smart with his money. With all this in mind, Izuku couldn't help but think about Katsuki. When Izuku spotted the Bakugous across the street with moving boxes in hand, he couldn't believe his eyes. After rushing over, he learnt that Katsuki had bought an apartment in the complex directly opposite him. It was a strange decision to him, but it would have been rude to question it straight to his face, so he kept his confusion to himself. He couldn't help but have a lot of conflicting thoughts about it. On one hand, he was overjoyed that he would be able to see Katsuki more often. At that point, he had been a pro for around 6 months, and his earnings were nothing to scoff at. So Izuku couldn't think of a logical reason why his childhood friend, who had well-off parents and an agency in the city, had moved into this small, humble neighborhood. Why wasn't he off living in the busy city? And when he saw how frugally he lived, it raised more questions than answers. Was he putting all of his paychecks into savings? What was he saving up for? Despite their relationship developing, Izuku sometimes found Katsuki as hard to read as ever. He always wanted to ask about it but never found a way to do so that wouldn't come across as rude or intrusive, so he kept it to himself. At least he got to see him nearly every day. Their routine was something Izuku was over the moon about, and he wasn't about to ruin it with questions that weren't any of his business. So he continued to think about Katsuki, excited to see him. The following day. Chapter 3 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki put his phone on the table and sighed. It seemed no matter how hard he tried to be on his best behavior around Deku, he always had to go say something to fuck it up. He wanted to be more involved in Deku's life. He would tolerate his long ramblings about his students and all their new quirks that he had never heard of before if it meant he could spend another second with Deku. But of course, Katsuki had to go and ruin it by implying that he didn't care about all of Deku's research and analysis. Katsuki wrote a message to Deku, apologizing for dismissing him. It wasn't much at all, but it was the best he could do. He was just never good at expressing anything, really. Except anger, he was good at that. Deku replied almost instantly, and Katsuki's stomach filled with a terrible feeling. Why did that idiot feel inclined to forgive him for everything so fast? Deku was a better person than he was because if someone had treated him the way he'd treated Deku, they'd be ash in the ground by now. Katsuki felt like he deserved more pushback, that Deku should force him to prove his remorse. But he never did, and Katsuki realized long ago that if he wanted that feeling to go away, he'd have to put in the effort of making it up to Deku himself without any prompting. The new routine that they had every day was something Katsuki was happy about. Wake up, greet Deku, shower, tie Deku's tie, catch the train, do hero work all day, have coffee with Deku, catch the train home, repeat. In a profession where no 2 days of work were the same, having something consistent outside of work kept his life steady. Sunday was the only day Katsuki and Deku couldn't see each other, as Deku had no reason to go to UA and mostly used that day to catch up on work. Likewise, weekends were always busy for heroes, so it was one day that Katsuki didn't see him. The growling of Katsuki's stomach was a signal to him to get off his ass and start getting some stuff done. He walked into his kitchen, which was so small he could touch either side of the wall when he spread his hands out. He reached in and grabbed a cup of instant ramen, filled it with water, and chucked it in the microwave. While he waited, he quickly went into his room and turned on his computer. He had some calls to make tonight, even though he didn't really feel like talking to anyone. As his computer booted up, the microwave beeped, and Katsuki headed back to drain most of the water, throw in the spicy seasoning, and stir it. Ramen was pretty much all he ate. It was cheap and easy to make, plus it usually filled him up well enough for the day to get by. He drained the rest of the water and took his food to his room, shutting the door behind him. The computer was on now, and the blinking notifications showed that someone was trying to get in contact with Katsuki. With his chopsticks and ramen in one hand, he clicked on the app that was begging for his attention and saw 2 messages. Hatsume, can you hop on call please? Melissa, hi Bakugou. Please join Hatsume and me on our video call when you get home. Katsuki moved his cursor over to the video call app, which had been developed specifically for the 3 of them so there was no chance of any interference or information leaks. After a few seconds of connecting, Bakugou was looking at the bright faces of Mei, Hatsume and Melissa Shield on a video call. Hi Bakugou, greeted both girls in unison. Melissa looked to be at her desk, while Hatsume's camera was set up on a tripod, and Katsuki could see her working on something out of focus. Hey, he said. What did you need me for? Hatsume walked over from what she had been working on and into the frame. As expected, she was covered in grime from nearly head to toe. Her bright pink hair was tied back into a tight ponytail, and she had a headband on to ensure no strands would fall into her face. She put her wrench down and stood in front of the tripod camera. Just updating you on the newest advancements after months of hard work, Hatsume announced. Melissa's delivery of the prototype Blackwhip mechanisms came in, and I've been hard at work affixing them to the practice suit and seeing if they work. Blackwhip was one of the harder quirks to adapt, Melissa smiled. I'm glad we have found a way to make it work, but it might need a few more adjustments. This was the most significant thing going on in Katsuki's life. In university, when Deku lost One for All, he had talked with him about it at length. Well, actually, Deku talked, and all Katsuki really did was listen. And while he listened, he felt angry. Angry that his rival, the one person he wanted to compete with for the rest of his life, was now out of the competition. And it wasn't because Katsuki was better than him. Deku had been unfairly pulled out of the race. Life as a pro without Deku on his heels didn't sound like a life he wanted to live. But what could he do? It was like All Might's retirement. He used up the rest of the embers of One for All's power, and then he was done, effectively quirkless. But then Katsuki had an idea, a brainwave. All Might. He'd used a mech suit in the war to fight All for One, hadn't he? And it had very nearly worked. He knew if he tried to use that suit on literally anyone other than All for One, they would have been thwarted instantly. And yes, the suit cost an unfathomable amount of money to build. Even if Katsuki became the #1 hero right off the bat, he'd still have to save for years and years to get the funding for it. But could he do it if he could get people on board? Others who knew how deserving Deku was to be a hero? Could he get his rival, someone with the heart of a true hero, back on the field? He had some doubts about it at first. Would Deku feel like they were pitying him? Hey, you quirkless loser, take this ridiculously expensive support item and come be a hero. But you're not even using real power, just a sophisticated piece of tech. Doesn't that make you feel good about yourself? Katsuki chose to ignore the insecure part of his mind. Deku never became a hero because he felt he had an extraordinary power to show off. He wasn't someone who did good deeds to get praise from them. He was a hero, not because of his quirk, but because of his heart. It didn't matter if his powers were artificial. He deserved to be someone who could save civilians and see the gratitude in their eyes as he did. So Katsuki decided to call All Might and propose the plan to him. Soon enough, the project was in motion, and the retired hero brought in 2 engineers who would start the project by brainstorming. The first was Mei Hatsume, Katsuki's classmate at UA. She was a little weird and not someone he pictured himself hanging around a lot, but she was passionate and an undeniable genius when it came to inventions. When he met her in person for the first time, she'd even offered to upgrade his hearing aid for no extra fee, saying his old one was so retro. The second person involved with the project was the daughter of one of All Might's friends, Melissa Shield, who Katsuki had met very briefly as a teenager. She resided in America now, and was the one who created the armored suit All Might had used in the war, so she already had an insight into what Katsuki wanted to make for Deku. Katsuki assigned himself as head of the operation, and once the planning had been finalized between the 3, the uncomfortable question of how much it would cost came up. The girls were hesitant to tell him, worried that it would discourage Katsuki due to the overwhelming price. But he told them he would pay whatever if it meant they could bring the suit to life. It didn't make the blow of the enormous price tag any softer, but if there was one thing Katsuki was good at, it was not giving up. So, as soon as the project was approved, he started putting 80% of his paycheck into funding Deku's suit. He wasn't where he wanted to be on the ranking charts, but if it gave him high enough earnings to save up for the suit and live semi-comfortably, he was okay with it. There were technically 2 versions of the suit, one in Japan and one in America. The one in Japan that Hatsume worked on was more of a beta version. She would make simple adjustments and improve on Melissa's notes, then send back prototypes for Melissa to develop into the final product. Once a year, he, All Might and Hatsume would go to America to see it in person. He'd seen it 5 times so far, and this year would be the 6th. 6 years of shelving his childhood goal being the #1 hero for the sake of Deku returning to hero work. Hatsume and Melissa weren't the only people who were helping out with the suit. It was clear that Katsuki couldn't fund the entire thing alone unless he wanted Deku to start being a hero again in his 70s. He was earning a lot, but the suit required a lot of technological research and funding if it was going to act exactly as One for All had while wielded by Deku. And Katsuki refused to give him some half-assed suit if he was doing it. He was doing it properly. So, secretly, he had created a group chat with all his classmates from 1A. Explaining the situation to them and asking if they would be willing to help out financially. It was a total secret from Deku. He forbade anyone from mentioning it to him at all and threatened to murder them if they even hinted anything at him. Everyone was overjoyed at the thought of Deku being able to resume hero work, and after everyone was on board, they each told Katsuki how much they'd be willing to pitch in. After some rough calculations, Katsuki, Melissa and Hatsume estimated it wouldn't take more than 8 years to get the suit complete and working. 8 years, it was going to take a while, but it was better than nothing. Katsuki would have settled for nothing less than perfection, so it would have to do. And meanwhile, Katsuki worked hard as a hero to earn as much as he could. He had initially wanted nothing but fame and riches when he was a teenager, but now, he wanted it for a different reason. He wanted Deku to be a hero alongside him. So, while he was not striving for #1, he still performed well as a hero, most of the time. He was still the same guy, after all. Some people just managed to get on his nerves and piss him off, and he couldn't help himself when he snapped at them. Besides, there would be no satisfaction if he reached #1 without Deku. He needed a good opponent in order to feel his victory was earned. Katsuki had zoned out on the call, and Melissa and Hatsume were talking amongst themselves. He started paying attention again, and the girls were discussing the properties of Blackwhip. Even the smallest movement of the knuckles is causing the wires to shoot out. Hatsume gushed. These tricky little things are giving me a real challenge. You've nearly got it, Hatsume, Melissa replied. Once you get them perfected, I can start working on adjusting their visual. I've already got a good prototype for how it used to look. She held 2 small devices in her hands, which projected 2 holograms of dark energy in front of her. Hey, Bakugou, which one of these looks more like the real Blackwhip? This was Katsuki's role in the operation. He couldn't invent anything, and he knew jack shit about support items that weren't his, so Hatsume and Melissa always asked him for his honest feedback in staying true to how One for All and all its quirks looked when wielded by Deku. Katsuki analyzed the two images. It was hard to tell on the computer screen, but one of them had a lot more blue in the outline, while Deku's black whip was more teal. The one on the left. Melissa looked at the one in her right hand. My left, he added. Melissa grinned sheepishly. All right. Are you excited about coming over for another visit? I know my dad has been waiting a while to see Uncle Might again. Oh, I'm sure, Katsuki muttered. I've wanted to see the suit for ages, Hatsume reveled. I can't wait to get my hands on it and start tinkering in person. It's definitely changed a lot since last year, Melissa nodded. We're pretty much in the final stretch. Black Whip and Gear Shift are all we have left to do, and they have been the harder quirks to implement, plus there's all the balancing of the other quirks to keep in mind. Katsuki's phone suddenly started buzzing, so he picked it up and checked his notifications. He was getting money transferred from all his classmates. Of course, he thought. It's payday for everyone. He checked his own balance and saw that his earnings had been deposited, too. He would send the funds to Melissa once everyone was done sending him money. What about you, Bakugou? Melissa asked. Is hero work going well? Same old thing, he responded. And how is Deku? I feel so bad that I don't talk to him often, but I am just awful at keeping secrets. Is he liking teaching? Yeah, it's fine. That's good. I feel like we might be done in the next year or so I'm gonna keep working hard to finish it. I can't thank you enough, Bakugou. This has been the most fun I've had on a project since Uncle Might's suit 7 years ago. Don't sweat it, Katsuki said. Look, I'll go now. Is there anything else you wanted? Nope. Melissa chirped. Just letting you know progress is good, and we'll let you know if we need anything else. All right. Later. He hung up the call and closed the app, getting up from his chair and collapsing on his bed. Along with the notifications that he was being sent money, their group chat without Deku was also filling up with messages. Kaminari Bakugou, did you get my payment? Ashido mine too. I keep worrying it didn't go through. Kaminari YIPPE Bakugou, I got them Uraraka. How is the suit coming along, Bakugou? Iida, any updates on when it will be finished? Bakugou Kirishima, whoa, that's so soon. Are you gonna tell Midoriya? Pink hair and glasses said it could be done in the next year. Bakugou Kaminari ulala. Degree. Dumbass, I already said I am not telling him anything until it's 100% done. Gotta be Mr. Perfectionist for Midoriya? Todoroki? When are you and Midoriya's days off? I'd like to see you guys. Uraraka, me too. Kirishima, same. Juru, yeah, we miss you too. Iida, I would like to as well. Bakugou, I will fucking end you. Ashido, let's have a Class A reunion. Bakugou. Deku's day off is Sunday. I don't take days off unless it's important. Kaminari, seeing your buddies isn't important, Kacchan? Sad face. Kaminari, ouch. Kirishima, Bakugou, shut the fuck up and don't call me that. Bakugou, let us know if you want to come hang out one day. I'll message Midoriya and tell him I want to catch up. Ashido Kuati, Kirishima, Bakugou, catch up with him yourself. I already see the damn nerd every day. Bakugou, fuck you, I'm leaving now. We do want to see you too. Man, I'm free Sunday, so think about taking a day off. Bakugou K. Katsuki tossed his phone on the floor and stretched out on the bed. Nearly 6 years had passed since graduation, and his classmates were still the same. He sighed. They were annoying, but they were good people. They were doing this for Deku's sake and at his own request. It was very humbling when he went to them, basically begging for money, but they were very gracious about it, asking what else they could do to help and swearing up and down that they wouldn't let a single peep of the project be revealed to Deku. Deep down, he had to admit that he sometimes enjoyed their company. It was very easy for people to get on Katsuki's nerves and for him to get sick of them, but he had to agree that he wanted to see how they were. His last interaction with a former classmate who wasn't Deku was over a month ago when he was teamed up with Kirishima and that steel clone of him to help with a villain situation. However, other than texting, Class A rarely saw each other. It was just part of the job, and no one was to blame for it. Katsuki sighed and reached for his phone, opening up his chat with Deku and feeling his stomach flip at seeing the previous message, which was Deku accepting his apology. Deku Kacchan, hey nerd, wanna get lunch with our loser classmates on Sunday? Absolutely. Kirishima already asked if I was available. Wait, are you gonna take a day off? Deku, okay. As long as you'll be fine. Kacchan. Yes Kacchan, I won't go homeless missing one day of work, moron. Deku, I just worry about you. Kacchan, carrot, but yes, I'll message the others and hopefully we can get a few of them to come to lunch with us. Deku, let's look around after you finish tomorrow to find a new place to eat. Kacchan, okay. Deku _, chapter end notes. Katsuki Bakugou, winner of the Driest Texture Award. Kacchan, okay. Chapter 4 chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was so nice to have that lunch yesterday, wasn't it, Kacchan? Don't act like you weren't excited to see everyone. I wasn't. Izuku and Katsuki hopped off the train and walked into the city's bustling streets. The air was bitingly cold, and a weak fog still lingered in front of them. It seemed the temperature would drop dramatically before warming up again for summer, so the two men were bundled up to protect themselves from the cold. Izuku had his multicolored scarf on, along with a regular navy blue hoodie, and Katsuki wore his most expensive piece of clothing. He had a mustard yellow puffer jacket that his parents had gotten for him as a birthday gift. This meant the cold was attacking everywhere else, and Izuku could feel that his freckled cheeks and the tip of his nose were ice cold. He kept his hands stuck deep in his pockets and his arms close to his body, trying to absorb all the body heat he could to prevent shivering. Katsuki was only wearing his hero costume under his jacket, but since it was made to keep him warm, he probably didn't even need the extra layers. Izuku was the one who managed to convince him to wear something on top, which he reluctantly agreed to. I saw how happy you were to see Kirishima, smiled Izuku. Clouds of hot air formed around his mouth as he spoke. He's the only one I can tolerate for more than 5 minutes. Katsuki's face was half buried in his jacket, so his voice was muffled. It was nice to see so many people from our class, but it was a shame Yaoyorozu, Juru and Kaminari had to leave so early. Heroes really have no time to spare, huh? Katsuki wasn't paying attention now. He was scrolling through his phone, looking at his many notifications. There was a message from Melissa thanking him for sending the funds for the suit. There were a few from the suit group chat, which he ignored since Izuku had a bad habit of peeking over his shoulders and reading his texts. There were a few emails from his sidekicks and employees at the agency updating him on their schedule for the new week. Katsuki glanced at Izuku subtly. He was still talking about their lunch yesterday. What do you think, Kacchan? Katsuki froze, no idea what he was asking. He scrambled to think of a blanket statement response. The food was good. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it was delicious. I'd definitely go there again. In fact, He paused and took his hand out of his pockets, patting down his body in a panic. Oh, no. What? That just reminded me. I had leftovers from yesterday's outing, and I put them in the fridge to bring today for lunch, Izuku groaned. Katsuki chuckled. Forgetting your lunch? That's a first. You're always coming to work with that enormous backpack. He slapped the faded yellow bag that was on Izuku's shoulders. I thought you were bringing a fucking buffet with you every day. I don't always bring this bag, Izuku muttered. Damn it. It'll be bad by the time I get home. Just eat the food from the cafeteria, Katsuki said. No, I have a lot of work to get done, and I need that time. That's why I wanted to bring the leftovers in the first place, so I could heat them up in the staff room. Izuku sighed and realized they were at the spot in the road where they parted ways. Ah, it'll be all right. Kacchan. I'll just make myself a big dinner tonight. He waved goodbye to a deep-in-thought Katsuki as he walked towards UA. See you this afternoon. Today, Izuku and his students were practicing with their quirks at the USJ, just as he had 8 years ago. He was there with Aizawa and Class 1A, and they were preparing to work in teams to improve their analysis of rescue missions. Usually, hero work took place in the afternoon, but Aizawa and Izuku agreed to give them at least one full day to explore the USJ and familiarize themselves with it. Being a hero is all about saving people from perilous situations, began Aizawa. This does not always involve detaining another person. A lot of the situations pros are called in to take care of are things like landslides, car crashes, or someone being stuck on a high building. They must also be able to traverse natural disasters like tornadoes and tsunamis. We train you for every situation, and we want you to be able to handle it calmly. It could be a small house fire or a collapsing building. You treat both of them with the same goal in mind. Saving people. In addition, we want you to try and go beyond your limits and try things outside your comfort zone, Izuku added. For example, if you have a flame quirk, you might think you would not do as well if you were called to assist in a fire. But we want to help you grow and practice your critical thinking so you can help others without using your quirk if placed in an unfamiliar situation. Midoriya is right, said Aizawa. Don't get complacent and only focus on training in areas that mesh well with your quirk. It'll lead to some bad habits. He pulled out a notepad and flipped it open. Alright, there are 40 of you, so we'll split you up into 10 teams of 4 and mix the classes. Midoriya and I will walk around and give you pointers as you need them. Of course, come and ask if you want any assistance. Izuku wandered around the USJ, speaking to and helping his students. Some were acting out a rescue scene and wanted his advice on how to speak to an injured and scared victim. Some asked him for his opinion on their weaknesses and where they could improve. He was walking through the ruined city area of the USJ, having checked on almost all of his students, when a familiar face came running up to him. Big bro Sensei. Koda called out. Could you come check on us? Izuku smiled. Sure. Koda, another boy, and a girl were standing around a ruined building, looking up. When Izuku followed their gaze, he saw another girl he didn't recognize standing inside the building. Are you all right up there? Izuku shouted. Yep, she yelled back. Izuku watched as she climbed over a window ledge and stretched out her legs, continuing until her feet touched the ground. Then, with a snap, her body followed down, and she stood there with a grin. Whoa! What an interesting quirk! Izuku exclaimed. You must be in class 1A. Yes. Aizawa-sensei told us all about you, she said. He said you're a real genius when it comes to analysis, so go on, guess what my quirk is. Izuku put one hand on his chin and thought for a second. Then, as the cogs in his brain turned, he started muttering. Well, you clearly have the ability to stretch out your legs to a huge degree, which is a great quirk for a hero. It's sort of like Mount Lady's gigantification but without the limitation of only going from one size to another. But can you only stretch your legs out, or is it other parts as well? And how far out can you stretch? That building's about 15 meters high, but it didn't seem to be too challenging for you. In that case, you could probably find out how far you can stretch by doing training similar to what Zero used to do by that. I mean stretching out as far as you can and keep going further to strengthen your muscles and increase the total length at which you can stretch. Oh, and you could also use your stretchiness to capture villains in a sort of binding attack, like how Kamui Woods does. Additionally, it's great for rescues in a lot of ways. You can reach up to high places and rescue them like that. Or you could get through debris and reach people trapped under rubble. Or you could pull people out of dangerous water, or carry a lot of first aid, or… Sensei? Izuku snapped out of his state and turned to his befuddled students. They all looked confused, except for Koda, who was giggling to himself. Sorry, Izuku squeaked. I tend to get caught up in myself. I'm so sorry about that. The girl's face went from confusion to amazement. I only wanted you to try and guess what my quirk was, but you figured me out so fast. A huge grin spread across her face, and she held her hand up, pinching one finger. So it's called rubber band. You basically got it all right. I can stretch my body really far and then snap all the way back. She showed it off by pulling back her pointer finger and then releasing it, letting it return to its original size. Currently, my limit is about 25 meters. And the further I go, the bigger the snap, so to speak, which causes me a bit of disorientation for a few seconds. Oh, and my name's Harucho. Hero name, snap back. Harucho finished her introduction with a wide grin and proud hands on her hips. Koda, who had been standing next to her, turned to his teacher. Hey, Midoriya-sensei, how come we haven't chosen hero names yet? You usually pick them after the sports festival, Izuku explained. Of course, that doesn't stop you from coming up with one before that. You could pick one now if you wanted. Koda's face turned red. Yeah. Maybe I will. Anyway, I wanted to ask you for your help with an idea I had. Yes, what was it? Well, last week, you told me that I could try working on the water pressure, so my attacks could be a lot more powerful. But I had an idea where, well, Koda put his hand out and expelled water from his palms. It was a very small stream of water. I was thinking about it with Harucho, and she said that if she grabbed civilians from a high building and passed them onto my water stream, I could slowly bring them down to the ground. But I don't really know how to control the pressure. Harucho put a hand on her classmate's shoulder. You just need a person to practice on, Izumi. Which is why we have Midoriya-sensei here as the test subject. Koda's eyes widened. But he'll get drenched. I can't do that. I have a classmate in 1A who has a wind quirk, suggested Harucho. When we're done, she can dry him off. Izuku smiled at his students. It's actually not a bad idea, Harucho. He pulled off his shoes and black blazer and undid his tie, leaving only his white button-up shirt and pants on. I'll be the helpless civilian up in the wreckage of the building, and you can get me down. Are you sure? What if I mess up? What if you fall? I'll catch him, Harucho said triumphantly. Don't stress too much, Izumi. For the next half an hour, Izuku helped Koda control the water pressure coming from his hands and was brought down on a water sprout, leaving his body completely soaked in water. It was a small price to pay because nothing could beat the joy on Koda's face when he managed to get Izuku down from the highest floor and onto the ground with no issues. As he high-fived his students, Aizawa came over with his notepad in hand. Midoriya, we're going to get ready to leave in 10 minutes. He stared down Izuku, who was damp from head to toe. I'm assuming you have a spare change of clothes with you. Sawayakana can dry him off, piped up Harucho. Izuku smiled at Aizawa, who shook his head. All right. He walked away as Harucho called over her classmate, and Izuku was dried off. His hair and shirt were still a little damp and messy, but he felt somewhat refreshed. Big bro Midoriya, whispered Koda as Izuku pulled on his blazer. Thanks for helping me. Sorry you got all wet. The young boy didn't like calling his teacher anything other than Sensei. In front of his classmates, he was still a teenage boy, afraid of what others thought. Izuku smiled and put a hand on his head. Anytime, Koda. It's my job to help you out. Class 1A and 1B headed back to the UA campus just in time for lunch. Izuku was relieved he had a lot of work to catch up on, and he was honestly just a little tired out from all the training he'd done with his students. Plus, knowing he didn't have lunch to eat made him feel a little sad. So when the bus stopped outside of the UA gate, and the classes got off, the last thing they expected to hear was a loud voice calling for Izuku just outside the gate. Oi, sensei. Izuku and his students whipped their heads towards the gate and saw the pro-hero Dynamite standing there. A couple of girls squealed. Is that Dynamite? Holy crap. Great explosion murder god Dynamite? I've seen him on TV, he's so cool. Where? I don't see him, he's so hot, you have weird taste. Do you think he'll let me get an autograph? No way, man. He's a total jerk to people. Nah. My sister met him once, and he was nice to her. He even took a selfie. You're full of. Hey, don't push. Izuku stared at Katsuki, who was grinning. He quickly diverted his attention back to his class, which he held back with his arms outstretched. Everyone inside, please. This was met with a collective groan. It's better to be inside the barrier. I'll go talk to Dynamite. Can you ask him to visit our class, sensei? Asked one kid. Many others chimed in agreement. I've got to find out what he's here for first, Izuku said. Inside, now. His students reluctantly walked inside, craning their necks to try and get a glimpse of the pro. Once the last student was inside, Izuku rushed over to Katsuki, who was still smirking at him. He had one hand on his hip and a small plastic bag in the other. Kacchan. Izuku blurted out. What are you? I'll have you know, sensei, that it's actually Dynamite when I'm on duty, he grinned. Izuku rolled his eyes. What are you doing here? Katsuki lifted the plastic bag. Lunch. He thrust it into Izuku's hands. Izuku spluttered. Lunch? He unwrapped the bag, and there was a takeaway box from the place he and his classmates had gotten food the day before. He looked up at Katsuki, then looked back down at the box. He opened it, and it was fresh katsudon. He nearly dropped the bag in shock. Kacchan, you didn't have to, Izuku stammered. Like you said, the leftovers in your fridge will be off when you get home. Might as well get you a replacement, Katsuki said. But it's still warm. I flew from that place right here. You remembered what I ate yesterday? Katsuki scoffed. Course I did. Wasn't hard. You get the same thing every time we go out. He paused. To eat. Kacchan, he sighed and lifted his head to meet his friend's eyes. You really didn't have to buy me lunch. How much was it? I'll pay you back. For fuck's sake, Deku, he sighed heavily. You don't have to pay me back. It's fine. Just go to your office and eat it. Don't swear on campus, Kacchan, Izuku said. I swore on campus all the time and turned out fine. I just don't want my students to hear. They're watching you right now. What? Izuku turned to where Katsuki pointed and saw multiple heads peeking over a window. When he made eye contact, the heads all dropped below the ledge, and Katsuki snickered. Good kids. He picked up his gauntlets, which were down by his feet. Gotta bounce. I'll see. He stopped and stared at Izuku for a few seconds. Where's your tie? My tie? Izuku repeated. Oh, yeah. He undid his blazer and fished into his chest pocket, pulling out the red fabric. Katsuki felt heat rush to his cheeks. With the blazer unbuttoned, he could see Izuku's damp white shirt clinging to his lightly tanned skin, leaving little to the imagination. He averted his eyes. You're drenched, he stated, putting down his gauntlets. Not really. I was helping Koda with his quirk, so I got a little wet. I had to take off my blazer and tie. I'm mostly dry now. Let me do it again. Katsuki snatched the tie from Izuku's hand and looped it around his neck. He pushed the blazer off his shoulders, so it now clung to Izuku's elbows. Wait, Kacchan? Weren't you about to leave? Katsuki ignored him and kept his eyes on Izuku's collarbone as he redid the knot he'd done so many times before. He finished it off with a tighten and then turned around to leave again. See you later. Izuku didn't even get a chance to say anything before Katsuki blasted off into the air again, leaving him stunned. He blinked and stared at the food in his hand. Shaking his head, he fixed up his blazer and held the plastic bag tight as he darted back into the school. Midoriya-sensei, I didn't know you were friends with Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. When Izuku returned to his class, all eyes were on him, eager for an explanation of his relationship with the pro-hero. He sighed. Look, we have to get through this before the next class, so. I know that they were friends in school, announced Koda. They were in the hero course together. Murmurs of interest rippled across the classroom. Is that true, sensei? Yes, Kacchan and I were in the hero course together. But we've actually known each other? Kacchan? Cried the class in unison. I mean, Dynamite. We're childhood friends. Why do you call him Kacchan? Isn't that a little girly? How long have you known each other? What's his real name, sensei? Does he call you Midori-chan? Why was he doing your tie? How does his quirk work? I've always wanted to ask him. Izuku groaned. He didn't want to engage with his class about this topic, but they had backed him into a corner. He suddenly threw his hands down on his podium, creating a loud sound that shut all his students up. You guys know I'm not strict. But we're wasting time right now, and you're asking me very personal questions about me and very personal questions about a pro-hero, which is very invasive. Maybe we need to do a revision on hero etiquette before we get to the main lesson. The class was silent. Izuku was a very patient teacher, but when he got serious, they knew when to stop messing around. So they all kept their mouths shut. Izuku smiled. Thank you. Listen, I've talked to Dynamite about maybe coming in for a lesson one day. If you behave, I can bring it up to him again. Deal. Yes, sensei. The final bell rang, and Izuku was exhausted. After his lesson, the hero course went back to the USJ to finish out the day with more quirk training. He had consulted with 40 students and was running on empty. He made a mental note to profusely thank Katsuki for the lunch because he may have passed out from exhaustion if he hadn't eaten. Izuku walked down the path towards the coffee shop, scrolling through his phone as he did. He continuously checked the news about the recent hero situations to keep up with what his friends were doing. He saw flashes of Uraraka, Iida and Todoroki in the headlines. There was even a new one on Katsuki that he hadn't read yet. Excitedly, he clicked on it, but as he was engrossed in his phone, he bumped into someone on the pathway who fell backwards. Izuku immediately shoved his phone in his pocket. I am so sorry. Are you okay? The person who fell was a short, middle-aged man with thin, grayish-brown hair. He looked tired as he opened his eyes and saw Izuku reaching out his hand. Oh, young man. Do my eyes deceive me? He said breathlessly. Are you the young hero from 8 years ago? Goodness me. Your hero name escapes me now. Izuku pulled the man to his feet. Sir, I do deeply apologize. I wasn't looking where I was going. It was entirely my fault. Are you hurt at all? The man laughed. Oh, no, son. Takes more than a fall for these old bones to break. But, really, the hero name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh yeah. My name's Izuku Midoriya, but my hero name was Deku. The man snapped his fingers. That's what it was, Deku. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. I'm just glad to hear I didn't injure you, sir. Oh, it's quite all right, Deku. Say, you really haven't aged a day, have you? Huh, you think so? Oh yes. Not like some of the other heroes from back in the day. Bah. They were under so much stress they looked like me while in their 20s. Well, I'm not actually a hero anymore. Izuku smiled, then bowed at the man. I'm very sorry, but I must be off now. I apologize again. The older man gave Izuku a short wave as he turned and started walking to the coffee shop. So, Midoriya, did you like the lunch the boss brought you? The secretary greeted Izuku as soon as he walked through the glass doors of Katsuki's hero agency. Oh, you knew about that? Well, he certainly doesn't bring lunch to just anyone, so when he said he would be heading out to UA with a bag full of takeaway, putting the pieces together didn't take much thinking. Oh, yeah. I just forgot my lunch today. It was a really nice thing of him to do. Hell yeah, it was. The door to the staff room swung open, and Katsuki was there with his puffy jacket in hand. Don't expect me to do it again if you're too dumb to remember your own lunch. I'm not your mom. I won't forget again, Kacchan. TCH. Katsuki turned to face the lobby, where a few of his employees were. Alright, losers, I'm outta here. You got Solitaire at the front desk to take orders from. The employees all nodded back and waved as Katsuki and Izuku left the building. Who's Solitaire? Izuku asked. Secretary. I caught her playing it on her computer once, and I never let her live it down. He took the coffee cup from Izuku's hand and took a long sip. Wait, you were cool with it? I'm not some kind of evil shithead who would fire someone over a card game, Deku. Yeah, she shouldn't have done but it was like 11 p.m., and we were empty. No big deal. Plus, she's damn good at doing paperwork which bores the fuck out of me. I'm not giving her up to go help the other morons. I see. Katsuki coughed. So. Izuku looked at him. Yeah? He ran his hand through his blonde hair. Tell me about your students. Izuku's face brightened, and he smiled from ear to ear. You want to hear about my students? Yes. Katsuki forced out through gritted teeth. I know you're forcing yourself, but I'm so happy you asked. I ain't forcing. But Katsuki knew Izuku didn't hear him as he began talking about his students, their quirks, and their training. He rambled all the way from Katsuki's agency to the train station and continued all the way into the journey. He was so happy he didn't even realize how tired he was until halfway into a sentence, he fell asleep on Katsuki's shoulder, the sound of the train soothing him into a slumber. Chapter end note. Sorry if you're not a big fan of OCS in fics like these. I just felt I had to add a bit of interaction with Deku and his students, otherwise this chapter would be like 1500 words too short lol. The story focuses more on Kacchan and Deku anyway, so the OC students won't be showing up too much. Hope you all enjoyed. Chapter 5 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Deku. Hey, Deku. Deku stirred slowly as Katsuki tapped him on the shoulder. His half-lidded green eyes searched his surroundings before landing on Katsuki's crimson ones. Kacchan. We're home. Up you get, nerd. Deku stretched and got to his feet, nearly tripping. He gripped the pole next to the chair and steadied himself. Did I fall asleep? He yawned. Katsuki rolled his eyes. What does it feel like to you? He got to his feet and headed towards the door with a sluggish Deku following behind him. He kept yawning as they walked, and his eyes were red from him rubbing them. I don't even remember passing out, he murmured. Sorry for falling asleep on you. Whatever, Katsuki said. I can't believe you yapped so much you dozed off. Oh yeah, you asked about my students. Deku turned to face Katsuki and smiled, his face still filled with exhaustion. That was nice of you. Thank you, Kacchan. Katsuki blushed. Deku looked like he might fall right into his arms, given his tired state. His face was tinted pink, and his eyes still weren't all the way open. His voice was a lot softer, too, and it made Katsuki's chest fill with a strange feeling. He averted his eyes. Yeah, whatever, was what he settled on as a reply. And, Deku paused to yawn. I really do need to thank you for bringing me lunch. I was so tired after the USJ. I don't think I would have made it through the afternoon on an empty stomach. It's fine, Deku. You're such a thoughtful friend, Kacchan. I know you try to hide it, but really, you do care, don't you? Katsuki paused and allowed himself to breathe before thinking of something to say. He was really not liking how Deku was making him feel. His stomach felt like it was in the Olympics for gymnastics because of how much it was flipping around. It was an emotion he didn't have a word for. Nervousness was the closest thing he could come up with, but that just pissed him off more. Why would being around Deku make him nervous? He'd known the damn nerd for over 20 years now. They basically knew each other inside and out. There were times when he didn't know what Deku was feeling, and that pissed him off. It didn't make him nervous. Nothing made him nervous. He wanted to reply to Deku with a sarcastic comment, but the silence between them was too long now. Katsuki was so engrossed in thought that he'd walked to his apartment on autopilot. He didn't even realize he was there until he started reaching for his keys, which were in his jacket pocket. Then he turned around and saw Deku still behind him, struggling to keep his eyes open. What did you follow me home for, stalker? Deku's eyes nearly burst out of his skull. He stood up straight and whipped his head back and forth as if trying to come up with a reasonable explanation as to why he was on Katsuki's heels. Oh, crap. Sorry, Kacchan, He was interrupted by another long yawn, which forced him to put one hand on the brick wall to steady himself. When he finished, he looked at Katsuki with the same fatigued eyes he'd had all evening. I'm so sorry, Kacchan. I wasn't even thinking. I was just putting one foot in front of the other, and I followed you. Truth is, I'm completely exhausted. I'm so tired from today that I could fall asleep on your doorstep. Katsuki kept staring at his childhood friend in silence. The shitty nerd couldn't even stand up properly. If he tried walking the 1-minute trip across the road to his own apartment, he might end up as roadkill. Katsuki put both hands on his hips and sighed. I'm not carrying you home, Deku. His green eyes closed, and he nodded his head. I know. Sorry, Kacchan. I can walk myself home, don't worry. Deku turned to go back down the stairs, wobbling as he held the handrail tightly. That's not what I meant. Deku turned around at the sound of Katsuki unlocking his door and opening it. Katsuki stood out of the way and held the door open for Deku to come inside. I'm not carrying you home, so just crash at my place tonight. Deku's eyes widened, and it looked like his knees were about to buckle. What? Are you sure? It's not like this is the first time, right? Deku merely shook his head. But it has been a while, Kacchan, so Do you need anything from your house? Katsuki cut him off. Deku shook his head again. Then get inside. The cold's gonna get in. Deku nervously looked Katsuki up and down before shuffling into the inviting apartment. Katsuki locked the door behind the two and removed his shoes, prompting Deku to do the same. He then turned to look at him, narrowing his blood-red eyes. Do you feel sick? Fever or anything? Deku shook his head again. Not sick. Just sleepy. He inhaled sharply, showing his nose was not blocked. Just to be sure. Katsuki put the back of his hand on Deku's forehead, but his temperature wasn't unusual. He sighed. Wait here. Katsuki went into his room and pulled out a pair of his pajamas. He had about 5 pairs of the exact same pants and tops, so it wouldn't matter which one he gave to his guest. He walked back out and saw Deku nearly asleep again against the wall. He rolled his eyes and shoved the clothes into Deku's chest. Don't sleep yet. Get changed and give me your work clothes, he instructed. Deku must have been on the absolute verge of passing out because he put up no fight, walked like a zombie into Katsuki's room, and shut the door. Katsuki waited until he re-emerged with his clothes squished up in a ball. The clothes he'd been given were probably just a little too big for him, as the tank top showed a lot of the top of his chest, and the pants were so long they covered his feet. And, looking at it a little closely, it looked like Deku'd put the shirt on backwards. Idiot. Why didn't need to? Deku yawned again, and Katsuki suppressed his own urge to yawn. To wash him, Kacchan. Deku. Are you gross? Didn't you say you trained with that water twerp today? Your clothes have been drenched? Don't say that, about Kota. Deku stumbled over his words. Katsuki rolled his eyes and yanked the clothes out of Deku's arms. In my bed. Now. Deku frowned. But, I always sleep, on your couch. Not this time. I've got shit to do out here, and I'm not going to tiptoe around the living room so I don't wake your ass up. Turn around, go into my room, lie on my bed and sleep. Deku lowered his head in defeat. He slowly walked into Katsuki's room, and just before he shut the door, he turned his head and smiled weakly. Why still gonna do my tie tomorrow, Kacchan? Katsuki shook his head. Of course he was thinking about that. Course I will, you damn nerd. Not like you can do it yourself. It took Deku about 30 seconds to completely crash out. Katsuki stared at the sight of him sleeping for way too long, but it was sort of hypnotic. The way his chest rose and fell with each breath, the peaceful look on his face, the way his hair occasionally succumbed to gravity and fell onto his forehead. Katsuki could see every detail, every scar on his arm, every blemish on his skin. Eventually, he managed to snap out of the weird staring and close the door. He dropped Deku's clothes into a small plastic bag and left it by the front door. He didn't have a washing machine or a dryer in his home, so he did all his laundry at the laundromat, which was right around the corner. He'd take Deku's clothes there after dinner. Dinner, which, of course, was instant ramen again. He was so hungry he even had 2 cups. Then he thought about the next morning before work. Did Deku eat breakfast? Katsuki didn't, so he never bothered making anything. But he should make something for him, right? What if he didn't eat breakfast? Then Katsuki would have wasted his money. No, even if Deku never ate breakfast at his own house, he was far too much of a wimp to turn down food someone had made for him. So, should he even bother? After debating with himself, he ultimately decided to make breakfast for Deku. It would be seen as a nice thing to do. But if Deku was so tired after only missing 1 meal, he should definitely be eating more. It was for the damn nerd's own good. He made a quick list of groceries he could get while waiting for the laundry. Katsuki pulled off his shirt and threw it in the plastic bag with Deku's clothes. If he was going to the laundromat, he might as well wash his costume. He was undoing his belt when he realized he'd have to go into his room to get a jumper or something to put on. Fucking hell. Deku was pretty damn tired, so he wouldn't wake up to just the sound of Katsuki ruffling around in his room, would he? He sighed and cautiously opened his door, holding his breath. Deku hadn't moved from where he slept, which was a good sign. He crept over to his wardrobe. Luckily, he'd left it open when he'd grabbed pajamas for Deku. Katsuki pulled down one black jumper from where all his jackets were hanging up and peeked over at Deku. Still sleeping. He slowly continued, opening up his drawers to get a pair of cargo pants. As he turned to leave, he saw Deku sitting up on his elbows out of the corner of his eye and dropped the clothing in his arms. Shit, he whispered. He rushed over to Deku and put his hands on his shoulders. He could push down with little to no effort, and when his eyes darted onto Deku's face, he could see that his green eyes were barely open. Katsuki pushed Deku back down onto the mattress, trying to get him back to sleep. He really didn't want him to wake up. If he struggled just to walk properly before, he desperately needed a proper long rest. Katsuki barely caught the breathy noise Deku made, particularly because it came from his left side. Deku's eyes were slightly more open, and he could see his blown-out pupils. His eyes darted from Katsuki's face and traveled down, and he could see the wheels turning in his mind when he realized Katsuki was shirtless. Katsuki also realized what it must look like from an outsider's perspective, so he quickly shoved Deku's body back down so he was lying flat and leaned into his ear. Sleep, Deku, he hissed. Deku barely nodded, his curls tickling Katsuki's face as he pulled away. He grabbed the clothes he had dropped and dashed out of the room, shutting the door as quietly as possible. Katsuki's mind replayed what had just happened as he changed into his newly retrieved clothes. How he'd leant over Deku's half-asleep body and shoved him back down onto the mattress. How wide Deku's eyes had gotten when he realized he was shirtless. His face heated up with shame. It shouldn't have even mattered, right? They'd changed in front of each other. They'd been in locker rooms together. It wasn't anything Deku hadn't seen before, but it felt so much more intimate than it should have, even though it wasn't, and all Katsuki was trying to do was get the damn nerd back to sleep. God, would Deku try to ask him about it in the morning? He might not remember it due to being so exhausted. Could Katsuki get away with feigning ignorance? For fuck's sake, why was he worried? He hadn't even done anything wrong. Pissed off, he stomped over towards the front door with the plastic bag in hand, grabbed his keys, and left his apartment, heading for the laundromat. 3 hours later, Katsuki returned with a bag full of clean clothes and another bag filled with groceries. He dropped them both in the living room, took his hearing aid out and kicked off his shoes. He was starting to get pretty damn tired himself. Katsuki took the clean clothes out and folded up Deku's, making a small pile. He picked them up and very carefully opened his door, keeping his eyes locked on the bed. Deku didn't stir. Slowly, he crept over to his chair and placed his work clothes on it, then darted out. Deku didn't move. Silently, he breathed a sigh of relief as he shut the door again. He then collected his hero costume and placed it over one of the dining table seats. Then, he took the shopping bag and put the small amount of groceries he'd bought into the pantry. Katsuki was starting to yawn, so he closed the pantry door, double-checked all his locks, shut off the light and crawled onto the couch. As he drifted off, he realized he had forgotten to get himself a blanket. There was a spare one in his room, but he was too tired to get up. He was sure he'd wake up shivering in the morning, but he just couldn't bring himself to care. Katsuki woke to the abrupt sound of his alarm. He liked a loud one because he had slept through an alarm multiple times due to his left ear, and 2 because it ensured he was 100% awake and wouldn't drift back off to sleep. But his immediate thought when he jolted back into consciousness was Deku, who needed the rest. He practically broke the screen pressing the snooze button, and tiptoed over to his room to place his good ear against the door and listen for any signs of life. After a minute, he could leave the door and head for the shower. He'd specifically chosen to wake up a little earlier so he could make Deku breakfast. As he closed the curtain and let the boiling shower water hit his skin, Katsuki let his mind wander as he fully woke up. This was the first time in a while that Deku had stayed over. Like he'd mentioned to him, he wasn't a stranger to it, but it wasn't something that happened often. Katsuki treasured his personal time, and other people very easily got on his nerves. Living alone was one of the best things that had ever happened to him. But if there was someone he didn't mind having over, it was Deku. He always took care of his own stuff and helped out with dishes and cleaning. He knew Katsuki well enough to be able to tell when he needed some space, and he was willing to give it to him. However, unlike all his other friends, Deku knew when Katsuki's alone time was up, and he needed someone else to be around. It was something he would never in a million years admit to his face, but Deku sometimes knew Katsuki better than he knew himself. And that was one of the things that pissed him off. Deku could read him well, but Katsuki couldn't read Deku at all. After all, the reason their relationship had deteriorated so much was because he didn't understand any of Deku's intentions. He thought the young boy was always looking down on him, pitying him, thinking he was superior, when he was the one who had no power of his own. It had taken Katsuki many years to unlearn his toxic way of thinking when it came to Deku, and he still had slip-ups. Sometimes, a sympathetic look would register as him thinking Katsuki was weak, and the insecure part of his mind would react more quickly than the rational part could. His hand curled up into a fist at the thought. He had changed. He knew better now. Deku cared about him, and there were not a lot of things in the world that would change that. Katsuki had bullied and shoved him away so many times, and he kept coming back. That said something about his persistence. Or maybe he was just an idiot. Shutting off the shower, Katsuki climbed out and dried himself off. He pulled on the clothes he had worn to bed. He didn't want to get anything on his hero costume while he cooked, so he just wear them again temporarily. He walked back out into the living room and picked up his hearing aid, affixing it to his left ear. Katsuki listened again for Deku. Nothing. Good. It meant he could get started on the cooking without any distractions. He had about an hour if he wanted to finish cooking in time to wake up Deku, have him eat, and still make the train. 45 minutes after Katsuki had started cooking, Deku emerged from Katsuki's room, rubbing his eyes. He was still in the pajamas he'd been given. About time, nerd, Katsuki called out from behind the kitchen top counter. He was just about finished with breakfast and was prepping their plates. Morning, Kacchan, Deku yawned. What are you making? Food, he responded plainly. Since you nearly passed out from lack of it yesterday, don't you dare say you're not hungry now. Wait. Deku walked over to the counter and tried to peer over. What did you make? Oi. Katsuki hid what he was doing with an empty plate. It's not done yet. Go take a shower, you bastard, then it'll be ready. Oh my god, is that fish? Deku stood on his toes, curious for a glimpse of breakfast. Get out! Katsuki shouted. Deku jumped and ran towards the bathroom. Katsuki sighed and continued prepping the dishes. He grabbed 2 bowls, placed a few scoops of rice in them, laid the egg on top, and then added the fish. He poured the miso soup into 2 cups, then laid out 2 pairs of chopsticks. Satisfied, he smirked at his creation. Katsuki was a damn good cook. He began cleaning up the dirty dishes he had made he didn't want to eat before Deku because he wanted to see the priceless look on that nerd's face when he saw the phenomenal breakfast he'd made. Katsuki was putting the last bowl in the sink when he heard footsteps from the hall. He turned around, expecting to see Deku in his work blazer, but his jaw nearly broke when he saw that Deku was standing there with a towel wrapped around his waist, hair dripping wet. Sorry, Kacchan, he stammered, clearly embarrassed. Where did you put my clothes? Katsuki stared at the floor tiles as he pinched the bridge of his nose. They're in my room, you idiot. I folded them up on the chair for you. Oh, you did? I'm so sorry, I didn't see them. Katsuki kept his eyes on the ground until he heard the sound of a door closing, then lifted his head. Was he dreaming? Was this some weird fucking fever dream, where he'd let Deku stay over and was cursed to have every awkward interaction known to man with him? He tried to remain calm. It was fine. It was fine to see Deku in just a towel, his chest and stomach shiny from the water. It was fine to know he was in Katsuki's room, changing. It was fine knowing he'd let him stay over while on the brink of passing out from exhaustion, even though he only lived a minute away. It was fine. Deku finally emerged from getting changed and shyly stood at the kitchen counter. So, is it ready yet? Katsuki slid the bowls down towards Deku, whose face brightened. Oh, whoa. This looks great, Kacchan. Of course it does, moron. I'm the one who made it. He took his own bowl and started eating. Deku was clearly enjoying the meal. He'd practically overflown his chopsticks with every bite. How long did this take you to make? Deku asked. Like 45 minutes, replied Katsuki. Oh, you must have gotten up so early, Kacchan. I hope you got enough rest. I'm not the one who nearly passed out in the stairwell, Deku. Deku blushed. Yeah, I really don't know what came over me. It was like all the sleep I'd gotten in the last week was taken, and I was so sleep deprived I could barely speak. To be honest, I still feel a little bit tired, more than I usually am in the mornings. But I'm better than last night. Deku looked down at his bowl as his chopsticks hit the plastic. Oh, I'm done. That was great. Thanks so much for making this, Kacchan. You're seriously spoiled, Deku, Katsuki scoffed. I bring you lunch and then make you breakfast, princess. Deku huffed, joining Katsuki behind the counter as he rinsed his bowl out. I'd forgotten how well you can cook when you actually have ingredients. This is probably the most food I've ever seen in your apartment, Kacchan. It was like Deku had just stomped on his heart. A mean scowl appeared on his face as soon as Katsuki processed what he said. When Deku didn't get a response to what he had said, he turned to look at Katsuki, only to immediately look scared at the expression on his face. I mean Kacchan, I'm sorry, that was really rude. Katsuki said nothing as he dropped his bowl in the sink and grabbed his hero costume from the dining table. He ignored Deku's calls for his name and locked himself in his room. What the fuck had Deku just said? That he knew how cheap Katsuki lived? That he looked down on him? Thought he was some kind of lowlife who didn't have enough money to take care of himself? As if he wasn't a responsible adult, who managed a full-time job, an agency and a house on his own. The cruel, disgusting part of his brain wanted to burst out there and rub it in his face. Explain the reason he lived so frugally was because he was putting all he could into getting Deku back into hero work. Oh, he knew that bastard would be groveling at his feet, begging for forgiveness in a heartbeat. He gritted his teeth and tried to breathe to calm down. He told himself to think logically, to think about it from his point of view. To recall all the cheesy advice he'd been given by doctors and psychiatrists who'd tried to get him to manage his anger. None of them lasted very long, but some of their words did leave an impact on how he dealt with things. Once his heart rate had slowed down, his mind started to clear, and he allowed his reasonable thoughts to come forward. Deku doesn't know why you live like this, he thought to himself. On the outside looking in, it probably seems a little fucking strange that you earn so much as a pro but live in such a bland shithole. Okay. His house wasn't a shithole, but compared to some of the other pro houses they'd visited, Katsuki wouldn't be winning any awards for interior decorating. He took a big gulp of air and sighed. He didn't know. It's not his fault. He didn't mean any harm. It's not your fault, either. You could have told him about the suit from the start. No one forced you to keep it a secret. But you wanted it to be a big fucking surprise, so shit like this happens. It's no one's fault. He doesn't think you're weak. He doesn't think you're a loser. Calm down. Katsuki changed into his hero costume and gathered everything he needed. He even decided to wear the stupid puffy jacket his mom and dad had gotten for him. Its designer, Katsuki. He mimicked under his breath. He opened the door to see Deku, who was cleaning up the rest of breakfast. Kacchan. He gasped. He ran over and lowered his head. I'm so sorry. That was incredibly rude of me. I shouldn't have said that about your home. I'm really sorry, Kacchan. I didn't mean it. It was just a stupid, bad joke. Katsuki didn't say anything. He just checked his phone and looked at the door. We should go. We might miss the train. Deku looked like he wanted to say something else, but Katsuki was reaching for his keys. Deku fiddled with his hands, trying to build up the courage to say something. As Katsuki was about to put his hand on the doorknob, Deku spoke. Kacchan. He spun around. What, Deku? God, he hated the way Deku spoke when he was scared. It made him feel sick to his stomach. Deku flinched. He reached into his pocket, looking anywhere but Katsuki's eyes. A flash of red emerged. Just my tie. Part of Katsuki wanted to walk outside and slam the door in his face. Part of him wanted to cup his face in his hands and hold him until he felt better. Part of him wanted to scream at him to learn to do his own damn tie. Part of him wanted to drag Deku back to his bed and lie there with him all day, stroking his soft green hair until he fell asleep as if they had no responsibilities. All these conflicting feelings were bubbling inside him like a volcano threatening to erupt, and at the height of his anger, Katsuki took a deep breath, looked Deku right in the eye and held out his hand. Sure. I got it. Chapter end notes. Okay. Yes. I did already update like 7 hours ago. But these loser gay people are infecting my brain and making me write this shit at lightning speed. So take another chapter. And I'll be back tomorrow too. Enjoy. P.S. I am not an expert on Japanese food, so please forgive me for any mistakes there. Gomenasai and all that. Less than 3. Chapter 6 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki and Izuku were silent on their walk to the train station. Izuku realized as soon as he stepped into the freezing cold that he'd forgotten to put on his hoodie, so he pushed his hands into his pockets, covered his nose with his scarf and kept any complaining to himself. He'd managed to make Katsuki angry already, and he felt awful. After they'd left his apartment, he hadn't spoken another word, but Izuku's stomach filled up with guilt. Reading his emotions was impossible. He was scowling at him in 1 minute, being softly spoken in the next, and now he wasn't making a peep. Izuku had gotten so used to being able to joke around with his friend that he hadn't stopped to think about what he was implying. He didn't care how Katsuki chose to live. As long as he was happy and healthy, that was all he should be worried about. And Katsuki had been thoughtful enough to make him a delicious breakfast. Izuku slapped himself mentally. What a stupid thing to say after such a kind action was done for him. The train ride was also silent. Izuku still sat next to Katsuki, but he made a conscious effort not to touch him. He'd already fallen asleep on him the day before. Izuku was sure that was one of the reasons Katsuki was mad. He wasn't a big fan of physical touch. So he kept his hands firmly on his knees and tried his best to remain still. Even as the swaying of the train was luring him into sleep, he fought to stay awake. As they reached their stop, Izuku still expected to be met with silence. But when they stepped off the platform and onto the streets, Katsuki turned to him. Izuku. Goosebumps shot up Izuku's entire body. He felt electrified, as if 1,000 currents were running up and down his skin. His fingertips were tingly, and he felt his entire body getting warmer. He slowly turned and met Katsuki's soft gaze. "Yeah? I am sorry." He tilted his head down slightly, then met Izuku's wide eyes again. "I acted like an asshole. I'm sorry for being a prissy brat. You didn't do anything wrong." A small smile appeared on Izuku's lips. Katsuki was acting like the good-hearted person Izuku knew he could be. He felt the terrible feeling in his stomach drain out and shook his head. "Thank you, Kacchan," he started. "But I am also sorry for making fun of you. It was wrong." "I make fun of you all the time, Deku," Katsuki responded, reverting back to the nickname. "It's only fair." "Yes, but how you live isn't my business. It's not my place to make jokes. I don't know your reasons for why you live, but it's not my business. As long as you're safe, that's all I care about." Katsuki's mouth was closed, and his lips formed a very thin line. He didn't reply, simply nodding and continuing to walk. "Also, and I'm not trying to excuse myself, but Kacchan, I am so tired," Izuku admitted. "I know I got a lot of sleep last night, and I should expect to be a little tired in the morning, but I already feel so exhausted. I don't know what's wrong with me." Katsuki frowned. "Maybe you are sick." "I don't feel sick," Izuku said. "I feel perfectly healthy, except for the fact that all I want to do is sleep for the rest of my life." He paused. "Maybe I should see a doctor." That was news to Katsuki's ears. Izuku was always putting his self-preservation to the side and wouldn't have noticed if his own damn hands were cut off if he was too focused on helping someone. "But I don't want to take a day off. It's so early in the semester, and there's so much work to get through. My students are working so hard I don't want to disappoint them." Ah, that sounded more like Izuku. "Okay, if I'm not better by tomorrow morning, I'll go to the doctor." He turned to Katsuki. "What do you think?" "As long as you don't drop dead in the middle of your class," he shrugged. "Kacchan." "Oh, by the way." They'd reached their parting point, so Katsuki turned to leave. "You were so tired last night that you put your clothes on backwards. It was quite amusing." "What?" Izuku cried. "Kacchan, that's so embarrassing. Why didn't you tell me?" Katsuki was already walking away with a grin on his face. Later, nerd. That day, Izuku only had to stand in for homeroom before he had the whole day to himself until hero training in the afternoon. He was almost finished writing up a new plan for his students as they shifted to preparing for the sports festival. Izuku was walking down the halls towards the staff room when he ran into Kota, who was in his gym uniform. "Big bro Midoriya," he exclaimed. "Good morning, Kota," Izuku smiled. "What are you doing here so early?" "Well, I wanted to do some training in the gym, specifically with the water pressure move you've been teaching me. You know, the one where I focus on one part of my hand, and it's super strong." Izuku had taught Kota this technique, a move that was very similar to Katsuki's AP shot. He nodded. "Well, I'm getting better at it, but Auntie said I couldn't practice at home in case I accidentally wreck something," Kota pouted. "So I was going to try in the gym with Cementos. I want to try and actually pierce rock this time." Izuku put his hand on his young student's head and beamed. "You're improving so fast, I'm very proud of you. Make sure to keep working on it." "I will. Thank you. Will you check it out this afternoon when we do training?" "Of course." "Thanks. I can't wait for the sports festival. I mean, you told me people always recognized you after it. I want to get recognized like that." Kota gushed. "Actually, this morning, while I was walking here, a man asked if I was one of your students. Isn't that cool, Midoriya? You're still super famous." Izuku suddenly felt a flash of a bad feeling in his stomach, but he didn't let it show on his face. "Yeah, I do get recognized sometimes. It's nice to know people still remember me. Just make sure to stay safe around strangers, Kota. Most of them mean well, but you can't always tell who doesn't." Kota rolled his eyes and smirked. Yeah, I'm smart. I'm not a kid anymore. I'll see you soon." He ran down the hallway, and Izuku merely shook his head, too tired to enforce any rules. In the afternoon, Izuku could barely blink without having the urge to sleep. Every time his eyelids closed, he didn't want to open them again. It was such a strange feeling. Nothing in his mind said he was tired or bored. He enjoyed helping his students and had incredible conversations with them about their training and quirks. but his body was fighting against him, begging him to get into a bed and rest. He sat on the ground, watching his students run back and forth on the tracks. Some of the students asked if he was okay, but he really couldn't give any other answer other than saying he was just tired. Even Aizawa was notified and confronted him, concerned. "Midoriya, you look awful. When was the last time you slept?" Izuku sighed. "Last night, and that's the thing. I slept really well. It wasn't a lie." He remembered passing out on Katsuki's bed and not much else until he woke up the next day. A few images flashed in his mind, like burned photographs in a strong wind. But none of them were solid enough for him to form any memory. It was likely they were all dreams. "Are you sure?" Aizawa wasn't convinced. He couldn't blame him, he felt so exhausted, so it probably looked like he was lying. "I talked about it with Kacchan this morning," Izuku said. "He did suggest I go to a doctor." So he does have rational thoughts sometimes. Aizawa brushed his dark hair out of his face and folded his arms. "Well, I can't say I disagree. Why don't you leave early today and see if you can get a doctor's appointment this afternoon? If not, tomorrow morning. We can get someone to cover you, and I'll watch your class for the last hour. Are you sure?" Izuku yawned. "It's not too last minute, is it? You can't teach when you're 2 seconds away from passing out. Head home." Izuku nodded. "Thank you, Sir Aizawa." Every doctor near UA and his house was busy or shut, so Izuku dragged his feet all the way to Katsuki's agency. He knew he could at least rely on his childhood friend. The lobby was busy when he walked in, but he immediately met eyes with the secretary. "Midoriya, you're here early. I'm afraid the boss is out on patrol right now. He isn't scheduled to be back for another hour or so." "That's okay," Izuku said, barely above a whisper. "I'll just go wait for him." The secretary stood up from behind her desk. "Midoriya, are you all right? You look like you're about to fall asleep." "I might," he chuckled. Her eyebrows scrunched up. Kacchan knows what's going on. I'll just be in his office waiting for him." Without another word, Izuku walked through the staff-only door, headed into Katsuki's office, and collapsed in his chair. He was out before he could close the office door behind him. Katsuki was working overtime, dealing with an irritating villain who had stolen an entire mall's worth of phones. Were these losers still so thick-headed that they thought a simple magnetic quirk would stop them from getting arrested? Katsuki was quick to apprehend the villain, and after dealing with the absolute headache of returning each phone to its owner, he headed back to his agency. It was well past sunset now. Deku had probably headed straight home. He didn't have the time to waste waiting for Katsuki to return to the agency and catch the train together. That means no coffee today, Katsuki thought. He could, of course, just go get it himself, but he preferred it when Deku brought it. His agency's lobby was empty, and the lights were already off, so the only thing illuminating the area was Solitaire's computer. She peered over the monitor and waved at her boss. "Dynamite, you're back, about time. I was losing hardcore to this bot." She showed her screen, which was the card game she was nicknamed after. Katsuki shook his head. "Yeah, still kicking. You can get ready to go. I'll just put away my shit." He started walking towards the staff door. "By the way, sir, that Midoriya, yeah, I know. He wouldn't have stuck around this long. No, I mean. It's fine, sir, he's in your, Deku." Deku jumped out of his sleep and grasped the armrests of the chair he'd slept in. Katsuki had seen that the door to his office had been left open, which was weird. He didn't like people snooping around. But the sight of Deku sleeping peacefully and curled up in his chair was definitely something he thought he was hallucinating. But he was very much real and started apologizing as soon as he saw Katsuki. Sorry, Kacchan," he squeaked. "I didn't mean to fall asleep. I was just going to wait around for you in the agency because I got let off early by Aizawa. But you were still on patrol, and I was fine with waiting, but you know that I've just been so tired lately, I couldn't keep my eyes open. Deku." He stopped rambling and looked at Katsuki with remorse, along with exhaustion. Despite waking up from what was at least a 6-hour nap, Deku still looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. Katsuki was starting to get concerned for the bastard. Why was he so fatigued? He was definitely dragging his useless ass to the doctor first thing tomorrow. Patrol be damned. Sighing, he held out his hand to Deku, who gingerly took it. He pulled his weary friend to his feet. "Let's just go home." The late night sky was dark indigo, and the chill of winter was getting fiercer as the hours of the day slipped away. Deku and Katsuki walked towards the train station, and Deku was shivering. He walked close to Katsuki, trying to catch some of the warmth he naturally gave off. It was slightly annoying but tolerable. However, after Deku tripped over his feet one too many times, Katsuki snapped and turned around. Deku stepped back meekly. Sorry, Kacchan," he whispered. He really did look weak, and any frustration Katsuki had just felt melted away instantly. If he yelled at him, it would be akin to kicking a small puppy. Deku was not well. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but the strong, confident adult Katsuki knew so well seemed so much more frail in this light. For a split second, Katsuki could see the middle school version of Deku in front of him, that pathetic, quirkless loser who would not stop following him around. He closed his eyes to erase that vision, then looked at Deku again. His teeth were chattering, and even if he didn't have a fever now, he might catch his death in this condition. So Katsuki pulled off his puffy jumper and wrapped it around Deku, whose eyes widened in surprise. "Arms," Katsuki whispered, scared that a noise too loud might break the man in front of him. Deku hesitated, probably preparing to object to the offer, but he was just too tired. He put his arms into the sleeves and zipped up the front. His shivering stopped almost immediately. "Thank you," was all he could say. Katsuki turned around without a word and continued toward the train station. Deku promised that he would stay awake for the journey home, but as soon as the train began to move, he was out like a light again, and his head rested on Katsuki's shoulder. He should have been annoyed, but he was just concerned. The best course of action would be forcing Deku to stay at his house again so he could keep an eye on him. But Katsuki had a feeling Deku was already feeling like too much of a burden, so he'd insist on sleeping in his own bed tonight. Katsuki was tenacious, but the damn nerd was almost as stubborn as he was. So he decided he would at least offer for him to stay the night to not seem like a jackass. As their final stop approached, Katsuki woke Deku up gently, and they silently walked to their apartment blocks. They were on Deku's side of the road, so he walked him into his apartment first. They stopped at the bottom of the stairwell. "You could stay over again if you're not feeling well," Katsuki offered. He already knew Deku would say no even before he saw him shaking his head. "You've already helped a lot, Kacchan," Deku said. "And I really appreciate it. Something is definitely wrong. Me being so tired like this isn't normal." "You don't say." Deku made a face, "But maybe just sleeping in my own bed will help." He tilted his head up more so he could see him eye to eye. Katsuki studied his face, every freckle, every blemish, the faded scar on the side of his cheek, similar to his own. His green eyes were wide and shiny, and the streetlight reflected in them. He could see his neck and blazer poking out from underneath the yellow jacket he'd given him. His mouth was slightly open as he breathed, creating clouds of hot air. Deku suddenly licked his soft, pink lips before looking down. "Have a good night, Kacchan." Katsuki felt arms surround him, and Deku's curls tickled his face as he leaned in and hugged him. He was frozen for a second. They were closer than they'd ever been, but hugging was still somewhat of a foreign concept. Robotically, he lifted his arms and placed one hand on Deku's head and one on his back. Deku squeezed him before letting go, flashing a quick smile at Katsuki and turning to go up the stairs. Chapter end notes. It is so hilarious to me when Kacchan is like, "That damn nerd can read me like a book." How humiliating. GRRRRRGEGEGRGE. And Deku is like, "WTF is going on in this man's head? I am confused." Thank you for reading. Sorry this was a little shorter than usual, but things are going to start getting interesting soon. Chapter 7 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki ruffled around in his pocket for his keys, feeling frustrated when he didn't immediately feel the cold metal against his fingertips. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and pat himself down. He flipped his pockets inside out and stopped when he felt nothing but fabric, then slowly realized he'd given Deku his jacket, hadn't he? And he'd always put his keys in his jacket, so he never left them in his hero costume by mistake. That meant his keys were across the street. Katsuki cursed and hit his door with his fist. He didn't want to disturb Deku. He'd seen how tired he was. And sure, he was tired too, but he knew from experience that teenage brats were almost as insufferable as villains. Plus, Something was off about how exhausted Deku was. It was unnatural. He had managed to convince Katsuki to sleep in his own bed that night, but fuck it. Something in his mind was telling him he needed to be with Deku, and it wasn't just the urge to unlock his own door. He sighed, walked down the stairs of his apartment block and crossed the street. It was a slight inconvenience, but he'd be lying if he wasn't a little bit happy to see Deku again. Maybe he could persuade him to let him stay the night. They had such little free time nowadays, and as much as he loved being a hero, it was all he'd wanted, wasn't it? He didn't want it to come at the cost of his friendship with Deku. A friendship he wasn't even sure he deserved. Sure, Katsuki had apologized and changed, and Deku had forgiven him, but he was truly terrible to Deku in their youth. Did he even deserve the forgiveness? He shook his head. He'd always have to live with the guilt, but if Deku wasn't bothered with it anymore and he kept making conscious efforts to be better, Katsuki knew there was no point dwelling in the past. Katsuki waited for a black car to pull out of the driveway of Deku's apartment before walking up to his friend's door. He knocked on the hard wood, expecting Deku's bright green eyes and smiling face to greet him, but instead, he was met with silence. He frowned. Surely Deku couldn't have passed out that fast. Yeah, he was tired, and he'd passed out fast on the train, but he was walking and talking with Katsuki just fine less than 5 minutes ago. Plus, he was responsible. He would have at least changed out of his work clothes and taken a shower before collapsing into bed. There was no way Deku had done all that so fast. And a gnawing feeling in Katsuki's gut told him something was wrong. Deku, he shouted. He didn't care about disturbing the other residents. Open up, you have my keys, he continued banging on the door to no avail. He put his good ear to the door but couldn't hear anything. There was no TV and no footsteps. He cursed his stupid Quirk for damaging his hearing, even though his lack of care for his ears was his own fault, and pulled out his phone. Luckily, he hadn't left that in his jacket. He dialed Deku's number, and after about 4 agonizing rings, it picked up. Deku. Where the hell are you? You couldn't have gone far, you damn nerd. I live less than a minute away. Katsuki was cut off as he heard low voices, a loud horn, and then the subtle click, indicating someone had hung up. It all happened in less than a second. He looked at his phone in shock, and the terrible feeling in his stomach pooled up so fast he felt as though he might vomit. His mind immediately went to the worst thought. Had Deku been abducted? Obviously, Deku was well known as the person who stopped Shigaraki and gave up his legendary power for the betterment of society. Still, he had somewhat adjusted to a humble life after becoming a teacher. Not like their classmates, who were showing up in the news and had their faces plastered everywhere. No, someone wanting to take Deku would have had to track him down. He wasn't a public figure at all anymore. Maybe once a month, he got recognized. Katsuki gritted his teeth and kicked himself for not noticing. Surely, someone had been stalking him, and Katsuki was furious he hadn't spotted anyone following them. He hated the feeling of being watched. When Deku wasn't at UA, he was at home. When he wasn't at home, he was with Katsuki. They did groceries together, they got lunch together, and of course, the nerd texted him anytime he went out alone to do something so he could update him, wish he was there and send him pictures of the aquarium, of the new Katsuden place that opened, of the Hero Museum that had a plaque dedicated to the students in the Hero course and had Bakugou Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku written next to each other in beautiful gold font. Katsuki had been standing still for too long. He raised his phone to call the police and was about to get ready to leave when he had one single ember of hope. Maybe Deku was inside and passed out from exhaustion. Maybe he'd accidentally dialed the wrong number. He didn't like being wrong, but he had to check, just in case. He sighed and wrapped his hand around the bronze doorknob, heating up his palm. The metal started to melt, and soon Katsuki could force open the door and see inside Deku's house. Izuku, if you're asleep in here, I owe you a new door, he thought. And I'm also going to kill you for making me think you were kidnapped. The lights were off. The TV was black. Deku's house had barely more furniture than Katsuki's own, and it was all in the same space it had always been. He went straight for Deku's bedroom, but the sheets were perfect. He was at Katsuki's house all of last night. Deku had done his bed the previous morning, and it hadn't been touched since. Katsuki's blood ran cold as he frantically checked every other room in the small space and came up empty-handed. He stood in the doorway, breathing heavily. The small shoe shelf next to the door caught his eye, and he saw that the only pair of shoes there were Deku's house slippers. He hadn't come in and changed from his work shoes. Katsuki caught bile in his throat and angrily swallowed it, ignoring the acidic taste. He dialed the police in the area that directly answered to his agency, explosive sweat dripping from his brow. "Dynamite," came the voice on the other line. "Is everything all right? You're off duty, and we have patrol covered." "It's Deku," Katsuki interrupted, not caring how rude he was. He's missing." "Deku?" repeated the officer. "He's the one you travel to work with, right? Your childhood friend?" "Yes," he said breathlessly. I walked home with him, and when he went to his house, and I went to mine, I realized we'd swapped jackets." Katsuki wasn't about to admit he'd given him his own jacket out of an affectionate ATTMPT to warm him up. "So my house keys were in my pocket. I went back to get them, and he literally lives across the street. Mind you, takes less than a minute to get there. But when I got here, he didn't answer the door, and I just got inside. He's not here either, and I don't think he even entered his house." "Okay." Katsuki could hear the clacking of the keyboard. "Wait, how did you get in?" Katsuki scowled. "I think finding Deku is more important, don't you agree?" "Yes, sir, sorry, just wondering out loud. Sorry, what's his real name? Your friend?" "Izuku Midoriya." Katsuki didn't realize how dry his throat was until he swallowed. He hadn't called Deku his real name consistently in a while, let alone call him Midoriya. That was for people who didn't know him, who didn't have the connection he had with him. He called him Izuku for a few years but switched back to calling him Deku after graduation. Because he knew how much it meant to him to reclaim the terrible nickname Katsuki had given him into the name of a hero. When his dream of being a hero died, so did his hero name. Sure, occasionally, he was recognized and called Deku from memory, but that wasn't the same as being the hero Deku, who saved people with unwavering determination. Feeling responsible, Katsuki continued to call him his hero name. No longer was it the demeaning nickname he'd intended it to be. And he knew Deku liked it. Plus, when he saved Izuku for more important times, like this morning, it had more of an impact, and he always smirked when Deku's eyes lit up, and his pink cheeks formed dimples at the sound of his real name. "Focus, damn it," Katsuki hissed at himself. The officer was still typing, and the silence was beginning to bother him. He opened his mouth to urge the officer to hurry up, but as he did, he heard a sigh, and the clacking stopped. "Okay. I've sent officers to your house since the matter is so close to the area. I'll explain the call to the officers en route so they know the situation. Just stay put until they arrive." Katsuki opened his mouth to thank the officer, but nothing came out. He tried to force his voice, but now he'd been quiet too long. He sighed and dropped his phone from his ear. "Dynamite." The officer's voice came from his phone again, and he pulled his hand back up. "Yeah? I'm sorry this happened to Midoriya. I've spoken to him a few times, he's really lovely. I hope it's nothing and you find him fast." "Thank you. I will find him. I don't doubt your skill, sir." The police had an ETA of 3 minutes, which was 3 minutes too long in Katsuki's eyes. He stood in the stairwell, taking deep breaths and trying to calm the fuck down so he didn't blow the entire building up while he waited for them to show up. Deku was gone. Deku had been taken. He was fucking furious. He knew what Deku's condition was, and he'd just let him go home by himself. He looked like he was about to kneel over and die, and Katsuki had just let him go. What kind of fake-ass hero was he? It took all his self-control not to ignite the sweat dripping from his palms. He talked all this big shit and couldn't even protect the person closest to him. Someone who lived less than a minute away and who he had seen only 5 minutes before he realized he was missing. Well, there was the smallest silver lining in this dogshit situation. He'd left Deku's side for less than 5 minutes and reported him missing in less than 10. 10 minutes was certainly enough time to inflict some damage, but it could have potentially been hours before anyone realized he was gone. Katsuki's blood ran cold again, imagining the morbid possibilities that arose in his mind. If he hadn't left his keys in his pocket, what then? He would have wondered why Deku was late turning up to his doorstep the following morning. He would have gone to his house and knocked with no answer. He would report him missing, but by that point, it would have been hours. He could be miles away, alone, scared, injured, dead. Katsuki slapped himself. No, There was no way Deku was dead. He would pull that motherfucker out of the grave and kill him himself before he ever died before Katsuki did. Deku would not have been taken quietly. He had been trained to fight. But then, Katsuki realized that Deku was like a car running on empty. He had no stamina. The pieces started coming together for him, and his chest filled with rage. He'd always had the voice of best genist in the back of his mind. Keep an eye on your heart, young Bakugou. You're alive by work of a miracle. You've been given a second chance at life, don't waste it by getting mad about something stupid. Pieces of information flew around Katsuki's mind as he tried to comprehend what had happened to Deku while also keeping his heart rate down. It was like a tightrope walker trying to balance on a string of thread, nearly impossible not to topple over. He managed to get this from his foggy mind. Deku had started feeling tired yesterday afternoon, but not when Katsuki had brought him lunch. He was fine then. So something might have happened between lunch and arriving at his agency. He hadn't mentioned anything, though. At least it gave him a time frame. So, Deku had been feeling this overwhelming fatigue since then, and it hadn't gone away. Deku wasn't as strong as he used to be when wielding One for All, but he was a UA teacher. He had to be able to keep up with his students. So he could definitely defend himself if he had to. Had someone intentionally worn him down, so he was vulnerable. Katsuki bit his lip in frustration and damn near drew blood. He should have stayed with Deku. He shouldn't have left his side for a moment. What had been done to him that made him powerless? A drug? A quirk? His mind was racing faster and faster, and he had to force himself to calm down. If he had any sort of complication, he wouldn't be in prime condition to murder the fuck out of the people that had taken Deku. So, out of spite, he started taking deep breaths. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the police cars pull into the apartment's parking lot, and he stood up from the stairwell. Fucking finally. Along with the officers, Todoroki and Kirishima also showed up. They had both been working night shifts and were assigned to help. Katsuki told all involved what had happened, and he was so full of rage at the end he was nearly spitting his words out. The officers went upstairs to look for clues in Deku's apartments and to question neighbors while Todoroki, Kirishima and one detective got more details from Katsuki. So, you gave him your keys, that right? Questioned the detective. No, you moron, I gave him my jacket. The keys are in the jacket, he corrected. Uh-huh. And do your keys have any sort of tracking device on them? Katsuki blinked in shock. Of course they don't. If they did, fuck you guys, I'd be chasing down Deku myself, he barked. Bakugou, calm down, urged Todoroki. You tell me how the fuck I'm supposed to be calm when Deku was stolen from me right under my goddamn nose, icy hot. We're trying to help, man, pleaded Kirishima. We want Midoriya safe, too. Just tell us exactly what happened before you called. I already told you, Katsuki growled. I was at my door, realized I didn't have my keys. Came over to Deku's house and knocked. He didn't answer, so I rang him. The call cut off, so I went inside. He wasn't there. End of story. You rang him? The detective looked up from his notepad. As in, the call went through? Yeah, dumbass, I just said that. But it got cut off. And what did you hear before they hung up? Katsuki paused. Voices. I didn't hear any words. And then a horn from a car, or maybe a truck. The officers returned and stood in the stairwell. We just questioned everyone in this block. No one saw anything. Something was wrong with Midoriya's doorknob. That was me, Katsuki said bluntly. That's how I got in. Oh. Well, what have you got down here? Dynamite called Izuku Midoriya's phone, said the detective. I think his captors may have answered briefly before hanging up. We may be able to trace the call. He turned to Katsuki. Can you give me your phone and come with us to the station, Dynamite? Still seething with rage, Katsuki handed over his phone, which was placed in an evidence bag and sealed up. The detective nodded. I'll try to get this back to you as quickly as possible. Katsuki's eye twitched. Oh yeah, focus on getting my fucking phone back before Deku. Good job. I don't give a shit about that, just fucking find him. Bakugou. Kirishima scolded. The detective was unmoved. He probably dealt with more irritable people than Katsuki on a daily basis. But Katsuki couldn't bring himself to apologize. He was enraged. It felt like the longer he spent away from Deku, the less Composure he had. He just wanted to know if he was safe. The things that could be happening to him buried their way into Katsuki's head and were driving him insane. Not even knowing for sure that Deku was alive made him gag. He was starting to panic. Kirishima was leading him down the driveway where the police cars were stationed. He tried to coax him into the car when Katsuki suddenly remembered something. Wait. Katsuki turned to the detective. When I came over, I had to wait for a car to pass out of the driveway. It was a black one. Shit. I think the license plate number was fuck. 9502 or 6502. He had an unconscious habit of memorizing plates. It helped when chasing down villains on patrol. However, he knew jack shit about actual cars. Don't fucking ask me what type of model it was or whatever. I haven't got a damn clue. But it might belong to the fuckers who took Deku. The detective nodded and scribbled something down in his notebook. He talked into his radio, but Katsuki's head was spinning. All the stress had caught up to him. Somehow. Kirishima got him into the police car without any objections. He had a supportive hand on his back, and Katsuki let him keep it there. His mind was running at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but he had no energy to voice any of his thoughts. The car ride seemed to take years, but they were actually at the station in a few minutes. Kirishima tried to talk to him, but it was like his voice was in an empty cave. It echoed around Katsuki's head faintly, and he wasn't even paying attention to the words he spoke. He felt like he wasn't even in control of his own body as he was marched into the police station and told to wait. He couldn't even muster up the energy to be angry at not contributing. Kirishima and Todoroki sat on either side of him, trying to make him feel better. There was nothing they could say to him that would cheer him up at all. There was only one thing on his mind, one person who he knew he had to protect no matter what. Save and win. Win and save. Deku, I'm going to find you. Chapter end notes. Today, August 8th, is the 10th anniversary of FNAF. Hooray! Chapter 8 Chapter notes. It's August 9th. Happy Bakudeku Day. As Izuku slowly re-entered consciousness, he struggled to keep his head off the cold concrete floor. Blurry colors danced around his vision, and he had to blink many times until he could see clearly again. He sat up, head throbbing, and he felt strain on his wrists and legs. Turning around, he saw he was chained to a pipe on the wall with his hands and feet locked in handcuffs. He was only wearing his white button-up shirt and work pants. He tried to speak but felt a fabric tightly wrapped around his mouth. Now more alert, Izuku examined his surroundings. All the walls were the same shade of gray. There were a few pipes on the ceiling and a deteriorating wooden staircase on the far side of the room with a trapdoor leading to the upper floor. There was nothing else, no boxes or furniture. However, in the corner opposite Izuku's, he spotted a bundle of clothes. Squinting, Izuku made out that in the pile were his blazer, his tie, his shoes, Katsuki's jacket. He was violently pulled back into the last thing he remembered before blacking out. He had just said goodbye to Katsuki and was walking up the stairs to his home. It felt like every step was a challenge as his body begged him just to lie down and sleep. But he mustered up the energy to reach his door and began feeling around in his bag for his keys. Every blink of his eyes lasted longer, and he couldn't keep his legs steady. The last thing he could remember was hitting his head on the ground and seeing a pair of shoes walking up the stairs. Izuku desperately tried to remember more, but that was it. So he'd passed out on his doorstep. What had happened that led him here? He tried to imagine what time it was, how long it had been since he passed out. But there was no natural light in the room. The only thing that stopped him from being in total darkness was the smallest light bulb swaying from the ceiling. Despite having just woken up, Izuku felt more alert than ever. The fatigue that had been clouding his mind over the last day and a half had cleared, and he was fully awake. He couldn't help but think about Katsuki. Where was he? Did he know Izuku was here? Had he noticed he never made it home? He had no sense of time, but the soonest Katsuki would have noticed he was missing would be if he didn't show up for their walk to the train station the next day. That brought on another thought: work. His students. Izuku's heart started racing. He prayed they were safe. He didn't know why he was here, but he was determined to only let it affect him. He wasn't letting anyone get hurt for his sake. His only hope was to stay alert. So he replayed the events from the previous day in his mind, hoping that some event would stand out or that one piece of information would help him. Before getting to his house, he was with Katsuki. He had hugged him. He had turned down his offer to stay over again. His head pounded at the idea of Katsuki being involved and hurt. As a result of this, Izuku didn't know why he was here, but he felt lucky to be alone if it meant he was the only target. After losing One for All, a deeply insecure part of him was angry that he no longer had the power to save those he loved. He still had the reflexes and would jump into danger in a heartbeat to save anyone, but there were some things he just couldn't overcome without a quirk. He often had nightmares about every dangerous situation he could have found himself in, and they always ended with him being too weak to rescue anyone. A flaming car crash, where he wasn't fast enough to save the passengers before the vehicle exploded. A cliffside accident, where he no longer had Black Whip to use to save the person falling. Izuku's most recurring nightmare was one where he relived the moment of arriving at the coffin in the sky, ready to fight Shigaraki. He recalled the memory of seeing Katsuki's corpse lying motionless on the ground, and how he had lost his mind at the sight. But in this nightmare's version of events, he never regained control, and all his quirks left his body. He was just a pathetic 16-year-old boy again who couldn't do anything on his own. The ending to that dream was often him waking up in a cold sweat. Izuku tried to ignore these memories and instead focused on his surroundings, keeping an ear out for his captors. Izuku stayed awake for hours, listening and hoping for any sort of sign of life or clue as to where he was. Sometimes, he heard the very distant sound of a car horn, but that was it. He tried to scream out a few times, but the fabric around his mouth deafened his voice. He was getting tired, real tired this time, but he was not going to fall asleep until he found out why he was there. After 3 hours, 56 minutes and 18 seconds, he heard a door on the upper floor open. He jerked his head up and began glaring at the staircase. Sure enough, he heard the clicking of a padlock, and the trapdoor opened. 2 men, one short and one tall, entered the basement area, both hiding their faces with masks and hoods. "Izuku Midoriya," said the tall one. He reached out to Izuku's face, and he instinctively flinched as the stranger pulled down the gag around his mouth. "What do you want? Who are you?" Izuku demanded, shocked at how gravelly his voice sounded. He suddenly became aware of his thirst. His throat felt like sandpaper when he tried to swallow. "We obviously won't be telling you our real names," the taller one continued, "but if you must address us, I am Yuke, and he is Han." Han, a plump, middle-aged man, seemed to be smiling under his mask if his squinted eyes were anything to go by. Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Han, is it? What's so funny, huh? Just how easy it was to capture you," he chuckled. "I'll admit, you gave us a bit of a fright when you weren't at your house last night, but we knew you'd come home eventually." Izuku froze. Just how long had they been watching him? They had been staking out his house. And if he hadn't stayed with Katsuki, they would have kidnapped him earlier. Did that mean they had eyes on him, too? His stomach dropped at the thought. "What do you want?" Izuku repeated. "We want what everyone does," said Yuke. "Power. And you, Izuku Midoriya, have more power in you than anyone else." Izuku stared back at him in disbelief. "What are you talking about?" Han laughed. "It may have been 8 years ago, but don't tell me you've forgotten about being a hero entirely, Deku." That word clued Izuku into exactly who he was talking to. His eyes widened, and his heart burned with anger. "You were on the street." Bingo. He removed his mask and hood, and Izuku recognized the man he had bumped into on the street 2 days before. He no longer looked innocent, his eyes were hollow and sunken, and his skin was frighteningly pale. "You have the soul of a true hero, Midoriya. Unlike some of your peers. Fake heroes who only go after the most flashy crimes, so they end up with the fattest paychecks. But, of course, you would spend a minute of your day helping a poor old man who had fallen over on the sidewalk." "What did you do to me?" Izuku fumed. "See, I always wanted to help others, but no one paid attention to me because I just couldn't fight well enough," Han started. "But I knew my quirk was useful in other ways. It's called fatigue. The person I touch starts to feel increasingly tired, and I can control the speed at which the fatigue sets in. And the fun part is, it doesn't wear off until I touch you again. No matter how long you sleep, you'll still be tired." He laughed at the expression of frustration on Izuku's face. "We know you must have at least some of your previous fighting experience from your years as a hero," Yuke explained. "This was simply so we could get you here without a real problem." Izuku was seething with anger. He didn't want to get caught up in villains like this. He had adjusted his life to be more down to earth. He taught students. He worked hard. He hung out with his friends. He didn't want to be used as a pawnpiece like this. He was not anything more than an ordinary person anymore. He bit his tongue so he didn't say something he would regret, took a deep breath, and then faced his captors again. "You still haven't told me what you want," he said slowly. "What does you wanting power have to do with me?" "Around 8 years ago, we heard through the grapevine about a group that was using human DNA to create bullets that erase people's quirks," Yuki said. "The group went silent after a while, but it got us thinking. What if we could create something similar but instead use human DNA to create an injection to grant quirks? Using you, we could extract one for all and grant ourselves the power of All Might himself," cried Han. "And we don't have to worry about trial and error since we've got all the time in the world now that you're here." Fear crept through every bone in Izuku's body. He remembered that sweet little girl Eri and how terrified she was after Mirio and he had saved her from overhaul. The layers of bandages on her arms and legs and the panic in her eyes all flowed throughout Izuku now. He gritted his teeth, determined not to show how he felt. He was strong. He was not going to become some sort of human experimentation for these lunatics. "And how much do you even know about my quirk?" he asked slowly. "You stockpile power and use it to power up your attacks and speed," Yuki replied. "It's quite simple. I've run some tests before, and I believe I know where to start." He walked over to Izuku and undid the handcuffs keeping him bound to the pipe on the wall. He gripped his arms tight and threw him across the room, where Han tapped him on the shoulder. Instantly, he felt like his veins were full of cement, and every muscle in his body had torn. His stamina had been drained, and he couldn't even stand up. "It's useful, isn't it?" Han snickered. "When I took your hand the other day, I had your fatigue set in at a rate of 60% over a few hours, but that just there was 100% in just a second. Really takes the wind out of you, doesn't it?" It took all of Izuku's willpower to keep his eyes open and not fall asleep as he was forced into a chair and strapped down, his hands tightly restrained to the armrests. As the last knot was tied, Han touched him again, and he felt his energy return slowly. "You're wasting your time, you know," Izuku panted, raising his head. Sweat fell from his head and ran down his neck. "I don't even have one for all anymore." Yuki looked at him, unimpressed. "We'll see. It's true." Yuki scoffed. "Truth? See, that's where my area of expertise is." He pulled down his mask and removed his hood for the first time, and his unobscured face was displayed. He could not have been older than Izuku, which scared him. His dark maroon hair fell elegantly over his shoulders, and his piercing black eyes showed no sense of humanity when he looked at him. Yuki held up a hand and pulled off one of the white gloves he had been wearing before taking one of Izuku's bound hands in his own and staring right into his soul. "So, Izuku Midoriya, how exactly does your quirk function?" Izuku couldn't stop the words coming out of his mouth. "It's passed down from person to person. I store power in my body and use it for attacking and mobility. It must be his quirk," he thought angrily. And how can it be passed along? Through any type of DNA. Does blood work? Yes. I see. And you still have it, don't you? Don't try to lie. No, I lost it 8 years ago." A flash of confusion on Yuki's face made Izuku's chest swell with satisfaction. He looked down at their intertwined hands, then back up at his face. "People don't lose quirks," he hissed. "They're stored in your DNA. Even if your quirk was passed to you, there would still be an ember of it inside you. I lost those too. 5 years ago." For once, Izuku was happy to be pissing someone off. Words spilled out of his mouth uncontrollably. "Why do you think I'm a teacher? If I had my quirk, I would still be a hero." Yuki released his hand in disgust. "I guess I shouldn't take your words as absolutes. You know nothing about this subject. I will still extract the remaining power of one for all and take it for myself." He turned to Han, who had been watching the scene from the sidelines. "Tools." Izuku felt any positive feelings he had melting away as Yuki put his gloves back on and approached him with a small vial and a sharp scalpel. He pushed Izuku's sleeves up, revealing the old scars that tattooed his arms. He looked at his prisoner like a wild animal, preparing to attack. A sinister grin spread across his face as he pushed the blade to Izuku's flesh. "I can't stand crybabies," he rasped, "so don't you make a sound." Izuku clenched his jaw tight as his skin was lacerated and warm, crimson blood trickled down his arm, filling the taunting, sterile vial. Katsuki was getting restless. He had given the investigators his phone over 3 hours ago and had not heard a single word from them yet. It was now a high-profile case since Deku was considered to be a public figure and may have been kidnapped for some sort of ransom. Katsuki was angry, but he tried not to focus on the wrong thing. Focus too much on what Deku might be going through, and he would break down and lose it. Focus on how he was going to murder the fuck out of the people that had taken him, and he could keep his head relatively clear. Todoroki and Kirishima were still in the waiting area with him. They had tried to talk to him a little and calm him down, but it was like talking to a brick wall. Once Katsuki was in his own head, nothing was going to distract him. After waiting for hours and talking himself out of blowing the entire fucking station up, Katsuki heard the investigator's door open. Out came the detectives, a few officers, and, to his surprise, Jiro and Shinso. "What the F, when did you two get here?" he spluttered. He had not noticed them arrive. "About half an hour ago," Jiro responded. "We asked for them specifically," said the detective. "So, dynamite." The call was traced to a highway nearby, and we had eyes on the phone's location, but it looks like it was destroyed. However, we still have a good estimate of where Midoriya and his captors may be. We put out an alert for the car you described, and one witness reported seeing the plates out in an abandoned field off the highway. "So, have you found Midoriya yet?" asked Kirishima. "The car was recovered, but there was no one inside. Many buildings around that area are also abandoned with the field, like warehouses and silos, so we're going to head out to investigate them." "Great, amazing." Katsuki pushed the others out of the way and headed to the door. "Let's fucking get going then." "Hold on," came Jiro's voice from behind him. "I'm not fucking waiting for—" Katsuki felt his entire body go numb as he stopped dead in his tracks, hand hovering over the door handle. "Sorry, Bakugou." Shinso's unmasked voice reverberated in his ears. The bastard had imitated Jiro's voice and used his quirk to brainwash him. In his anger, Katsuki had forgotten. "We just need you to listen to the plan before you march off alone. Turn around and walk back over here." Katsuki's body was forced to obey Shinso's words, and he rejoined the group. He wanted to yell and scream and sock that purple-haired loser in the mouth for getting one over him, but he was made to stay silent and listen. "The people involved will be the police, Dynamite, Earphone Jack, Shoto, Red Riot and myself," began Shinso. "We will join the team already investigating the abandoned car and assist them in searching the nearby buildings for Midoriya. We pros will assess the situation once we believe we have located him. Earphone Jack can tell us how many people we are dealing with. We will attempt to rescue Midoriya as smoothly as possible, so no attacking. Unless absolutely necessary." He stared straight at Katsuki, who was fuming internally. "If all goes according to plan," continued Shinso, "we will lure the abductor out, where I will instantly brainwash and restrain them. If there are multiple, I can also ask one of them to lead me to where they are keeping Midoriya. We will recover him, then leave the kidnappers to the police and Midoriya to the paramedics." He looked at Katsuki and broke his brainwash. He scowled and took a step forward. "That's all fine and dandy, Purple Locks," he growled. "But you're saying this without knowing what kind of condition Deku is in. You think they're just letting him sit on their couch with his feet up? You don't think they've just locked him up in a room with no food or water, doing God knows what to him?" Shinso merely blinked. "I'm trying to stay positive." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Positive? Fucking hell." He turned to the other pros, then threw his hands up impatiently. "Well, are we fucking leaving or not?" Chapter 9. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki, there are dozens of ways we can practice managing your anger. It's not a one-shoe-fits-all sort of situation. And what if I tell you that none of them work for me? Is that true? No. Which ones work for you? Only one method you've given me works. Sometimes. Let's focus on that one. What helps you the most? Breathing. The frigid wind was harsh against Katsuki's face as he propelled himself through the sky towards the abandoned field. The heroes tagging along had tried to get him in the car, but he was desperate for some fresh air. He needed to be free and not trapped in a car with 4 other people sneaking glances at him the entire trip. They'd agreed to let Katsuki use his explosions to fly to the rendezvous as long as he waited for them to show up if he got there first. He'd reluctantly agreed to their terms and shot off into the air. The words of one of his therapists echoed in his mind. He hated the idea of being treated like a patient when there wasn't anything physically wrong with him. So many professionals refused to treat him. However, one of them had focused less on trying to change his ways and how to manage his emotions. He was a long way from perfect, but he'd improved, and despite it being years since he saw this therapist hell, he'd even forgotten her name. What an asshole he was. Her advice on what to do when his anger started to get out of control stuck with him. Katsuki hated that she was right. But when he focused on his breathing, and only on his breathing, he could get himself to calm down. He was determined to keep his cool until he found Deku. Once he was safe, then he could rage at the evil fuckers who'd taken him. He wouldn't kill them. He'd just get really close to it. Katsuki let every muscle in his body relax, only concentrating on the palms of his hands and detonating his explosions in perfect timing to remain airborne. It had been a long time since he was actually nervous about a mission. Since villains were starting to die down, and quirks and their societal impact were more understood, Katsuki primarily dealt with small-time thugs and covert operations. He'd never been assigned to help in a kidnapping, which was probably for the best. They didn't mesh well with his personality. But this was now the most stressed he'd been at work in ages. And as much as he didn't want to admit it, it was solely because Deku was the victim. No matter how much breathing he did, a voice in his head would always worm its way into his conscious thoughts, describing all the horrible things Deku may have already gone through. He'd already had vivid imagery of what he might find when they raided the buildings, and he really did not want to think about it. Instead of getting mad, which he was, Katsuki focused on inhaling and exhaling, over and over. Once he was zeroed in on that, his graphic imagination faded, and soon, he saw the red and blue flashes of police cars in the field, which was probably the search team that had left before them. He let himself fall back to earth, hitting the rough ground hard. As he solemnly acknowledged the officers, he heard another car pull up, and the pros assigned to help spilled out. They nodded and headed off in the direction of the first building to search. If the detectives had been right about the phone tracing, there were only 3 places in the area they could check before hitting a dead end again. The first structure they searched, a silo, showed nothing. The second was a shed, which they didn't even have to investigate since the building was missing most of its walls. The third place was the furthest away, an abandoned power station that stood on a hill alongside rows of deteriorating wind turbines. It was deeper into the field, and luscious trees were starting to grow, which acted as perfect cover for the heroes to hide in. They surveyed the area for a few minutes, circling the building and finding the best way in. Jiru was low to the ground with her earphone jack plugged deep into the earth. Katsuki impatiently tapped his finger to his arm, eager to get inside and find Deku. "Do you hear anything?" Todoroki asked as Jiru stood up, reeling in her jack to her ear. "It's hard for me to tell from so far," she started. "But I'm pretty sure there's 2 people in there. I couldn't distinguish any voices, so I don't know if either is Midoriya." 2. Easy. Katsuki stepped forward, making small crackles of orange ignite from his palm. "Let me go in and fuck them up." "No," Shinso put an arm out in front of him. "We have a plan to stick to. I will go first, as I explained to you, and try to lure them out and incapacitate them with brainwash. Todoroki and Jiru will stay out here, listening for them and trapping them if they manage to escape. Kirishima and Bakugou, I will give you the heads up when we can head inside." Katsuki clenched his jaw and swallowed his pride. "Fine." Shinso nodded. "Thank you. Remember, Bakugou, we want the same thing as you. The top priority is to save Midoriya." The group watched Shinso walk up the small hill and knock on the front door. A few seconds later, a short man appeared, angrily yelling at the hero. It was too far to hear anything they were saying, but after a few moments, the man seemed to stop shouting and began slowly making his way over to the group. Once he was close, Todoroki entrapped him in his ice, and Katsuki saw Shinso waving at him and Kirishima to move in. "Be careful," Todoroki urged. Katsuki rolled his eyes and ran through the grass, meeting Shinso at the door. "Just be quiet and follow me," he instructed. He didn't say anything about Midoriya, but he looked extremely nervous when he realized I was a pro. We just need to detain this other person. Don't tell me this obvious shit, Katsuki hissed. Kirishima shot him a pleading look that said chill out, man. He averted his gaze and kept his mouth shut. The building was in poor condition, with mold and dust in every corner of the room. It had water damage on the ceiling, and there was no way a human was living in the place comfortably. Katsuki had to breathe through his mouth to avoid the rancid smell. The trio turned the corner when they saw a tall, slim man walking down the hallway towards them. He froze and looked mortified, immediately taking a step back. Who are you? His long hair fell over his eyes, giving him a dark and eerie look. What the hell are you doing here? What's your name? Shinso asked, mimicking Kirishima's voice. Why would I? The man stopped dead in his tracks, arms falling limp to the side. Shinso adjusted his persona cords and turned to his allies. See if you can find anything. A hidden door, or something. Right. Kirishima rushed off, but Katsuki couldn't get his feet to move. He was staring at Deku's captor. What disturbed him the most was that he didn't even look over the age of 21. And more, he was a toothpick that Deku could have broken in half if it was necessary to defend himself. How could this skinny little shit and that old fart have gotten their hands on Deku, the bravest, strongest, and most selfless person he knew? No, they had done something to him to make him more vulnerable. They had to hinder him because they knew they wouldn't stand a chance. His whole body was stiff with rage, and he glared at him until Kirishima returned empty-handed. Sorry, man, he apologized. I couldn't find anything. I went upstairs, and there was nothing. Shinso turned to the man he held captive and sighed. It's hard to know exactly what wording will command them since every situation differs. Let me try something. He took a step back. Walk us to where your prisoner is. The man didn't move a muscle. Walk us to where Izuku Midoriya is. Still nothing. Shinso reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and typed something in. Katsuki peered over and saw that he had pulled up a photo of Deku. Walk us to where this person is. He put the picture of Deku up to the man's face, and after a second, he turned around and started walking. Katsuki and Shinso both grinned, and they watched as he removed a rug from the worn-down living room, revealed a trapdoor and lifted it up. Stop moving. The man stopped, and Shinso turned to Kirishima and Katsuki. I'll watch him. Get Midoriya back. When Katsuki saw the state of Deku in the basement, he held his stomach to resist the urge to vomit. Deku was half awake and tied to a chair, with the only illumination coming from a dying light bulb in the middle of the room. His head was cocked to the side, and his eyes were half-lidded. He looked pale, and his arms had cuts all over them. Blood stained the sleeves of his normally snow-white shirt. Katsuki sprinted down the staircase and pushed his ear to Deku's chest. He heard the weak thudding of his heart and felt relief seep through his entire body. Hang on, man. I'll cut the ropes. Kirishima's voice was shaking as he hardened his hand and sliced through the retrains on Deku's limbs. When Katsuki pulled away, he felt a warmness on the side of his face and put his hand on it to feel it. Bringing his hand down, he saw blood coating his fingertips. He jerked his head back up towards Deku's chest, which he saw had a sharp cut across it, along with the smudge he had made with his face, and he inhaled sharply. Kirishima finished cutting the bindings, and Deku flopped forward. Katsuki caught him before he fell face first on the floor and wrapped his arms around him tightly. In that moment, he never wanted to let go of Deku again. I've got you, he gasped. He never believed in any sort of god, but he sent his prayers up into the sky, thanking every divine power that could exist for bringing Deku back to him alive. Be mindful of any injuries, came Shinso's voice. He had wrapped the slim man in his binding cloth and still had his brainwashing activated. Fuck off, Katsuki hissed. He felt Deku's soft breath in the crook of his neck and couldn't be more grateful for the feeling. It was in his left ear, so it was a little hard to hear. But when Katsuki felt Deku's mouth moving against the skin of his shoulder, he realized Deku was trying to tell him something. Older, man, Deku breathed. His quirk, tired, me. The other guy did this to you. That's why you can't stand? Katsuki urged. Deku nodded ever so slightly. He's gotta, he paused and swallowed. Tap me, to reverse it. Katsuki wrapped one arm under Deku's legs and one arm around his back and scooped him up. Kacchan, Deku murmured. Katsuki looked down at the man in his arms. I'm here, he answered. I'm not gonna drop you, nerd. Deku shook his head. Corner, he vaguely tilted his head. Katsuki followed his gaze and saw a bundle of clothes in the corner of the room. The yellow jacket he'd given Deku and his bright red shoes were there. I'm sorry, Deku whispered. Your jacket, Katsuki sighed and shook his head. Don't worry about the stupid jacket. He turned to Kirishima. Grab that stuff from the corner, it's Deku's. Kirishima nodded and collected the bundle of clothes in his arms. Shinso nodded and turned to leave, but he took a step forward at the same time as Katsuki. In their scuffle, Deku, who was in Katsuki's arms, knocked against Shinso's bindings. Watch it, Katsuki shot at him. How about you let me go first since I've got the villain? How about you let me take Deku out of this shithole? Bakugou. Shinso fell back, and Katsuki looked at the villain, who was snapped out of his brainwashing. H grasped the binding cloth in one hand and reached for a knife in the other. You're not taking him back alive. He gripped the knife and sprinted towards Katsuki, preparing to strike the vulnerable Deku in his arms. Shinso scrambled to his feet and tried to wrap the cloth around the villain's hand, but missed. Katsuki, in one fluid motion, spun on one foot and kicked high with the other, still clutching Deku tightly in his arms. The kick connected and hit the jaw of his attacker, knocking him back down onto the ground. Katsuki stood up from crouching and let out a short breath. Shinso restrained the villain on the floor, binding him tightly. Jesus, man, said Kirishima, stunned. I didn't know you could kick like that. Did you think I was just gonna drop Deku, you moron? He shot back. Deku was disoriented by what had just happened. He could barely open his eyes, and Katsuki turned towards the stairs. Let's get the fuck out of here. The two captured villains were confirmed to be the only people involved and were quickly detained. An ambulance was also provided for Deku, who had minor physical injuries. The main concern was for his mental health and how his body had deteriorated after being captured for nearly 12 hours. The villain with the fatigue quirk was forced to reverse the effects he had inflicted on Deku, and he was becoming more alert by the second. He was being treated by paramedics on the scene since his wounds were not too severe. Katsuki refused to leave his side and was getting dirty looks from the workers since he was in the way. Katsuki could not have given a single fuck. Do you think you're alert enough to answer some questions, Midoriya? One of the paramedics asked. The detectives just have a few for you when you're ready. I think so. Maybe in a few minutes. He was still a little woozy. As the faux fatigue wore off, the doctors assessed his actual condition. He had lost quite a significant amount of blood, but he had a needle in his left arm, and he would recover from everything. We will probably have to transport you to a hospital as well, another medic said. Just to get you on fluids and have more blood available. You'll probably only be there for a day or so. That's fine, Deku said. Katsuki studied his friend. His eyes had deep bags, and his face was covered in dirt. The blood-stained shirt had been discarded, and he was wearing a simple blue polo they had spare in the ambulance. Katsuki reached into the ambulance for a hand towel and sat beside him. Deku turned to face him, and he started rubbing the grime from his cheeks. Kacchan, thank you, he said, for coming to save me. Katsuki scoffed. Of course I was going to come and get you. Wouldn't be much of a hero if I didn't. I should have realized something was wrong sooner, Deku sighed. He tried to lower his gaze, but Katsuki tilted his chin back up so he could keep cleaning him off. They were watching me. They were going to try taking me that night I stayed at your place. I was so worried they had intentions to hurt you, too. I'd blow them up before they set one foot inside my house, Katsuki huffed. He pulled his hand away from Deku's face, which looked a lot cleaner. Deku smiled wordlessly and grabbed a few of the wet wipes the medics had provided for him. He brought one up to the dried blood that still lingered on Katsuki's cheek and wiped it off. Katsuki didn't say a word as he cleaned his face. He looked down at Deku's chest, which had been cleaned of the blood from the wound, but the image of the thin red scratch lingered in his mind. What the hell did these freaks want from you? I could ask you the same, Midoriya. The detective in charge came over to the ambulance where Deku and Katsuki were. Hello, I was in charge of the case today. Is it okay if I ask you some questions? Deku nodded. That's okay, But is it okay if K Dynamite stays here? Of course. He was a big part of the operation, after all. Now, just try to tell me everything you remember. Deku explained everything he knew, that this was a calculated plan to kidnap him, how they had been stalking him for at least a few days prior, how they had intended to use his DNA to extract his now defunct quirk, how they had intentionally made Deku more susceptible to being kidnapped with a quirk. He even told the detective how their plan was futile in the first place, explaining how One for All worked and how it had been extinguished years ago. I see, pondered the detective. I've always wondered about your quirk, Midoriya. It's the same as All Might's, isn't it? Yes. We revealed some of its properties when it came into the public eye, but there's clearly some misinformation out there, and that's what led to this. That's all I needed from you, Midoriya, thank you. The detective flipped his notepad shut and then gave Katsuki a short nod. And thank you very much for your help, Dynamite. This mission went very smoothly, thanks to you. Katsuki felt embarrassed. He shouldn't have been so rude to him at the start. He was doing his job, just like everyone else. Yeah, he replied. Sorry if I was an ass. The detective smirked. I have dealt with worse than a hero with heightened emotions, sir. Have a good night. Recover quickly, Midoriya. As the detective left, Deku turned to Katsuki with a raised eyebrow. What did you say to him? Nothing. If it was nothing, why did you apologize? Katsuki sighed exasperatedly. I was stressed the fuck out when you were missing. So yeah, I was sort of rude to him. Fucking sue me. Kacchan, I was more concerned with finding you than preserving someone's feelings, alright? Deku smiled softly. Yeah. I'm very grateful, Kacchan. I wasn't sure anyone was going to find me. He met Katsuki's eyes. How did you even realize I was missing? You took my house keys, he stated. Your keys? In that yellow jacket I gave you. I left them in the pocket. Oh my god, really? Yep. I went to your house to get them back, and you weren't there. Sorry. Sorry? Are you seriously apologizing for being abducted, Deku? Well, no. Then shut up. Deku shut up. Katsuki ran his hand through his damp hair and sighed. By the way, I wanted to ask. He put his finger on his sternum. What happened to your chest? Was that them too? Deku grinned, which surprised Katsuki. That tall guy kept using his truth quirk on me and making me spill a bunch of my real thoughts, like saying he wasn't very smart for ignoring. The only person in the world who knew the intricacies of the quirk he was trying to steal. He got a little annoyed overhearing the harsh truth. And he cut you. Deku nodded. What a fucking pussy. Can't stand hearing anything he disagrees with. Deku giggled. Yes, exactly. Kacchan smirked. Does that count as a swear? Absolutely not. It has to come from my mouth, not yours. Katsuki didn't leave Deku's side as he got too tired to sit and requested to lie down on the ambulance stretcher. He stayed as Deku talked to him about his students to distract him from the situation. He stayed as Deku got drowsy and fell asleep properly for the first time in a few days. He stayed when his allies bid him farewell and prayed Deku got better. He stayed as the paramedics piled into the ambulance, and they drove to the hospital. Katsuki didn't let Deku out of his sight for a second. He had Deku again. He wasn't ever going to let go. Chapter end notes. I just want to say thanks to everyone who gave this FIC a chance, even if you didn't like it. Just knowing someone is reading my work makes me happy. But thank you to everyone following this FIC, leaving comments and kudos, it really brightens my day. I am so sorry if I don't reply to you. I just get very nervous sometimes and don't know what to say, but I promise I read and appreciate them all. This FIC has actually consumed my life. I literally write half my chapters on my treadmill so I still get exercise in, and I've ordered like 4 BKDK figures to keep my obsession going, haha. I hope you continue to stick around, and I'll do my best to keep writing, less than 3. Chapter 10 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku didn't hate a lot of things. It was a strong word to use, far too strong to assign to anything so insignificant. But he did dislike plenty of things, and one that was starting to climb his list of things he disliked were hospitals. He had his fair share of visits to hospitals already. He was pretty sure Recovery Girl had a hit out on him already for how many times she saw Izuku in her bay. But that sickeningly sterile feel of the walls, the continuous beeping of various machines and just not knowing whether or not he would come out the same. Hospitals just brought back bad memories. He'd had enough visits for a lifetime. That didn't mean he was going to be a difficult patient. Izuku always did as the doctors told him and complied with their demands. If it weren't for multiple doctors over the years, he would have lost a lot of mobility in his limbs and maybe even his life. So when he was checked into Central Hospital, he was more than complacent. It did help that the place didn't seem so intimidating when he had Katsuki accompanying him. Katsuki had not left his side since he had scooped him out of that chair from where he was held captive. When they arrived at the hospital, and Izuku had to be taken in for a more thorough examination, he had to try and plead with Katsuki to stay in the waiting area since he seemed to be drawn to Izuku's presence like a magnet. After a little bit of convincing, Katsuki reluctantly agreed to leave and wait outside, and Izuku sat in his temporary room. While he was checked out, he knew of his obvious injuries, the various cuts from the scalpel and bruises and scrapes he had from being thrown around a bit. He had been lacerated 16 times on his arms and once on his chest, but he was still proud of the fact he managed to get one up over his captors and anger them to such an extent. He had to be on fluids to regain the strength he had lost as a result of the fatigued Quirk, and he was too low on blood to be allowed to get out of bed. Most of the cuts he had received were too shallow to have permanent damage, but a few were deep enough that he needed stitches. If there was a single upside, it was that his arms were so heavily scarred already that a few new additions wouldn't really stand out. Izuku also had a mild concussion, which he was told was likely from fainting at his door and hitting his head right before being abducted. Fortunately, everything would heal smoothly if he remained in bed and rested for a few days. He was going to have to stay at the hospital for at least 24 hours, but he could recover at home. Although, when his doctor told him most of the healing could be done in his own bed, Izuku couldn't help but feel sick to his stomach. The place he once considered home was tainted. He wasn't a very paranoid person, but the thought of sleeping in that apartment was unbearable. He would not be able to stay calm and rational without thoughts of if he was being watched, knowing that there were people out there who might have the same delusions as his abductors. Izuku had never once considered himself to be the target of a scheme like this, but he had been completely shaken to his core. How easily he had allowed himself to become vulnerable, and how much danger he was putting others in by simply being related to them. Returning home was not an option. He had a few ideas on what to do when he was released, but there were a few people he had to discuss it with before he decided on anything. That is pretty much all you need to know about your current condition, Midoriya. The doctor, a young but firm woman with dark blonde hair in a bun, looked at him over her glasses. As I said, your injuries will heal on their own as long as you get a lot of rest. You shouldn't have any lasting damage besides a few small scars from your cuts. Izuku nodded. The doctor looked down at her clipboard. Although this type of incident does often result in a lot of trauma for the abductee, it often results in paranoia and flashbacks, not feeling safe out in the open or even in your own house. I'm not a psychologist, but I'll ask, are you feeling any of these? Izuku hesitated but nodded again. Yeah. A bit. I understand. We have a lot of partner programs that offer support therapy to victims of abduction to help them get back on track and adjust to their normal life again. I won't lie and say it's an easy process for victims, but the therapists we have are some of the best in the country. Many of them work directly with pros, so they might suit your situation better. Would you like me to put you on the list to see one? Izuku avoided her eyes. Yeah, I'd appreciate it. He'd never done therapy. Even after all he'd been through, he was never someone who felt he could talk to strangers about his problems. After all, most of the issues he'd speak about stemmed from the burden of one for all, so he could only talk to All Might or Katsuki about it. And they were not therapists, not even close. But now, after so many years, and with his quirk no longer being an issue, maybe he could explain the situation to someone. Someone who he didn't know, who had the experience necessary to help him. Consider it done. The doctor looked up from her clipboard and frowned. Now, there are quite a few people out in the waiting area that ask to see you. I don't think you're too mentally unwell to see them, but there are a lot. Do you want me to send them in? Izuku smiled. Yeah, if you could. She adjusted her glasses. All right. Just try to keep the noise down. She left and Izuku saw her shadow through the opaque glass. After a few seconds, he heard dozens of running footsteps, and the door burst open. spilling almost all of Class 1A into the room. Midoriya. The class huddled around his bed, staring down at their friend. He glanced at all their faces, some of which he hadn't seen in a while. He giggled at the thought. If I'd have known that this would get us all together, I would have gotten myself kidnapped sooner, he laughed. Some of his classmates smirked, but the majority of them looked concerned. Well, he seems to be in good spirits, said Kaminari. Are you hurt badly, Deku? Asked Uraraka. Her brown eyes were misty with tears. I'm so mad at myself for being asleep when the call came through. I wish I could have helped you. I'm fine. Izuku lifted his arms, which were wrapped tightly in bandages. This is all the major damage. I'm only here for a day or two. I can't believe that you got kidnapped, Midoriya, sighed Iida. I don't mean this to be rude, but what on earth could they have possibly wanted from a high school teacher? Well, he's not just a high school teacher, said Zero. It's probably because he used to be a pro. Maybe they wanted money or something. Stop talking about him like he's not right in front of you, moron. Katsuki's rough voice cut through the group, and they all turned to look at him. He wasn't crowded around the bed. Instead, he'd walked over to a corner of the room and sat on a small plastic chair, watching everyone else. Izuku met his crimson eyes, but they quickly darted away. Sorry, man. If you don't want to talk about it, that's understandable. Zero put a comforting hand on his shoulder. No, it's okay. I know why they wanted me. He met the gaze of Todoroki, Jiru, Kirishima and Shinso. But to you guys I didn't get a chance to say thank you properly. So thank you very much for rescuing me. Kirishima's lip wobbled, and he enveloped Izuku in a warm hug. I'm just so glad you're safe, man. I was so worried when I saw you. We're so happy that you're alive. Yeah, Midoriya. Jiru smiled softly. You gave us quite a fright there. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, he winked. So what did they want from you? Todoroki questioned, since you said you were okay with talking about it. Izuku sighed. It's so ridiculous. Well, do you remember what happened to Eri when we were in high school? The group solemnly nodded, and Izuku inhaled sharply. Essentially, it was the same thing. They wanted to use my DNA to extract One for All and use it as some sort of power-up drug. But isn't One for All basically dead? Piped up Kaminari, earning him an elbow in the stomach from Ishido. Ow. No, he's right. I don't have it anymore. The embers are 100% gone, and I don't even know if the remnants of it would still be in my system. So, I don't think it would have worked. And I tried telling them it wouldn't, but they didn't want to listen to me. That's so scary, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu shuddered. I'm glad you were rescued before they could do any serious lasting damage to your body. I'll be okay. Izuku reassured her. I really will. The doctor even suggested a good therapist who helps people recover from situations like this. You're so strong, Midoriya, sniffed Kirishima. Man, I can't get over how cool you are. I can't wait for you to be able to come back to. He suddenly stopped dead, and Izuku saw the entire class glaring at Kirishima as if he was about to say something horrible. Even Katsuki got up from his chair. He looked between his friends, confused. Sorry, I meant I can't wait for you to be out of the hospital. Because you're right, you shouldn't have to be kidnapped for us to be able to catch up, haha. He chuckled and clasped his hands together. Yeah, but I know your schedules can be hectic, so don't worry. I don't blame you for being busy. Speaking of which, Iida checked his watch and bowed. I am truly sorry, Midoriya, but I must return to the agency. I wish I could have stayed longer, but it's good to see you safe. It's okay, Iida, reassured Izuku. I appreciate you taking the time to check up on me. If you have to go back to work, that's no problem. Class 1A took turns bidding Izuku well. Some gave him a hug on the way out, hoping for a swift recovery. As the door closed, Izuku noticed one person left in the room. Katsuki stayed unmoving from his seat. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and Izuku was the first to open his mouth. Kacchan. Young Midoriya. The door burst open again, and All Might rushed to Izuku's side. Behind him was Aizawa comforting the sobbing Inko Midoriya. All Might. Izuku reached up as his mentor leaned down and gave him a firm hug. I thought you were still overseas. I came right back as soon as I heard what happened. I am so unfathomably sorry this happened to you, son. Izuku felt tears fill his eyes, and he blinked hard. I'm okay now, thanks to Kacchan and the others for acting so quickly. All three visitors turned to face Katsuki, still sitting motionlessly in the corner. He gave a curt wave. Go on, just pretend I'm not here. Katsuki, Inko had her face buried in her handkerchief, and her eyes were completely bloodshot. She left Aizawa's side and threw her arms around Katsuki, who nearly fell out of his chair in shock. Thank you, thank you, thank you for saving my son, Katsuki. Thank you for saving Izuku. I don't know what I would have done if... She stopped and continued to cry into Katsuki's shoulder, and he awkwardly patted her head in sympathy. It's fine. He's gonna be okay. Inko raised her head and sniffed. She returned to the hospital bed and intertwined her hand with her son's. He's right, Mom, soothed Izuku. I'm gonna recover quickly and be okay. Midoriya, I must accept some responsibility. All Might bowed. I have always tried my best to keep One for All secret out of the public eye. Even after we were forced to reveal it, some part of me wanted to keep its properties hidden. I should have released everything there was to know about it. This may have been prevented if there wasn't so much misinformation and secrecy surrounding the Quirk. All Might, you can't blame yourself for something like that, Izuku cried. Still, I am sorry that you had to experience something so horrific. What exactly has the doctor ordered you to do moving forward? Asked Aizawa. Izuku paused. I can get discharged tomorrow if everything goes smoothly. Most of my injuries will heal with rest. The doctor also recommended a therapy program for people who have been in this situation, so I'll probably have to start doing that. Because, he took a shaky breath. I am truly scared. I don't think I can live in that house anymore. I might think about selling it and moving somewhere else. Katsuki lifted his head from his seat in the corner. Aizawa, are my students all right? Asked Izuku. I was so worried that any of them could be targeted due to being connected to me. They're fine. The police filled me in on the main concerns of getting you back by going after someone else close to you. But they've done a thorough background check on the two villains, and it seems very likely they acted alone. We've tightened security measures around the school. You won't be in any danger when you return to work. When you return to work? Izuku wasn't sure that would be happening anytime soon. It wasn't just the mental anguish that returning to UA would put on him. It was the fact he was terrified that any of them could be victims of another attack if it got out that Deku, the Quirkless hero, was a teacher of the hero course. He would be unable to protect them if anything did happen, and the thought of stepping into the UA gates was enough to make his heart start racing. Of course, we are in no way pressuring you to rush back to UA, continued Aizawa. You will have all the paid time off you need to recover from this, and we're all on your side if you need support. Izuku nodded. Thanks. I definitely need time, but as long as the kids are looked after, that'll be one less thing to worry about. Aizawa bowed. I'm glad to see you doing better, Midoriya. Please let us know if you need anything. He glanced at All Might, who squeezed Izuku's shoulder supportively. Update us on your condition. And let us know about the moving thing. He flashed a smile and a thumbs up before walking out of the room, shutting the door behind him. Inko sniffed and cupped Izuku's face with her hand. My baby, I'm so relieved you're okay. Thank you for coming to see me, Mom. I'm sorry I've been so bad about visiting. Oh, don't be ridiculous. She leaned in and gave him a proper hug, squeezing him tight. I want you to come over when you get discharged. Stay with me while you decide what to do with your home. She glanced at Katsuki in the corner. And bring Katsuki with you. We can have a nice lunch. You have such a wonderful friend, Izuku. He smiled. I know. Inko sighed and kissed Izuku on the forehead. I'm guessing you two have to talk, so I'll give you some time. I'll call you as soon as I can, Izuku assured her. And I'll drive him over to yours when he's out of here, added Katsuki. Inko beamed, green eyes glistening with tears. Thank you. I love both of you so much, she waved as she left the room. Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat and pushed back tears as he met Katsuki's eyes again. Dark circles were forming under his eyes, and his hands were stuffed into the pockets of the mustard puffer jacket he'd thrown over his hero costume. Izuku knew he hadn't gone home and slept since he had seen him last in the ambulance. You're wearing the jacket, he stated. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Well yeah. I'd look pretty fucking dumb whiting around in my hero outfit. I thought it was awesome, Izuku grinned. It is awesome, Katsuki emphasized. But it's not hospital wear, you dweeb. I have some manners. Are your keys in there? Katsuki removed one hand from his pocket and jingled the keys. Right where I left them. He stood up from the chair and walked next to Izuku, leaning his hands against the bed railing. Kacchan, have you slept? Nope. Why didn't you go home while I was getting examined? Didn't feel like it. You have to be tired after last night, not even a little bit. Be serious. I am. Izuku sighed. Katsuki was stubborn, but so was he. They butted heads a lot when it came to discussions like this. But Izuku knew no matter how healthy he was, as long as he was in the hospital, Katsuki wouldn't let him out of his sight. What are you even doing here? He asked. Making sure you don't drop dead, Katsuki replied. Kacchan, you know I'm fine. I didn't have any major injuries. I am aware. It's not those that I want to keep an eye on. Well, then what? You heard me, right? I've already been prescribed therapy by the doctors. You don't have to worry about that. Dumbass. Would you stop worrying about someone just because someone else is already worrying about them? Izuku paused. I know, but I'm watching out for you because I know you better than some loser with a degree who's going to psychoanalyze you for an hour. I know what you're like. You don't care about yourself, you're always jumping into worrying about other people. And this is some serious shit. I'm not taking it lightly, Deku. Kacchan, it's not your job to take care of me. Jesus, it's not a job, Katsuki exclaimed. Izuku could tell he was getting more and more frustrated. We are friends, aren't we? Izuku's voice was very small. Yes, all right. It's not taxing to worry about you. It comes with being friends. You worry about me. I worry about you. Two-way street, and all that bullshit. I just don't think you need to worry as much, argued Izuku. You already have so much on your plate at work and your agency. I'm just another thing to add to that. Deku, you didn't scrape your fucking knee. Nobody knew where you were. You went missing. You were kidnapped. I'm fine. I promise I'll heal. Katsuki slammed his fist down on the hospital bed mattress, making Izuku jump. Fuck. Christ, for once in your life, don't dismiss yourself, you self-righteous dumbass. Hot, wet tears formed at the corner of his eyes. They fucking tortured you. That is not fine, Deku. You're making it sound worse than it was. I probably won't even have that many scars from the cuts. That doesn't matter, he shouted. I wouldn't give a shit if they didn't lay a finger on you in that basement. They still fucking kidnapped you. And they did hurt you, so don't pretend that nothing happened to you, for fuck's sake. You don't have to act like you're okay. Izuku knew Katsuki was coming from a place of concern. But for whatever reason, he just felt compelled to argue. Well, what do you want me to say, Kacchan? I'm sorry that the first thing I thought about down there was the safety of others. I was thinking about my students, and I was thinking about you. I can't help it. Indulge in some fucking self-pity or something. Worry about yourself first. Please. That last word struck a nerve in Izuku's chest. He hadn't expected a plea to come out of Katsuki's mouth, and it looked like he didn't expect to say it. Katsuki brought his hand to the bridge of his nose and pinched it tightly. You can't save anyone if you don't take care of yourself first, he said, back to a normal volume. And right now, you have a whole group of people who want to be there for you. Including me. So let us help you get back on track, Deku. Izuku looked down at his bandaged arms. He always acted in service of others first. He had a natural reflex to help those in need, disregarding his own safety. He thought about when Katsuki had been kidnapped by the League of Villains all those years ago. He had wanted to reach out and save him, but he had already shattered his arms. Would things have gone differently if he had cared for his own body? A lot of conflicting thoughts came to his head. I broke my body because I was saving someone else. But I didn't want just to save one person. I want to save everyone I can. He didn't come to a conclusion. That day, at school, Koda told me he ran into a man who knew he was my student. Katsuki lowered his hand from his face and looked solemnly at Izuku. I will bet my life it was one of those men who abducted me. I know what you're saying is right, Kacchan. You're usually right about these things. But I can't put my students or anyone else in danger. Katsuki shook his head. You won't? The security around you is going to be fucking nuts after this. You can go back to school when you're better and not have to stress about it. I don't know if I can, he admitted. Well, then, what are you gonna do? I don't know. The two of them were silent for a few moments. Katsuki placed both his hands on his hips. Well, that's fine. You don't have to figure this shit out right now. I'll stick with you until you get your head screwed on properly. Izuku smiled. My hero. Katsuki grinned back. Look, sorry for yelling. Sometimes, you really just need the point to be beaten into your thick skull. Yeah, I know. But so do you. Huh? How many times is it gonna take me now to get you to go home and shower and sleep? The fuck? You saying I stink? You should have smelt Four Eyes when he ran in here straight from patrol? No, Kacchan. But you have probably been awake for over 18 hours. I'm not going anywhere. You're driving me to my mom's, remember? So go home, rest, and come back. You'll feel better. Katsuki lifted his head and stared at the ceiling. He'd been awake for way more than 18 hours, but he wasn't about to tell Izuku that. He closed his eyes and sighed dramatically. Fine. Izuku smiled. Thank you. I promise I'll be right here waiting for you. Yeah. Katsuki put his hand on the door handle and turned around for one last glance. Take care of yourself, nerd. You too, Kacchan. Chapter end notes. My little sister has become completely obsessed with TGCHK and I couldn't be prouder. She's drawing fan art next to me as I write this. She still isn't convinced on BKDK, but she hasn't seen Light Fades to Rain yet, so I am hoping that'll convince her evil smiley-faced C. Chapter 11 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The door to Katsuki's apartment slammed shut with a loud thud. He hadn't returned home for over a day, but his living space already felt so foreign to him. Katsuki kicked his shoes off and placed his hearing aid on the dresser that always sat by the front door. He peeled the puffy mustard yellow jacket from his shoulders. This stupid jacket. Deku may not have been found so quickly without it. He carefully placed it on the back of a chair. Katsuki was pissed off. When wasn't he? He didn't want to go home and leave Deku in the hospital. He would have slept on the floor if he got to stay by his side. It was ridiculous. The guy recovering in the fucking hospital from being kidnapped was worried about his well-being. What a sick joke. Katsuki should have been the one watching over him and ensuring his recovery went as smoothly as possible. The role reversal of Deku worrying about him more than he should have been worrying about himself was one thing he seriously couldn't stand about his childhood friend. And Katsuki would force the lesson into him himself if that's what it took for him to put himself first. Also, what an idiot that Kirishima was. He had almost pilled the secret about Deku's suit right to his face. At least Deku didn't seem to catch on to what he meant. The hospital would have had to prepare another bed next to Deku because Katsuki would have blown his ass up right there and then. Although, Katsuki didn't have to worry too much, because from the sound of his phone frantically vibrating in his pocket, it sounded like their group chat was already cooking Kirishima alive. He nabbed the phone back from the police station on the way home from the hospital. He fished it out to turn off the notifications, but not before sneaking a peek at what was being written. Kirishima guys, I am so sorry, I was just really emotional seeing Midoriya. Ashido, you colossal dumbass. Couldn't have said it better himself. Katsuki walked into his bathroom, pulled off his hero costume for the first time in nearly 48 hours, and turned the shower onto the boiling point. He stepped in and let the water scrape off the memories of the previous days down the drain. He stood under the shower head for a few minutes, allowing the water to flow down every part of his body. It gave him time to think about what he would do next. He first thought about Deku's statement that he would no longer live in the apartment across the street. It made his heart hurt. It meant no more mornings with him showing up at his doorsteps, no more walking to the train, and no more conversations during their early commute. He hated change, and as much as Deku's decision made sense, it didn't stop him from being angry. Not at Deku, but at the evil fucks who decided to ruin a good thing they had going on by being so selfish as to take Deku for themselves as if he was some sort of object. Katsuki's jaw clenched tightly at the thought. All it took was a few delusional losers to flip his and Deku's lives completely. The second thing he thought about was that Deku would start therapy. It was a good idea. Katsuki was no stranger to the program itself, so as annoying as it was, he knew the shit worked. And it would probably work better for Deku since he wasn't a stubborn brat like Katsuki was when he tried it. But how long would it take for him to recover? He had learnt that after an incident like this, Deku would never truly be the same. That feeling of paranoia wouldn't leave him. It would become less prevalent as time passed. Katsuki was determined to be the best fucking friend he could be and help Deku feel safe as fast as possible. The last big thing on Katsuki's mind was the reason Deku had been abducted in the first place. He said that his captors wanted to extract one for all from him and use it to make themselves stronger. Katsuki scoffed at the stupidity, but it also made him furious. Furious that they felt they were entitled to use Deku like that, even if their plan wasn't stupid and did work. Deku had already accepted that he would never use one for all again, and he was trying to live peacefully in a regular job now. He didn't deserve to be caught up in any villain's stupid ploys. Save that for when the nerd actually becomes a hero again, Katsuki thought. So I have a reason to blow their limbs off if they try to touch him. Katsuki stepped out of the shower, dried himself off, wrapped the towel around his waist, and walked out of the bathroom with his hero clothes in his arms. He would skip patrol the next day to take care of Deku, that was sure, so instead of putting his clothes in a bag to take to the laundromat, he just tossed them in a corner of his room. Katsuki pulled on a pair of pants and returned to the kitchen to prepare his dinner. He hadn't eaten in almost 2 days, so his stomach rumbled deeply at seeing the simple ramen cups in his cupboard. He prepared his dinner and scrolled mindlessly through his phone as he waited for it to be ready. There were a few messages from Solitaire asking where he was. Usually, the agency could run fine if Katsuki didn't come in for work. That's what the employees were for, of course. But he rarely took days off, let alone 2 in a row, so it was unusual enough for him to be contacted. Solitaire, I saw on the news what happened to Midoriya. I'm sorry he went through that, sir. Are you coming in tomorrow? Dynamite. Nope. Solitaire. Understandable. Everything is still running fine here, but everyone says they're thinking of you and Midoriya. Dynamite. Thanks. Solitaire. How is he? Are you with him? Dynamite. He'll recover quickly. I'm picking up and taking him home tomorrow. Solitaire. I'm glad to hear it. Please update me on how he is and when you think you're well enough to come back. Dynamite. Thanks for running everything while I'm gone. Solitaire. Just doing my job, sir. Have a good night. Katsuki sighed at his phone as he ate his dinner. He couldn't understand why she had specified knowing when he was well enough to come back. He wasn't the one who had been kidnapped. But he did know. Even though he hated saying it out loud, and he'd never admitted to anyone's face. He had lost his mind when Deku was missing. He was panicking, being incooperative and not thinking straight. And that would make anyone believe he wasn't well enough to return to hero work, where he had to keep a level head and not be distracted by outside factors. As long as Deku was in any sort of trouble, he wouldn't be able to concentrate. God, what would it be like when he returned to hero work with the suit, then? No, it'll be fine. Because that nerd is strong. And when he wears the suit, he's going to be just as powerful as before. That thought calmed him down a little. After finishing dinner, Katsuki felt a heavy wave of fatigue. The past few days of sleep deprivation finally caught up to him. He turned off all his lights and walked into his dark room. As he took a step towards his bed, he tripped over something on the floor. Bending down and picking it up, he saw the flimsy blue hoodie Deku had worn to his house. He shook his head. Idiot. It wasn't very thick at all, almost see-through even, and Katsuki had no idea how he thought this would keep him warm. Without really thinking, he clutched the hoodie to his chest, and the smell of Deku still lingered on it. He always smelled like pine and coconut, and the scent was heavy on the hoodie. It brought small tears to Katsuki's eyes, and he wiped them away before he made a fool of himself. He missed Deku. It hadn't even been that long since he'd seen him, but the distance was agonizing. Katsuki slowly pulled the hoodie over his head and put his arms through the sleeves before collapsing into his bed, which also had a slight trace of Deku's smell. Before he fell into unconsciousness, Katsuki berated himself for crying over that stupid nerd. He was fine, recovering safely in the hospital. He would see him tomorrow. He blamed the tears on his lack of sleep and slowly let himself drift away. The following day, Katsuki woke to the bright screen of his phone flashing. He groggily rolled over and picked up the annoying device, squinting as his eyes adjusted. He saw he had a message from Deku, which caused him to sit straight up in his bed. Deku, good morning, Kacchan. The detectives returned my phone to me last night. _. I hope you had a good rest. Kacchan, morning. Good to see you didn't kick the bucket in your sleep. Deku takes more than a few cuts to kill me. Less than, greater than. Kacchan, are you getting discharged today? Deku, yes. I'm all cleared, so whenever you're ready to come get me, I'll be out of here, carrot carrot. Kacchan, I'll be there in an hour or so. Deku, thank you. Could you please do me a favor and bring me clothes to change into? The detectives took everything I was wearing into evidence, and I don't want to have lunch with my mom in a hospital gown. Winking face. Kacchan, sure Deku, you're the best. Kacchan, Kacchan. I know. Katsuki stretched and threw his blanket off, letting it hang halfway off the bed. He stood up and wondered what the hell he was going to give Deku to wear. All the clothes he owned were black, which looked weird on Deku, who was the polar opposite, always wearing bright and colorful clothing. In fact, when Katsuki looked over at the wardrobe, he saw Deku's multicolored scarf tossed on the floor. He smiled and picked it up. At least he would have one thing that wasn't dark and broody. In the end, Katsuki picked out a simple black shirt and jeans and pulled out an old but comfortable pair of sneakers. They were about the same size, but Katsuki was taller, so he also made sure to bring a belt for Deku. He collected his things and walked out the door, locking it firmly behind him. He was halfway to the hospital when he realized he was still wearing Deku's hoodie, with nothing underneath it. When Katsuki knocked on Deku's door, he was greeted by a much more cheerful-looking face than the one he'd seen yesterday. Hey. Deku smiled. You look much better. I told you going home and sleeping was a good idea. Glad to see you're okay, too. Deku was out of bed, and all tubes had been removed from his arms. He still had layers of bandages on, and his eyes had small bags under them, but he looked a lot more alive. Deku sat on the bed, letting his legs dangle off the edge. How are you feeling? Katsuki asked. A lot better. Well, from the injuries, I guess. I still get worried when I think about going home. But I know it'll be okay with you with me. Katsuki nodded. He held out the plastic bag that held the clothes he'd gotten for him. Here. Oh, thanks. He looked at the bag, at Katsuki, then back at the bag. Is that my hoodie, too? Katsuki blushed, feeling the heat spread from his face down his neck. Why yup. Did I mean, are you okay to wear it? Yes. Alright. He started pulling the clothes out, and Katsuki released a sharp breath, which he'd been holding for a while. Want me to step out? Deku turned red. Actually, there was something I wanted to talk to you about. But it's embarrassing, and I don't want to look at you while I say it. Katsuki blinked. Alright. So, just face the door, and don't turn around. Katsuki complied, secretly glad Deku wouldn't be able to see his pink face. Okay, nerd. What did you want to tell me? Deku inhaled. It doesn't really change anything, but I had to get it off my chest. I didn't even tell All Might. But when I was down in the basement, this is pathetic. He paused for a second, breathing shakily. I tried to use one for all. I tried to activate it, but it was stupid. I have nothing left anymore. But I just couldn't do anything. I felt so powerless, and I knew that if I wasn't under the influence of that stupid quirk, I could have fought back, but I just couldn't. So I tried. I dunno. Katsuki heard the clinking of a belt buckle, which made his breath hitch. Okay. Kacchan, you can turn around now. Katsuki turned to face Deku. Now that he was out of the hospital gown, he looked a lot more like an average person, although one part of his shirt collar was uneven, so Katsuki walked over and adjusted it. I guess I was wrong. Deku, he mused. You do have some self-preservation, after all. Deku smiled shyly. I knew you'd say something like that, Kacchan. Thanks for not making me feel stupid. The only time I'll give you a pass. He put a hand on Deku's shoulder. It's okay. You're safe. We're going home, and I won't ever let anything like that happen to you again. Come in, come in. Inko hugged the two men as they entered the familiar house. I've made both of your favorites. Katsuki and Deku walked into the Midoriya home. For Katsuki, it had been the first time in many years that he'd stepped foot inside, but he still had distinct memories of the place. He couldn't help but peer down the hallway where Deku's childhood room was. He grinned when he saw the All Might-themed nameplate still hanging there. Deku and Katsuki sat on the couch while Inko served them lunch. It was katsudon, which was Deku's favorite, not his. I remember how much spice you like on yours, Katsuki, smiled Inko, interrupting his thoughts. I hope you enjoy it. Sure enough. Katsuki could tell by sight alone that his bowl was much more seasoned than Deku's. He took a bite and closed his eyes. Fuck, why didn't Deku inherit his mother's cooking skills? It was delicious. Thank you so much for cooking, Mom. Deku was also devouring his bowl. I'm happy to see you. As am I. Oh, I'm just so glad you're okay. Tears formed in her emerald eyes, but she quickly blinked them away. I'm going to go gray 20 years early because of you, Izuku. But you're my son, and I'll always worry about you. Deku couldn't say anything and simply nodded. Inko sat up. So, what are you planning to do? Did you get assigned to a therapist yet? Deku put down his chopsticks. Yeah, I was put on priority. I feel kind of bad. I shouldn't be given special treatment just because I used to be a hero. But anyway, the therapist's office is only a 5-minute walk from my house. It's just. You don't want to go back there, she recalled. I know. It's completely understandable, love. And I want you to know you're welcome to come home here while you look for another place. I know, and I appreciate it, Mom. He sighed. It's just, you could stay with me since it's close to my house too. Deku paused and turned to Katsuki. He met his gaze and saw splotches of pink pop up under his freckles. A sheepish smile formed on his lips. We didn't discuss that. That's why I'm bringing it up now, Katsuki answered. If the therapist is close to your apartment, it's close to mine, too. Inko looked between the two of them. Does that sound like something you'd like, Izuku? I do agree that staying with Katsuki is a good idea. You two get along so well now. Deku nodded. Yeah. But Kacchan, you'd have to worry about me in your space now. It's not a worry. And if you get sick of me, you can always stay with your mom. The three of them were silent as the idea sunk into Deku's head. Katsuki watched as he took a few bites of his food, deep in thought. I guess if it's really not a problem for you, that would probably be the easiest thing. All right. When do you want to move all your stuff out? Huh? Deku blinked. My stuff? Well, if you're going to move and sell, you should probably take your stuff out. I don't have to do that now, but I would like some of my clothes and stuff, then I'll help you. We'll go get them and bring them to my place. Inko beamed. You boys are such a good team. She leaned forward and took Deku's hands in her own. I think Katsuki has a good vision. You're both strong young men with good heads on your shoulders. If you want to stay with Katsuki while you look for another place to live and come home to see me when you need some space, I'll help you however I can. She started getting misty-eyed again. You know, I still keep your bed made and dust all your All Might figures. I'm sure it will be nice to sleep in your bed again. Mom, Deku mumbled, red in the face. That's so embarrassing. I just miss you sometimes, Izuku. She wiped her face. And I want the best for you. So just give me a call, and I'll do whatever I can. Deku stood up and walked over to his mother, warmly hugging her. She lifted her head and looked at Katsuki, holding one hand out to him. His eyes widened. I'm good. Please, Katsuki. Katsuki resisted his urge to groan and wrapped his arms around the Midoriyas. He heard Inko's muffled sobbing, which made Deku also start to cry. He ignored his internal disgust at physical touch and held onto them tightly. After Deku and Katsuki finished washing up lunch, they bid Inko farewell and walked back to Katsuki's car. As they drove, Deku had been oddly silent. At a red light, Katsuki turned to him. Y'alright? He asked. Deku sighed. It's just this sucks. I liked my house. I liked living near you. And now I have to give it up. And now I'm going to be at your house are you sure it's okay? I know I'm not the best to live with. Deku, stop. Katsuki stepped on the accelerator as the light turned green. I'm the one who offered it to you. I wouldn't have done that if I didn't want you. And besides, you're a lot better than Kirishima or Kaminari. They never do their fucking dishes. Deku giggled. All right, as long as you're sure. Plus, Katsuki flashed him a smirk. Since my house is so empty, there'll be plenty of space for all your All Might merch. Oh my god, stop, Deku groaned, covering his face. That's so embarrassing. I can't believe you have too much merch that you have to keep some of it in your childhood room. Stoop, Deku wailed. They pulled up to their apartment, and Deku immediately looked nervous. Katsuki parked the car and put a hand on his friend's shoulder. You're safe. Deku closed his eyes and nodded. Yeah. He unclicked his seatbelt and opened the door. Oh, also, Katsuki locked the car and walked beside Deku. The doorknob damage was not my fault. The what? Deku ran up the stairwell, and Katsuki heard an echoey yelp. Kacchan. Why is my door melted? Sometimes you have to get creative when breaking in to check on someone. Chapter end notes. I walked 8 kilometers while writing this, times. Chapter 12 chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The sight of someone standing in Katsuki's normally empty apartment was definitely a confusing one. But after a few days of getting used to Deku's presence, he was starting to stop jumping when he opened his door. Kacchan. Deku was leaning over the kitchen counter, typing on his laptop. How was patrol? Shitty, he responded, kicking off his shoes. Why? Tough villains. No villains are tough for me, nerd. It was boring as fuck because nothing happened. Katsuki had invited his childhood friend to live with him about a week ago. They had moved all his furniture, except the bed, which wouldn't fit, into Katsuki's apartment. Due to him not owning many things, the house was now more cluttered with Deku's furniture. He'd even convinced him to let him install his TV. He'd brought over clothes and other necessities, but anything else they had taken to his mother's place. Now, the living space belonged to both Katsuki and Deku, and they were getting along well. Sometimes, Katsuki got annoyed. Because Deku put a plate back in the wrong spot, or left the shower dripping for too long, but they had been living together without any major arguments. Deku wasn't ready to face the outside world yet. He was still very traumatized and scared, as much as he tried to hide it from Katsuki. He worked from home on his laptop, sending in assignments to his students online and emailing their lesson plans from Aizawa. Sometimes, he called in on video, which was something that was helping him a lot. Being able to see his students safe and sound definitely gave him some peace of mind. This online arrangement was approved for Deku and would be how he completed his duties as a UA teacher while still recovering. It was a good compromise. Katsuki walked over and rested his arms on the marble counter. It's so weird commuting to work without you. I keep looking next to me on the train and thinking I left your ass on the platform. I bet you just miss the free coffee I brought you every day, Deku teased, sticking out his tongue. Well, Katsuki blushed and stared at the floor. Do you flirt with the barista at that place or something? Because I went in and asked him for the coffee you always get me, and it was the worst thing I've ever tasted. It's like he purposely made it terrible. Deku giggled. See, it only tastes good because I'm the one bringing it to you. He shut his laptop and turned around. Here, I'll make you some right now. Go sit down. He walked over to the coffee machine he'd brought over and started brewing instant coffee. Katsuki walked over to the couch and collapsed onto it. They now had a couch and Deku's own chair, but they usually sat together on the couch because it was easier to watch the TV. When's your next session with your therapist? Katsuki craned his neck over his shoulder to see Deku. 2 days, he responded. We've agreed every Thursday now, and the first session was good? Yes, I already told you it went well. She's very nice and patient with me. She definitely has experience with these sorts of situations. Well, good. They better not have hyped up this program and then given you some incompetent idiot. Deku walked around to the couch and handed Katsuki a mug. It was one he'd actually gifted to him, a limited edition All Might Bronze Age mug. Deku took a sip from his own mug from home, which was, of course, the limited edition All Might Silver Age 1. Katsuki took a swig, and his jaw dropped. What the fuck? It's literally the exact same as when you bring it to me. It's amazing. What did you do? Deku tapped his nose. It's a secret. What, did you sprinkle some of your hair in it? Deku choked. No. The secret is friendship. Kacchan. It tastes better because a friend is bringing it to you. Gosh. Katsuki smirked as he finished off the drink, placing the mug on the coffee table. I'm gonna get change. Deku nodded as he walked off into the bedroom. Katsuki stripped off his hero costume and placed it into the hamper Deku had brought. It was certainly more useful than throwing his dirty clothes against the wall and letting them form a pile all the time. The hamper was nearly full, so he'd have to do some laundry. Tomorrow, he thought. I'm way too exhausted to go outside and face people again. He pulled on a fresh pair of sweatpants and picked up some clothes that had made their way to the floor, putting them in the place they belonged. His room felt a bit smaller with another bed, or rather, a futon on the floor. Katsuki had insisted that Deku sleep in the same room as him. Deku had initially refused, since he felt he would be invading his space, and the couch was fine. Even in their childhood, Deku would always take the couch. But Katsuki wanted to be able to keep an eye on Deku and know he was safe by just turning his head to the side. Plus, he'd had a few nightmares. The first nights he stayed, Katsuki wanted to be able to calm him down and make him feel safe immediately. Katsuki opened the door of his room and placed the hamper by the front door. He turned to Deku. "I'll go to the laundromat tomorrow night. If you've got any laundry, chuck it in here." Deku was tomato red. He nodded a little too vigorously, then turned his attention to the remote in his hand. Katsuki realized he hadn't put a shirt on, which he was used to in his own home, but it was making Deku embarrassed. It was funny they'd been in change rooms together all their lives. They'd seen each other topless 1,000 times. But Deku was still nervously avoiding eye contact with him, and Katsuki knew it wasn't because he was uncomfortable. He's probably envious, Katsuki thought, because he wants to get back into shape as well. But he doesn't want to look like a creep by staring at me. He sat back down next to Deku, noticing how he seemed to wriggle closer as the couch sank down. He turned to the TV, which was flicking through various channels. Deku groaned. There's nothing to watch," he concluded, leaning back on the couch. He then turned to Katsuki, his eyes firmly staying above his neck. "So, you run out of shirts, Kacchan?" That was unexpected. At least he knew Deku was comfortable enough to make fun of him, but he wouldn't let him get away with it. "This is my house, nerd. I can wear whatever I want. I can walk errand butt-ass naked in here, and no one can stop me," he announced. This seemed to make Deku turn even more red. "I think I'd have to go stay with my mom permanently," he mumbled. "You can wear whatever you want to, you know." Deku blinked. "Huh?" Katsuki suddenly felt his heart pounding in his chest. "I mean, I'm not telling you to strip or anything. You what I'm saying, fuck." He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. "Don't think you're just a guest. I mean, you are, but I don't want you to think that way. I want you to live here like you would in your own house, without worrying about what I might think. Got it?" Deku stared, and Katsuki examined every shade of green in his eyes. They were wide with confusion, and they blinked at around 3-second intervals. Deku was the first to break eye contact. "Yeah, I get it. Thank you, Kacchan." However, Katsuki held up a pointing finger and shoved it into Deku's chest. "There is one thing that I won't forgive you for if you do." Deku froze. What is it?" Katsuki had a fake serious expression on his face. "Stealing my clothes. You've already done it a few times, and I've let you off with a warning." Deku stifled a laugh. "And what is the reason that this offense is so serious?" He paused, trying to stay stone-faced while holding back laughter. "Because you get your shitty nerd smell all over them," Katsuki snickered. "All right. I'll stop, but that means you have to give my hoodie back." The joke was suddenly over, and Katsuki felt a pinch of dismay in his chest. "Huh? Don't think I haven't noticed you wearing it, Kacchan." Deku smiled. He shook his head. "I'm kidding, of course. You can wear it. But if you're serious, I won't wear your clothes anymore if you don't want me to." He'd only been joking, but when Deku said he wanted his jacket back, he felt genuine disappointment. And of course he noticed that Katsuki still wore it, even though it was thin and a little bit too small. But why? And why did he feel upset when he thought he would have to return it? Katsuki shook his head and stood up. He put his hands above his head and stretched. "So, I've got a question." "Yeah? Remember when you mentioned, getting back into shape a few days ago?" Deku had casually mentioned it after returning from his first therapy appointment. He didn't say why, but Katsuki could guess the reason. Deku already felt powerless without his quirk for so many years, and he'd lost some of the strength and muscle he once had. So it wasn't an out-of-nowhere idea. "Yeah, my therapist said it was a good idea. You know, exercise and all that. Endorphins. But also so I can, protect myself, you know." "Deku, it's okay." He held out his hand. Deku took it, and he pulled him to his feet. "I get it. And it's smart. You've always been smart when it comes to these things. Tell you what, I can show you where the gym is. It's really close to here, like a 10-minute walk." Deku's hand stiffened. "Oh yeah, he trailed off. "You don't feel comfortable leaving alone yet, do you?" Deku shook his head. I'm sorry, Kacchan. I can't do it. Whenever I think about stepping outside by myself, I can't stop thinking about all the eyes on me. I get really panicky, and my chest starts to hurt, and my throat closes up and... Katsuki put a hand over his rambling mouth. Deku's eyes widened, and he slowly removed his hand. It's only been a week, Deku. It's normal. I'll go with you, that's not a problem. And if you want to go when I'm not there, I'll call one of our friends. They will be more than understanding. Deku shook his head. I can't let you do that. I don't want to be such a burden. You guys are already so busy, and I don't want you taking up so much of your free time for me. Deku, stop. Katsuki put both hands on Deku's shoulders and was so close to his face he could feel his exhalation. Stop it. Stop thinking you're a burden. No one thinks that. We just want to help you get better. Deku looked at his feet, silent. Katsuki waited for him to respond, and when he didn't, he took one of his hands and tilted his head back up to look into his eyes. You are not a thing we have to fix. You're a person, and we all have fucking complicated feelings. But friends do their best to uncomplicate those feelings and make shit easier. Deku sniffed, a slight smile showing on his face. I don't think uncomplicate is a word. Katsuki's gaze was soft as Deku opened and closed his lips, trying to force words out. Katsuki was still holding his chin up so he couldn't look away. He closed his eyes. In my first session with my therapist, most of the time was me explaining to her what had happened. It took a while, so she didn't have a lot of time to talk me through any strategies. But one thing she said, she told me to internalize, that being kidnapped didn't mean I was weak. She wanted me to remember that I'm strong. Katsuki gripped Deku's shoulders and leaned in a little closer. Yeah, you fucking are. You're not weak, Deku. Not in the slightest. For fuck's sake, they had to use their shit-ass quirk to incapacitate you because they knew you would have been too hard to take otherwise, and you never give up. Even when you couldn't keep your eyes open, you kept fighting. You're the strongest person I know, Izuku. Tears started to form in Deku's eyes. What did I do to deserve friends like you in our class? Everything. We're taking care of you because we're your friends, and that's what friends do. Not because we don't think you can take care of yourself. You're capable. But you can't do everything alone, Deku. We'll pick up what you can't handle on your own. So if you want to go out to the shops, gym, or just for a walk and you want someone to come with you, just ask. We all want to see you get better. Deku was full on crying now. Katsuki pulled him into his chest and held him tightly. He felt his shoulders shake as he sobbed, and he ran his hands through his soft green curls. They stayed like that for a few minutes until Deku's breathing returned to normal. He pulled away from the hug and wiped his face. Thank you, Kacchan. I'm okay now. He looked at where his head had been resting against Katsuki's chest, and his eyes widened. Oh crap. Sorry, He pulled up his shirt, put it in his hand, and rubbed it against Katsuki's chest. I kind of got tears on you. Katsuki was so flustered at the sight that he couldn't speak. He hadn't even felt Deku's tears on his skin. He watched as Deku wiped them off, and he let his shirt fall back down over his stomach. Okay. Should we make some dinner? Deku skipped into the kitchen, unaware of how frozen Katsuki was from his actions. He snapped out of it and watched Deku open the cabinets and bring out 2 bowls. I have fuck all ingredients, Deku. Well, you've got a year's worth of ramen right here. He pulled 2 cups down and placed them on the counter. I'm not feeding your skinny ass ramen if you want to start working out, Katsuki objected. You'll need to gain weight again with proper food. So, does that mean you'll finally buy some real groceries? Deku asked, eyes brightened. Yes, obviously. I just don't have a lot of time after work. I know. Come on, Kacchan, just for tonight, let's have ramen. I'll even go grocery shopping with you. Deku, you don't have to force going out if you don't want to. I'm not forcing, Deku interrupted. I have to start somewhere, and the supermarket is a safe place. He mischievously took the ramen cup and ripped the lid off. Oops. Looks like we have to eat it now. He ripped the other lid. Ah, how clumsy of me. Katsuki smiled and caved. All right, nerd. We'll have this for dinner. Bouton put the hard spices on yours. You will literally die, and I don't want to be responsible for your corpse. Deku pouted, but he knew Katsuki was right. His spice tolerance was non-existent, and Katsuki's was insane. He prepared the cups, and they sat in front of the TV, watching some random show that they'd thrown on. "I think I could have had a little bit of the spice," Deku said as he slurped up the noodles. "Just to add a tiny bit of flavor." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Do you want to lose your ability to speak?" Deku didn't respond. "I'll take that as a no." After dinner, Katsuki washed their chopsticks and threw away the cups. "Hey, Deku." We'll buy some other brand. When we go out. One that your weak tongue can handle." Deku grinned. "How considerate of you, Kacchan." Katsuki liked to go to sleep early. Deku liked to stay up late, but he felt a little awkward about coming into the room when Katsuki was already unconscious. So, the two of them went to bed at the same time, but Katsuki noticed another difference between them. Deku passed out almost instantly when his head hit the pillow, and Katsuki took a lot more time to fall asleep. He tried everything, counting sheep, although he did like replacing the sheep with grenades in his mind and blowing them up. No luck. He tried blinking rapidly to tire out his eyes. Still awake. He groaned and faced the wall, wishing someone would just punch him in the face so he could succumb to the sweet black void of unconsciousness. He had finally almost drifted off when he heard movement in his right ear. He instantly flipped around to see Deku tossing and turning on his futon, his face scrunched up in distress. Katsuki threw his covers off and knelt down on the floor. He was still asleep, but Katsuki couldn't bear the look on his sleeping face, so he slowly lowered himself to lie next to him. The half-unconscious Deku bumped into him, and slowly, his eyes fluttered open when he recognized Katsuki's face. "You're safe," Katsuki breathed. "You're all right." Deku nodded very slightly, and Katsuki looped one of his arms under his back and pulled him onto his shoulder. Deku's breath hitched at the movement, but his heart rate went back to normal, and he leaned his head in to fit in the space between Katsuki's arm and neck. "Sorry," he murmured. "Nightmare. It's fine. Just go back to sleep." Deku didn't make another sound, and Katsuki heard his breathing even out and knew he was back to sleep. He closed his own eyes and began to drift off. The feeling of Deku so close to him would have made an awake Katsuki nervous, but in that moment, he had never felt so at ease. Chapter end notes. Bones who gaff about the Olympics stop delaying the episode. I need to see Deku's reaction to Kacchan's corpse animated. Chapter 13. Chapter notes. I wasn't super satisfied with the last chapter, so I speed wrote this one to make up for it. Enjoy. For all katakana middle dot, no. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The smell of freshly cooked eggs wafted into Katsuki's room. He was half asleep, but the temptation of food was enough for him to sit up straight in his bed and rub the sleep from his eyes. He looked down at the floor. Deku had folded his blankets neatly and perfectly placed his pillow on top. What a nerd. Avoiding the futon, Katsuki walked into the living room and saw Deku behind the kitchen counter. He was cooking eggs on the stove and had 2 bowls of rice weighing next to it. "Morning, Kacchan." He beamed. Today was Sunday, his only day off, so Katsuki had expected him to sleep in until noon like he did. But it seemed Deku had gotten up bright and early. He turned back to the food, and Katsuki came up behind him, peering over his shoulder. "That smells good, Deku," he mumbled, still half asleep. Deku smiled nervously and said something, but he said it too quietly, and Katsuki hadn't put his hearing aid in yet. He yawned and walked into the bathroom to splash water on his face and wake himself up. He was contemplating whether or not he wanted to go to work today. Since he was his own boss, he got to make his own hours at the agency. And under normal circumstances, he worked every day for as long as he legally was allowed in order to earn the most amount of money he could. However, since Deku moved in, Katsuki started feeling like the hours at work dragged on, and he couldn't wait to get home. He had also taken more days off in the last couple of weeks than he'd ever in his career because sometimes he just felt like staying in and chilling out with his friend. This side of Katsuki fought with the side that wanted to complete Deku's suit as fast as possible. More work meant more money, and more money meant more funding for Melissa and Hatsume to work with. Speaking of the 2 girls, he hadn't spoken to them since Deku was rescued. He'd been too focused on Deku to check up on how the suit was doing. However, no news from them was usually good since it meant they hadn't run into any roadblocks. He made a mental note to find time to call them soon. Katsuki dried his face off with a towel, put on his hearing aid and returned to Deku, who was serving breakfast at the table. He flashed a smile when he saw him slide onto the pulled-out seat. Perfect timing. Sorry, it's a little plain. Just eggs and rice. Yeah, that's my bad, Katsuki yawned, picking up his chopsticks. Haven't found time to go shopping again. No, it's fine. Deku sat opposite Katsuki and started eating his own bowl. Ah, it's hot. He blew on the food before putting it in his mouth. What are you gonna do today? Katsuki asked, standing up. He grabbed 2 glasses and filled them with water. I did have an idea, but we don't have to do it if you don't want to, Deku started. If it's going out, please ask. I really don't want to go to work. Katsuki said nothing as he put the 2 glasses on the table and sat back down. I'm feeling a lot better this morning, he said, and I have been for the past few days. So I was wondering if... Yes, God, please ask if you want to leave the house, Deku. Do you want to go out today? Fuck yes. Katsuki was celebrating in his head, but on his face, he only raised an eyebrow. I mean not like, out, just wander around. We can get some of the shopping done and I'd like to know where some of the places you go are like, you know, the laundromat or the gym. Is that okay? Katsuki smiled. Sure. Whatever you want. We've always been doing this at your pace. Deku. So we'll do whatever you feel like. He was pretty glad he got to skip work, but he was more than elated that Deku felt comfortable leaving the house. He'd only left 3 times in the last week and a half, and 2 of the trips were Katsuki driving him to his therapist's office. So he was glad Deku felt more confident. It would be a while before he could work himself up to leave alone, but he was proud of his progress. Okay. Awesome. I'll clean up the bowls. I'll do it. Katsuki grabbed both of their empty bowls and glasses and stacked them. You cooked it. I can clean it up. Kacchan. Plus, you stink, he lied, so you should probably go shower. Deku looked mortified and ran off to get a change of clothes. Katsuki smirked and began washing up the dishes. He thought about what they'd do. Would Deku feel safe enough on the train? They could go into the city and get lunch. He might even ask if they'd like to go to his agency and say hello to Solitaire, who'd been asking about him daily. Katsuki acted like she was annoying him with the questions, but he could talk about Deku all day. Deku walked out of the shower with damp, messy hair and wore a simple button-up green shirt and dark blue shorts. It had started to get a little warmer, so there was no need for jackets or hoodies most days. He sat down on the couch as Katsuki put the last of the plates on the drying rack. Deku. Yeah? How do you feel about the train? The train? Katsuki dried his hands on a towel and walked over to the couch. Yeah. How do you feel about going on the train into the city? We can get lunch there. Plus, some of the losers at my agency want to know how you are. Deku thought about it and fidgeted with his hands. I mean, as long as you're with me, I don't feel too worried. I don't want to make any sort of scene and embarrass you. Deku, yes or no, it's fine if you don't want to. We can get lunch elsewhere. Do you feel comfortable traveling on the train? Deku looked up at Katsuki and nodded. Yeah, I'd like that. Okay. I'll go get ready. But he put his finger right up to Deku's nose and narrowed his eyes. You are not allowed to make fun of what I'm wearing. It's gonna be for your own damn good. All right. Katsuki walked into their room and slammed the door. He knew going out on a weekend was a bad idea for a hero off duty. They got mobbed by fans and reporters, which was just an unpleasant experience for everyone. Katsuki hated it when it happened to him, but he could deal with it. If it happened while he was with Deku, it would stress him out. So, along with the black t-shirt and pants, he also picked up his cap, a pair of sunglasses and a black fashion mask. When he put them all on, you couldn't tell who he was. Exactly what he wanted. Katsuki grabbed his keys and wallet and returned to Deku, who was pulling on his bright red shoes. He glanced up and nearly fell over at the sight of his friend, trying desperately not to laugh. What did I say, Deku? Warned Katsuki, but his voice had a hint of humor. He knew he looked utterly ridiculous like this, but there was no other option. Kacchan. Why, oh my god, is this so that you don't get recognized? Deku giggled. Yes, dumbass. So people don't mob me, and by extension, they don't mob you, he huffed, opening the door. Kacchan, that's actually really thoughtful. Thank you. Deku followed closely behind as they left the house, locking the door firmly behind him. As they walked to the train station, Deku concentrated on breathing and staying calm. He tried to rationalize his mind, telling himself that the people walking down the street were minding their own business and not paying attention to him. Katsuki was an anchor by his side, and he checked in on him the whole way there. Once they arrived at the station, Deku relaxed a little. As Katsuki discovered when he had gone out on that single trip to the supermarket, Deku felt safest in public areas with security cameras. It was probably why he agreed to get on the train in the first place. They sat down in the spot they defaulted to when the train pulled up. It was strangely nostalgic. "Well, this feels familiar," Deku said. He turned to Katsuki, who was unusually calm. He was probably trying to keep a low profile so no one around them picked up on his explosive personality. "I've always felt weird coming here without you," he mumbled. His voice was so low and soft, completely unlike his normal voice. It gave Deku goosebumps, and he had to lean in close so he could catch every word. "Yeah. I miss it too," he sighed. "I hope I can find a place soon, and we can go back to normal." "Have you looked at anything yet?" "No. I should probably feel comfortable leaving the house alone before I think about moving out." He froze and clenched his hands together nervously. "I mean, unless you're getting sick of me, Ka." Katsuki grabbed his hands. "No, Deku. Don't jump to such stupid conclusions, you moron. I was just curious." He was trying to be firm while keeping his voice down, resulting in a very low tone that Deku wasn't used to. He wished he would speak in it more. Sorry. I know." Katsuki released his hands, and there was only the sound of the train creaking between them. When they hopped off the train and into the city, Deku felt his heart start to race. There were way too many people for him to be able to check each one's expression. Crowds were awful to think about. It would be so easy for him to be taken from a massive group of people without anyone noticing. But he had to be strong. He knew he would have to keep muscling through. He turned to Katsuki. Hey, can I do something? It just makes me feel less stressed." "What?" He turned red, sweating bullets. "Can I hold on to you? Your arm or something? I don't want to get separated." Katsuki took his hands out of his pockets and extended one to Deku. "Just don't walk slow. I don't want to drag you around." Deku gingerly took his outstretched hand, letting their fingers interlock. He immediately worried about his hand being too sweaty and gross, but Katsuki didn't say anything. If anything, he was the person in the world most used to it. They navigated the bustling streets and eventually ended up opposite the dynamite agency. Katsuki let go of Deku's hand. "You all right to go inside?" he asked. "We'll just say hi for a few minutes, and then we'll leave." He nodded. "Yeah." They pushed through the glass door and walked up to the front counter, where Solitaire was engrossed in her computer screen. Katsuki pulled down his mask and took off his hat. His blonde hair popped out like an explosion. "I hope you're doing actual work, slacker." Solitaire looked up, and her face lit up at the sight of Katsuki and Deku. "Midoriya." She ran out from behind the counter and wrapped him up in a hug. "Hey." He hugged her back. "How are you? Keeping this place afloat while your friend here ditches work for the day," she winked. "I'm joking. How are you? It's good to see you out of the house. Boss told me you've been working up to it." "Oh." Deku turned to Katsuki. "You talk about me." "Course I do, nerd. Haven't got much else in my life to talk about." Deku blushed. "Why yeah, I have to keep working myself up. It's been pretty intimidating, but I know Kacchan will help me as much as possible." "Sure will. He's gotta be the best at everything. That includes friendship," Solitaire said. She peered over Katsuki's shoulder. "Sir, you should probably go out the back way." Deku and Katsuki turned around and saw a group of people lining up to get into the agency's doors. Deku's heart rate spiked. Employees were already trying to line them up, and Katsuki sighed exasperatedly. "Fucking fangirls." He put his hat back on and pulled up his mask before taking Deku's hand again. "Come on. There's a way out the back we can sneak out." "Oh okay." They both were barely able to give Solitaire a goodbye before running through the staff-only door and weaving down a few hallways before stopping in front of a door that said, "In case of rabid fans, open door." Deku read, "It's the secret way out." Katsuki pushed it open, and they were back on the streets but in a much calmer area. Deku's pulse returned to normal, and Katsuki squeezed his hand. "I'm fucking starving. Let's go eat. The place Katsuki chose to eat was a quaint little shop, still in the city area but outside of the busy center. There were only a few customers, and it was quiet, which was perfect for the two of them. Deku could relax and not feel as paranoid, and Katsuki wouldn't be bothered by rabid fans. Deku had ordered katsudon, as usual, and Katsuki was enjoying a bowl of piping hot udon. "How is it?" Deku asked. Katsuki slurped a noodle into his mouth, and Deku cringed at his bad manners. Katsuki grinned at his unimpressed expression. "Good. How about you, picky eater?" "I'm not picky," he exclaimed. It's just a safe food, that's all." "Then why don't you get another bowl of something else?" "Because I'm not that hungry, Kacchan. And it's a waste of money." "Okay, so if you were hungry, you would get something else for lunch?" "I dunno, maybe." "Hat would you get? Like, tempura, maybe? Sukiyaki, or takoyaki? Or—" Deku stopped and studied Kacchan's face. His eyes widened, and a smile spread across his face. Katsuki frowned. "What the hell are you smiling about, nerd?" he snapped. "Are you just trying to get me to tell you my favorite foods out of me without asking directly?" Katsuki's face burned a deep red. "No, I'm making fun of you for being so goddamn picky, you loser. I want to see you try something else for a change." Deku nonchalantly picked up a piece of pork and rice from his bowl and shrugged. "Whatever you say, Kacchan. But if you wanted to know, you really could have just asked." He put the food in his mouth and chewed. Katsuki was flustered and silent. Deku swallowed and batted his eyes innocently. "Although, it is kind of weird you don't know this already. I mean, I know all of your favorite foods. And we've known each other for how many years? 20? Katsuki clenched his jaw and picked up his chopsticks. "Shut up, stupid Deku." Deku smiled triumphantly and continued finishing off his lunch. He was taking a sip of his ramune when Katsuki spoke up again. "I just wanted to know what I should be buying," he admitted, "when we go shopping, so you can make lunches you like while I'm out and stop living off the stupid ramen." Deku softened. "That's really sweet of you, Kacchan." "I'm not sweet," he retorted. "It's very considerate, then. I appreciate it, but you really could have just asked me, you know. I wouldn't have made fun of you." "I know. Do you?" "Yes." Katsuki and Deku finished their meals, talking about what groceries they would get and what meals they would make when they left the restaurant. It was a modest conversation. The workers, who had been eavesdropping, came over after taking their payment and gave each of them a dango for a free dessert, which they explained was something they gave to new couples. Deku was forced to keep Katsuki at bay and explain to them that they were just friends talking about the house they lived at together. The workers didn't look so convinced, and Deku dragged Katsuki out before he could yell at them anymore. It was getting close to sundown when Deku and Katsuki decided to head back home. Deku was carrying 2 bags full of groceries, and Katsuki was pointing out various landmarks on their walk to the train station. "I fought a villain over on that corner a few weeks ago," Katsuki said. "Well, wouldn't even call him a villain, really. Dumbass tried to rob the store next door but got a bit confused when he realized there was no cash in the till." "That store?" Deku tried to follow Katsuki's gaze but ended up looking at the ATM. "No, stupid." He pointed directly at the building he was referring to. "That one." "Well, how am I supposed to know where you're looking with those giant sunglasses on your face?" "They aren't giant. Maybe you just think that because your face is small. My face is not small." "Oh yeah?" He pulled off the sunglasses and placed them on Deku's face. Katsuki laughed. "Wow, it really is small." "No, it's not." Deku took the glasses on and off. Your face is just enormous." "The hell did you just say about my gorgeous face, Deku?" "Oh please, don't flatter yourself, Kacchan." "Hey loser, did you see how many fangirls there were earlier today? I'm definitely the most attractive hero in the ranks." "Keep on telling yourself that," Deku giggled. He looked up at Katsuki. His eyes were squinting from smiling, and without thinking, Deku reached up and unhooked his mask from behind his ear. Katsuki's expression turned from elation to confusion. "Why'd you? I wanted to see your smile." Katsuki froze and stared at Deku for a good few seconds. The golden hour made his green eyes look ethereal, and the slight wind coursing through the streets made his curls flow across his face in a hypnotizing rhythm. Katsuki could study Deku like a painting. Find new, beautiful things about him forever. The way he always had a hint of a smile on his face and how wide it got when he was happy. He had already memorized how many freckles he had, not just the bigger ones on his cheeks, but the smaller ones that lived on the bridge of his nose and were scattered all across his face. Deku hadn't broken the eye contact yet. He looked like he was waiting for the other man to do something. Katsuki was uncomfortably aware of how hard his chest was pounding and how shaky his breath was. He slowly raised his left hand and was about to bring it to cup Deku's cheek, was about to run his fingers over the faded scar, when he heard a yell from across the street. Dynamite! Katsuki and Deku both whipped their head towards the sound. Across the street was a reporting agency, one of the most popular ones in the city. Katsuki cursed under his breath. A group of reporters had walked out and spotted them, and with the hero out of his mediocre disguise, it wouldn't be long before he had a crowd. The group started rushing towards the two of them, cameras in hand. Kacchan! Deku was cut off as the mob started shouting various questions at him. Katsuki had taken his friend's hand into his own and wasn't letting go. Dynamite, what are you doing in this part of the city? What are you planning to do to raise your spot in the next hero ranking? Who's this? Dynamite, why have you been absent from hero work more and more this last month? Wait, I know him, sir, you're a UA teacher, aren't you? What's your relationship to Dynamite? Are you two in a relationship, Dynamite? Katsuki was desperately trying to lose the reporters by answering their questions with, no, or, fuck off, but they were like ants to sugar. He was dragging Deku by the arm, but when he turned to check on him, his face was unreadable and sweaty, and he was clutching his chest with his free arm. He tried to call out his name, but he didn't answer. Biting his lip, he dashed across the street, grabbed Deku by the waist, and leant into his ear. Hold on. Deku responded this time and nodded, tightly wrapping his arms around his side as Katsuki burst off the ground with an explosion, sending the two of them into the air. Deku kept his grip on Katsuki as he searched for a roof to land on. They hit the ground, a little more bumpy than usual, and both toppled onto their sides. Katsuki sat up and grabbed Deku, checking that he was okay. He had sat up beside him with his knees under his chin, his breathing very shallow, and his hand still gripping his chest. Katsuki said nothing as he sat opposite him and began taking deep breaths, slowly inhaling and exhaling. Deku slowly started to calm down and copied Katsuki's breathing. After a few minutes, he dropped his hand from his chest. The sun was setting behind him, so he shined with a slight golden glow. Are you okay? Katsuki asked softly. Deku nodded. He lifted his other arm, showing he was still clutching their groceries. Katsuki couldn't help but laugh. Well, that's a relief. If we'd dropped them, they would have written some stupid-ass article titled, "What Dynamite Buys from the Store. Number 4 will shock you." Deku giggled and sniffed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I'm sorry that you have to go through that. I can deal with it. I'm more pissed off they mobbed me while you were there. I tried to make everything go smoothly so you wouldn't get too stressed out and fuck. I'm sorry, Deku. It's not your fault, Deku assured him. I'm okay now, thanks for getting me out of there. Kacchan. He peered over the side of the room, where the reporters had mostly dispersed. He sighed. I just get so freaked out about the thought of crowds. It scares me so much, so many people who could put their hands on me, and his breath trembled, but he turned to Katsuki with a smile. I guess this is just one unfortunate part of being a hero I never got to experience. Katsuki's heart broke. He wanted to tell Deku that his dream of being a hero was not dead. That he would get a chance to live out his dream again with his friends by his side one day. But he couldn't do it. He had to wait until the suit was ready. There was no point giving him any false hope, and definitely not while he was still recovering from such recent trauma. Katsuki got to his feet. Let's get down from here. They're undoubtedly planning a new dumb article. Pro-hero Dynamite steals random civilians in broad daylight and traps them on rooftops. Would they really write something like that? Trust me when I say yes, Deku. Chapter end notes, you fools. This FIC was all a ploy for me to write endless filler chapters of BKDK fluff. And you all fell for it. MWHAHAHAHA, the plot is gone. There is very much still a plot. Chapter 14 chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki stared at his computer screen in awe as Melissa wielded Black Whip, picking up objects around her and swinging from the ceiling effortlessly. She took off the prototype glove and sat down at her desk. "It's really easy to use," she exclaimed. "And since Deku has experience, it should be a piece of cake for him to get used to." "Ooh. I cannot wait for the trip." Hatsume was buzzing with excitement. 2 weeks feels like decades away. I can't wait to be able to mess around with the real suit. "Bakugou, what do you think?" Katsuki was so stunned into silence that he almost didn't hear her. His dream, no. Deku's dream was so close to being a reality. It wouldn't be long now until the suit was ready for use, and he could gift it to his childhood friend and have him return to hero work. "Yeah, it looks really good," he said, still in shock, like, almost flawless. Melissa smiled. "Ah, shucks. Well, there's still some work to do. We only have it working in the gloves. It's going to take a lot of work to attach it to the rest of the suit. That's what Hatsume's the best at, so we'll probably wait until you two arrive here to work on that. Further, I've already packed my bags." Hatsume giggled. "What about you, Bakugou? Are you excited?" Katsuki nodded. "Yeah, it'll be good to see it in person." Melissa nodded. "Hey, I know it might be a hard subject, but how is Deku? I heard what he went through. It's so awful. Is he recovering well?" "Yeah, he actually lives with me now." "What?" the girls shouted in unison. "He's not here right now, idiots." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "I'm not that stupid. He's at his therapist's. That's why I haven't called you two in a while." "Well, I'm glad to hear he's doing well. But is he gonna live in your house when you come here, too?" "He still has a mother," Katsuki said. "He'll live with her while I'm gone. I think this will be the last in-person visit before we can bring it home to Japan." Hatsume cheered, not one for personal drama. "My fingers are tingling at the thought of holding it in my hands." Katsuki's phone rang on the desk, and he muted his computer before picking it up. "Yeah? Kacchan? It's me. I'm about to finish my session. Okay. I'll get going now." "Okay. See you soon." Katsuki put his phone down and unmuted the computer. "That was Deku. I've gotta go pick him up." "Okay. Bakugou," Melissa nodded. "Well, I think the next time I see you, it'll be face to face and not through a computer screen." "Yeah, see you then." Katsuki leaned up against his car while he waited for Deku to come out. The therapist's office was very calm and inviting, and better, it was in a public area, so Deku was okay walking in and out. After a few minutes, Katsuki saw Deku's mop of green hair turn the corner as he waved to someone in the building. He turned to the street where Katsuki was and smiled. Deku jogged over to his car and smiled. "Hey. Hope you weren't waiting too long." "Nah," Katsuki said. "Only saw the passage of the Ice Age while waiting." "Oh, shut up." Deku opened the passenger door and climbed into the car as Katsuki did the same on his side. "So, what did you talk about today?" asked Katsuki as he reversed. "Well, it was a lot of trust talking." "Trust? Yeah, so," he gulped. "Basically, I got kidnapped because I was too trusting of someone?" Katsuki opened his mouth to refute, but Deku held up his hand. "And before you say anything, I know that's not entirely accurate, but it's the reason my brain has decided on. So I need to work on rewiring it." Katsuki shut his mouth. "I kind of need to start from scratch. Reinvent my sense of trust. Because I want to be kind and I want to help people, but being too trusting is how I got taken advantage of. So I need to be less naive." The two men were silent as they drove, but at a red light, Katsuki spoke. "I don't think you're naive." Deku turned to him and smiled. "She thought you might say that." "Who?" "My therapist, dummy. She told me you might say that in your eyes. I'm not naive. But that's because I already trust you completely. There's nothing I need to relearn when it comes to you." Katsuki's throat went dry, and he struggled to come up with anything to say. Deku pulled out his phone and started typing a message, so Katsuki gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles went white and concentrated hard on driving. Deku always made him lose his train of thought. He trusted him completely. "There's nothing I need to relearn when it comes to you." Why did the way he said that make Katsuki's heartbeat race? He wasn't even that amazing of a friend to Deku. He was just doing the bare minimum. Any normal person would do what Katsuki was doing to Deku. No one would let their friend just recover and heal on their own. He was just being a good friend. That was all. Once they were home, Katsuki felt a lot more relaxed. Maybe it was because it was just the two of them, with no outside influences, but he calmed down a bit when he saw Deku safely inside the apartment. After putting on his slippers, he went straight to the kitchen and opened the cabinet. Unlike before, it was filled with all the groceries they had gotten from the store a few days before, and the familiar cups of ramen were pushed to the back, out of sight. "I don't even recognize your pantry, Kacchan," said Deku. "Well, get used to it," Katsuki grumbled. "Your mom would kill me if all I fed you was ramen." "No, she wouldn't." Deku squatted down to another cabinet and pulled out the rice cooker. "Are you hungry? Is the sky blue? Well, let's prepare dinner together." He held the small cooker above his head. "I feel bad not helping out when you cook, so let's do it together, it'll be fun." "No chance, Deku," Katsuki rebuked. "Cooking with someone else is not fun. You'll get in my fucking way, and I'll get pissed off." Deku cocked his head to the side and frowned. "Give me a little credit, Kacchan." Katsuki made a fist and placed it on his forehead. He tapped it against his head a few times, then sighed loudly. "Fine, loser. What do you want to eat?" After combing through the ingredients they'd bought from the store, they decided to make a dish that was suitable for both their tastes. They decided to make spicy, but not too spicy, fried chicken with rice and a side of udon. Deku would be in charge of the chicken, and Katsuki would take care of the udon. "This shouldn't be too bad, Kacchan," Deku smiled. "If you stay over by the stove and I stay by the counter, we shouldn't run into each other too much." "You say that now, but when you're in front of the utensil drawer, and I need to get a knife, don't be surprised if that knife ends up somewhere it shouldn't," Katsuki deadpanned. Deku chuckled nervously. "I'll make sure to stay out of your eye." Cooking together went a lot smoother than Katsuki thought it would. Deku minded the space around him and didn't bump into him once. He prepared the chicken, let it marinate in the special sauce he'd made, and crushed some breadcrumbs to make it extra crispy. "Kacchan, can you turn on the water?" Deku held up his hands, which were covered in crumbs and sauce. "Yeah." He flicked on the tap, and Deku cleaned off his hands. He peered over to take a peek at what Katsuki was doing. The water bubbled slightly, and the noodles floated around, with Katsuki stirring them. "This looks really good." Deku flicked the water off his hands. "I'm so hungry already. Get back to cooking, and we'll get to eat it sooner, nerd," Katsuki replied. Deku placed the chicken in a pan and put it on the stovetop next to Katsuki's bowl of noodles. "It should take around 10 minutes for the chicken to be ready. I'll clean up the counter." Deku washed the plates and utensils he'd used, and Katsuki took his eyes off the stove to watch him. He looked so at peace, as if this was what he was supposed to do. Just be at home with Katsuki, doing everyday tasks and not having to worry about anything else. Katsuki wanted to stay in this moment forever and forget that after he got better, Deku would move out and leave him. The thought scared him. He didn't know who he was without Deku. Even without realizing it, Katsuki had based his whole life around him. Every milestone and every achievement. His entire life now revolved around him, and Deku didn't even know it. But he still made Katsuki happy, and he felt grounded and at ease. His wide smile and admiration for everything Katsuki did made his heart pound in his chest. He searched his soul for a word that could describe this feeling, but he came up empty. Deku turned around to grab a dirty bowl. He grinned and flicked water from his fingertips at Katsuki. "Hey, eyes on the food, Kacchan." Katsuki looked down and saw the water was bubbling, and it was probably time to flip the chicken over in the pan. He quickly flipped the chicken over and got back to stirring. The noodles were almost ready to be drained. Deku placed the last bowl on the drying rack and turned off the rice cooker. He grabbed 2 new bowls and served an equal amount of rice in each one, placing them off to the side. He grabbed the strainer from the cupboard and placed it over the empty sink. "Ready to drain them yet?" "Yup." He picked up the pot and drained the noodles, letting the boiling water escape down the drain. "They look terrific, Kacchan. They'll be even better when I can get them in my mouth." Katsuki's stomach grumbled as Deku grabbed a bowl in which he had previously prepared the dashi and sauces and poured the noodles. "Do you want the udon to be hot or is that really a question?" Katsuki interrupted. Deku shook his head. "Let me boil some water in the kettle." Katsuki had cut up the chicken and placed the slices on top of the 2 bowls of rice. The rice and meat were still steaming. He wiped the countertop clean and put everything else in the sink. Deku leaned against the counter as Katsuki turned to face him again. Dinner was a success. All they had left was to wait for the water to boil so they could pour it into the bowl with the noodles and sauce to turn it into delicious udon. Well, you're not dead. Katsuki crossed his arms. That means that cooking with you is not the worst thing that could ever happen to a human being. I'll take that as an accomplishment. There was a pause. Deku ran his hand through his hair. Can I ask you something? Katsuki raised his head. Yeah, anything. Why were you staring at me while we were cooking? Katsuki froze. Honestly, he didn't even fully know himself. But to admit that he was just gazing at Deku because he was the best thing to lay his eyes upon was not the kind of confession he wanted to give right now. At Katsuki's silence, Deku grew nervous. Did I do something wrong? Were you just watching me and making sure I didn't mess up? Because you can just tell me if I did something wrong with the recipe. I'd rather that than mess up the food. I'm not scared of hearing that I'm wrong, Kacchan. Katsuki took a step towards Deku. No you didn't. I was just gazing off, staring at nothing. Deku frowned. That isn't really like you. You weren't paying attention to the food. I know. But it wasn't because you did anything wrong. I promise, Deku. Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure you were looking right at me. No, I wasn't. Don't just avoid telling me if it's gonna hurt my feelings, Kacchan. Katsuki groaned and grabbed Deku by the waist. He lifted him up effortlessly and sat him on the counter. Deku stopped talking, and his mouth hung open in shock as he gripped the marble edge of the counter. I'm not scared of hurting your feelings, nerd. Now shut your mouth. You've just banned yourself from cooking with me ever again. What? Deku tried to wriggle out of Katsuki's grip on his sides, but he refused to let go. No, this is where you're staying until you tell me you believe that I was just staring into nothing. It really didn't look like that. Are you saying I'm lying? No. Then say it. Deku gazed down at Katsuki's face beneath him. His hands were locked on his waist, and their faces were centimeters apart. Katsuki saw his emerald green eyes flicker down and back up in less than a second. Deku slowly stopped gripping the counter and lifted his hands to place them on Katsuki's arms. He blinked slowly and opened his mouth. You. The kettle squealed, and Katsuki whipped his head around at the sound. Deku used the distraction to slip out of his hold and hop off the counter. He grabbed the kettle and poured it over the noodles and sauce, letting the udon smell waft through the apartment. Deku. Katsuki tried to say something, but Deku smiled as if nothing had happened and handed him a pair of chopsticks. Dinner's ready. Katsuki and Deku turned on some random movie, one they'd both seen many times before. Collapsing on either side of the couch, they devoured their dinner quickly, complimenting each other as they did. These are delicious, Kacchan. Chicken could use more spice, Deku. Compliments were more Deku's thing. After they finished eating, they both put their bowls on the table and started paying attention to the film. Katsuki couldn't help but sneak glances at Deku, who was curled up on the couch with his knees under his chin and his arms wrapped around his legs. He was shivering. Hey, are you cold? Deku turned to him and shook his head. Katsuki sighed. Don't lie. You look like you're freezing. He stood up and walked into his room, yanking the blanket from the mattress. He returned and tossed it over Deku. I was okay. Don't lie. Deku wrapped the blanket around himself. When Katsuki sat back down, Deku extended the rest of it towards him. You must be cold too. Katsuki shuffled over from his side of the couch and took some of the blanket. It barely covered his legs. Deku huffed and wriggled over too, and Katsuki could feel his body heat. Deku wrapped the blanket around both of them and put his head on Katsuki's shoulder. There, now we're both warm. Katsuki could barely pay attention to the screen. The presence of Deku so close to him was infatuating. Everything that he did, no matter how minuscule, Katsuki picked up on. He saw how his chest rose and fell with every breath and how he kept adjusting himself, somehow getting even closer to Katsuki as he did. He heard Deku's beautiful laughter when a joke in the movie came up, even though they'd seen it a million times. He could feel his warm skin on his own, making him feel like he was floating. And if Katsuki moved his hand just a little, He could interlock his fingers with Deku's and see his face light up. Buddha couldn't move his body. It was like he was paralyzed, almost fearful that the slightest movement would ruin the position they were in. So he stayed still as a statue. He didn't speak. If speaking would scare Deku away from him, he would be silent for eternity. Izuku woke up the next morning with warm arms around him. His eyes tried to adjust to the early golden sunlight that dripped into the area around him. He realized he wasn't in his bed, instead he was in the living room. He saw the dinner he and Katsuki had made last night still on the table and scolded himself for falling asleep before cleaning up. Izuku was looking at the world horizontally, and he realized that the arms wrapped around his chest were Katsuki's, who looked unnaturally peaceful as he continued to sleep. Blushing a deep red, he carefully detangled himself from his friend's hold and placed his arms gently on the couch. Katsuki didn't stir. He collected the bowls from the previous night's meal and started washing up. He checked what time it was, still enough time for Katsuki to get some rest in before work. Izuku put the last of the dirty dishes away and got himself ready. He had some work to grade that day. A small pinch of sadness arose in his heart. He really did miss his students. Katsuki eventually woke up and greeted Izuku good morning. He got ready to leave for patrol earlier than usual. "I've got some paperwork to do," he groaned, holding onto the doorframe. He was still really tired. "It's about that time of the year that I have to act like I care about all the things that come with being head of an agency. Like you don't love having minions do your bidding for you," Izuku teased. "Hey, my minions are the best in the city." Katsuki leaned down to be at eye level with him. "And they better appreciate it because I'm not paying them to be slackers. Except Solitaire. She can do whatever she wants if it means I only have to do this paperwork shit once a year." He closed his eyes. Izuku opened his mouth to say goodbye but suddenly realized that Katsuki was leaning in closer and closer to his face. He froze, and his eyes widened, unsure of what to do. Katsuki's cheek brushed past his hair, and he placed his forehead on his shoulder. Izuku raised a hand and put a hand on his back. "Remind me to never sleep on the couch again," came Katsuki's muffled voice. "I'm gonna have back problems for the next 2 weeks." Izuku laughed, and Katsuki raised his head. "Okay. See you this afternoon, Deku." Without another word, he turned and walked down the stairwell. Izuku placed his hand on his shoulder where Katsuki's head had been. He smiled. "Idiot." Chapter end notes: I wrote this while making the exact same meal as Deku and Kacchan, minus udon bci don't rlly like it. Hollow down pointing triangle asterisk. And it was so good. Also one of my figures came. He is watching me write this chapter, laughing face. Chapter 15 chapter notes smiley face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. "Don't you dare use that fucking blue shell, Deku." Izuku grinned and waited for the perfect moment to push the button on the controller. Katsuki groaned as his character was plunged into last place, and Izuku sped forward, taking first with ease. "Motherfucker." Katsuki tossed the controller over his shoulder. "Do you have to win every fucking time?" "I wouldn't win if you were just better at it, Kacchan." Izuku stuck out his tongue, and Katsuki flicked him on the nose. "Let's take a break. My eyes hurt." Izuku poured him and Katsuki a cup of water. It had been a long week. Katsuki was working long hours and barely had enough time to even say hello to Izuku before collapsing into bed. One night, he didn't even see Katsuki since he got home after Izuku had fallen asleep and left the next morning before he woke up. On the other hand, Izuku was getting more used to being alone in Katsuki's apartment, which was good progress. However, he was still always a little nervous when he didn't know exactly when Katsuki was returning. He had at least worked up the courage to leave on his own, although he had only traveled to his therapist's office so far. Katsuki took a sip of his water and looked at Izuku. He tended to do that a lot, just stare at him for no specific reason. No matter how many times Izuku tried to ask why he did it, he refused to say. "What's up?" Izuku asked. Katsuki immediately averted his gaze. "I just want to tell you something about work," he said. "Is something wrong?" Izuku put his glass down and walked over to Katsuki, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Katsuki shrugged it off. "No, I'm going away. Overseas. For 2 weeks. Izuku paused. "Huh? It's something All Might invited me to. It's in a few days." Izuku beamed. "Kacchan. That's amazing." He threw his arms around Katsuki, who stumbled back as he gripped onto him tightly. Izuku let go and looked up at him, bursting with pride. "I'm so proud of you." Katsuki kept avoiding eye contact, but the corners of his mouth were turning upwards. "Yeah. It must be a big opportunity. How exciting." Deku moved his head, trying to get Katsuki to look at him, but he kept his scarlet eyes locked on the floor. "Are you excited?" "Yeah." Izuku could tell when Katsuki was tight-lipped and didn't want to keep talking. He tried to change the subject. "So, do you want me to stay here?" Katsuki finally turned to look at him. "What? Watch the apartment. So it's not empty the whole time you're away." His blonde hair bounced as he shook his head. "That's not necessary." "It's no problem, Kacchan. I can make sure everything's still clean when you get back." Katsuki narrowed his eyes. "Do you even feel safe alone here yet?" Izuku's cheeks flushed red and he averted his gaze. "Why yeah, it's okay." Katsuki sighed loudly. "I've known you for years, nerd. I can tell when you're lying. You always scrunch up your nose and turn to the right." Izuku bit his lip and turned to face Katsuki again. His eyes were soft and caring, a look he never thought he'd seen on his face. "Deku, it's okay if you're not comfortable yet, but it's not okay." Izuku blurted out. "It's so frustrating, Kacchan. I feel totally useless. I want to do this for you, I want to help. I'm tired of taking so long to feel better." "Hey, look at me." He grabbed Izuku's arms and stared into his eyes. "There's no time limit for you to get better. I'll wait for you to feel safe. As long as it takes, I'll wait for you." He was talking about his recovery, but something else popped into his mind as he said it. Izuku sighed. I'm so sick of feeling like this. I feel like I'm so close, but I'm just not there yet." "I know. I want you to feel safe, too, but I think it's best if you go live with your mom while I'm gone. If something happened to you here while I was gone and I couldn't help you," his voice got caught in his throat, "just stay with your mom. It'll only be 2 weeks." "But your house? So what if it gets a little dusty, Deku? I haven't got plants or any of that shit to worry about. It's okay." He smiled, which made Izuku lighten up a bit too. "Plus, I wanted to ask something." Katsuki released his hands from Izuku's arms. "And it's okay to say no if that's how you feel." Izuku said nothing and only nodded. "Okay. So," Katsuki clasped his hands together and gestured them at Izuku. "You feel safe leaving the house alone if it's to close places, like the shop and the therapists?" "Yes. And you're comfortable being here alone while I'm gone for most of the day?" Izuku nodded again. "Yes. But only because I know you will be back. I wouldn't be able to do it for 2 weeks." "Got it." So, he put his interlocked hand in front of his face. "Where does returning to work fall on that scale?" Izuku folded his arms. "I really don't know, Kacchan. What has your therapist said?" He looked at the floor. We kinda don't talk about that," he mumbled. "What?" "We don't talk about it. I haven't brought up work yet." Katsuki scowled for a second. "But you..." Katsuki paused and inhaled, relaxing his face. "Okay. It's okay. How about you make a point to talk about that in your next session? It's the day after tomorrow, right?" Izuku hesitated, but then nodded. "Okay. Good. You want to get better, right?" "All right. Kacchan, I'm not a child." Izuku smiled slightly. "Sorry. What about Aizawa? Has he asked you about it?" "A few times. I keep telling him I'm not ready." "Talk with him and the rad principal. Maybe before the session. Then you can get all their opinions." Izuku giggled. "When did you become so wise, Kacchan? You sayin' I'm dumb, nerd?" "No, you give good advice. Maybe you should be a teacher. Deku, I think I would rather die again." Katsuki had thrown his clothes all over the room in a panic. He was always terrible at packing for trips, always under-preparing and managing to forget the most simple things. His flight was tomorrow morning, so he still had the evening. But he had to cook dinner for Deku, which would take an hour, maybe more if they got distracted. It happened a lot. It was Deku's fault. He was always flashing Katsuki those stupid big smiles and bright green eyes that twinkled when he saw him. Katsuki had burned food on more than one occasion due to getting lost in those eyes. His heart suddenly sank. He wouldn't be seeing Deku for 2 weeks. Those beautiful eyes would only be visible on a screen now, his cheerful voice distorted by a phone call. Would he even have time to call Deku? He would only really be able to do it in the evenings, when it would be morning in Japan. That was when Deku worked, so he shouldn't disturb him. Kacchan, what happened to your room? Deku was standing in the doorframe, looking down at the kneeling Katsuki. He leapt to his feet. When the hell did you get here? Deku raised an eyebrow. Just now. You didn't hear the door open? My appointment finishes at 5 every time, Kacchan. Katsuki checked his watch. It was indeed 5:08 p.m. Are you still having trouble hearing? Deku asked sincerely. Maybe you should go to Hatsume and get her to have a look at. No, Deku. It's working fine. He got back on the ground. I'm just focused on packing. You haven't packed yet? Deku exclaimed. He fell to his knees and started folding clothes that Katsuki had tossed on the floor. Your flight's tomorrow morning. I am aware, Deku, Katsuki grumbled. I just hate packing. Let me help. He was already neatly placing his shirts into the suitcase. Katsuki leaned back and sat on his heels. Katsuki folded a pair of pants and looked at Deku, who was deep in concentration. So, what did you talk about today? Deku stiffed up. Oh, you know. Stuff. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Usually, Deku was happy to share what he'd discussed. Bottling it up was unlike him. Stuff? Wanna elaborate? Deku sighed. Well, I did what you asked. I talked to her about work and teaching, and about what I discussed with Aizawa. There was a long pause. Katsuki didn't care about packing anymore, and? Deku looked up and stared into Katsuki's eyes intensely. You have to promise not to get mad, okay? Katsuki didn't respond. Deku looked down at his clenched fists and took a deep breath. I spent a long time thinking it over. And a lot of time talking about it with Aizawa and my therapist. But we decided on what's going to be best for me moving forward. Katsuki was still silent. He waited on Deku's every word with bated breath. I'm going back to UA. Katsuki lit up and smiled widely. But I'm not going to be a hero course teacher anymore. Katsuki's face immediately fell, and he felt his heart pumping faster and faster, like it always did when he got mad. What? I'll be in general studies, Deku said, and they won't refer to me as a pro anymore. Katsuki was in disbelief. Deku was quitting the hero course. The one thing that made him happy after losing his chance to be a pro. He closed his hands into fists and felt his fingernails dig deeply into his palms. Why? He asked coldly. Deku flinched at his tone. I don't know if I can fully explain it, Kacchan. Something in me has just shifted. I don't feel like I belong near the hero profession anymore. My therapist agreed it was the best decision for his mental health. Katsuki scoffed. Seriously? You'll take the advice of a stranger for this type of decision? Deku narrowed his eyes. Well, since she's a licensed professional, then yes, I will. You know, Deku, this doesn't make sense. Katsuki got to his feet. This isn't like you. I know you. I know you would never give up your dream like this. Well, maybe I'm not the same Deku you think you know, Kacchan, Deku snapped, also standing up. I'm an adult now, I have to be realistic. I can't keep chasing after a useless childhood fantasy. His words tore through Katsuki's heart. He wanted to yell back in his face that his dream wasn't useless, and it wasn't unreachable. His mind started panicking. He'd been taking too long with the suit. Deku had begun to move on. And without Deku, Katsuki had no reason to be a hero himself. Desperate, Katsuki started scrambling for ways to change Deku's mind. What about your students? You're just going to ditch them. Deku was unmoved. I'm doing this to keep them safe, too. What about helping them become heroes? I thought that's what you loved doing. I can still help them in the general studies course, he replied calmly. Deku was staying rational and composed, the exact opposite of Katsuki. It pissed him off. No, you can't, it's not the same. Look, I wanted to quit UA. Katsuki froze, and Deku sighed. Kacchan, you have no idea how hard it is to see these kids living the dream that I will never have. And I don't regret what I did, but it hurts my soul. You will never know what that's like. I can be a teacher anywhere, but I can't be a hero again. I'm only staying at UA because Aizawa convinced me. Otherwise, I'd be looking for somewhere else to work. Katsuki had been good at keeping his mouth shut about the suit over the past 6 years. He hadn't let anything slip at all. He wanted it to come as a complete surprise to Deku, to let the gift raise his spirits on its own. But for the first time, he badly wanted to just spoil the surprise. To tell Deku about it, so he knew he didn't have to give up hope. He didn't want his friend, someone who worked so hard and deserved to be able to achieve his dream, to be relegated to a job he wouldn't love. He wanted to say those 5 words Deku had been praying to hear since childhood. You can be a hero. But Katsuki couldn't do it. He couldn't get the words out. The suit wasn't ready. It would be even crueler to give Deku an ember of hope, only to have it be snuffed out by some complication the team hadn't run into yet. There were too many uncertainties, so he bit his tongue. Deku, you're throwing away everything that made you happy, Katsuki hissed. It's too soon. You can't give up being a hero teacher just like that. I can do what I want, Kacchan, Deku responded coolly. He rarely got aggravated with Katsuki, and the sight of him looking so angry made Katsuki lose control of his temper. You're selfish. Deku laughed dryly. Excuse me? You're fucking selfish, Deku, Katsuki spat. You're abandoning your students and going down to a D-lister teacher because you're a little scared. You're not thinking about them, and how they need you. Deku grit his teeth. There are thousands of teachers out there. I'm not anything special. They'll replace me in a heartbeat. How can you even say that about yourself? Deku stared down Katsuki with a glare. I don't think you actually care about my students, huh? Deku crossed his arms. You're just trying to control me. Keep me here under your thumb so you have someone in your life who will put up with all your problems. It felt like a slap in the face. Are you fucking serious? I don't need you to act like my fucking mom around here. I let you stay here because I care about you, dumbass. Yeah, well, you've got a funny way of showing it sometimes. Deku turned and walked out of the room. Katsuki tripped over the clothes on the floor to follow him. You can't do this, Deku. Deku's once loving green eyes met Katsuki's coldly. Watch me. He reached into his pocket and threw something at Katsuki. He caught it before it hit him in the face and looked at his palm. It was the spare key Katsuki had given him on the first day moving in. Deku was almost out the door. Katsuki ran through his mind, trying to scramble for any words that would make up for what he'd said. Izuku, you shouldn't go out alone. Deku spun on his heel angrily and shot Katsuki a look that could kill. I'm not a fucking child. The slam of the door reverberated in Katsuki's ears as he stood dumbly at the door. He was frozen in place, as if staying still would somehow reverse the terrible events that had just occurred. The pain in his chest swelled and eventually brought him to his knees. Hot tears dripped down his face and he started to sob, head in his hands. You've really fucked it up now, Katsuki Bakugou. Chapter end notes. I am posting this right before I have a job interview at a bookstore. It'd be like a dream job, so I hope I get it. Chapter 16 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki was half asleep when the plane landed safely on Japanese soil. He hated flying. Too cramped, too many people, too loud, and nowhere he could go to be alone. He was tired from the flight and just wanted to go home and collapse into his bed. Although, he couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in his stomach that knew something would be missing when he returned to his house. Katsuki zoned out all through customs, and while recovering his luggage, he was silent the whole time. Meanwhile, All Might and Hatsume were chatting happily beside him, discussing the ins and outs of Deku's suit. Over the previous 2 weeks, Hatsume and Melissa had finalized a lot of the suit. 6 of the 7 quirks were working. The one that was giving them trouble was gearshift. It was a quirk that was nearly impossible to build artificially, but they had managed to create the blueprints of a lesser version that helped Deku slow his own body down at a superhuman rate. He could not use it to go faster, but great speed could still be accomplished using the artificial versions of Fa Jin and One for All, so Melissa and Hatsume agreed it was a good compromise. The last thing they had left to do was to put all the pieces of the suit together and test that it worked before sending it to Japan to get it approved by their government. However, this presented one final hurdle. The last step of the project was putting the suit through a lot of safety tests. It had to withstand any situation a pro should find themselves in and adapt to any scenario. Katsuki recalled Melissa listing all the conditions necessary to test. Extreme heat and cold environments, blades, blunt force trauma, underwater functions, making it resistant to the elements, etc., all while ensuring it was still light and easy for Deku to wear and work in. This phase of building the suit was going to be the most expensive part because if anything was broken beyond repair while in the testing phase, Melissa would have to potentially start all over again. She had reassured Katsuki and Hatsume that the chances of that were low but a genuine concern. Nevertheless, getting the resources to carry out the test would be a costly undertaking. The team was informed that the project was 90% complete and the safety tests were the last things to check off, but the last 10% was going to be more pricey than any other phase of the suit's construction. If Katsuki could bring in the money, the suit could be completed in about a month, but he just couldn't afford it. He wasn't earning enough. At his current rate, the suit wouldn't be finished until next year. But it had already been too long. Deku had given up on his dream. Katsuki hadn't contacted him while he was in America, and he received no messages from the man either. He didn't blame him. Katsuki had been pretty nasty to him and said some things he really regretted. While alone in an empty hotel room, thousands of miles away from home, he reflected on how much his words must have hurt his childhood friend. He was such an asshole. Katsuki knew that Deku had no idea what he was doing for him, a choice he had made 6 years ago when he decided to start working on the project and kept it a secret. That meant he could talk and encourage Deku to pursue his passion all he wanted, but with nothing to show for it, it was no wonder Deku began to lose hope. At this point, the suit was so close to being finished that Katsuki could tell Deku about it right now. The only problem was he was too scared to open his phone and type a message. Too scared. The thought was ridiculous. Katsuki Bakugou wasn't scared of anything, but the one thing that brought fear to his mind was talking to Deku again. It wasn't just fear, it was shame, too. He was ashamed of how he'd treated him and wanted to make up for it. But just giving him the suit as a fix-up was not going to be enough. He had to show that he was sorry, too. Katsuki, All Might and Hatsume eventually stumbled out of the airport, breathing the familiar air of Japan again. They bid each other farewell, all eager to get home and go straight to sleep. Katsuki got a taxi back to his house and went the entire ride silent. The driver was considerate enough not to initiate any conversation. Sensing that Katsuki was not in the mood to talk, he was definitely getting 5 stars. On the way home, Katsuki mostly stared out the window. He didn't like falling asleep in strangers' cars, so he fought to keep his eyes open as the roads flew past him. The only noise came from the radio, playing songs Katsuki didn't recognize. After one particularly bad song faded out, the generic news started playing. Katsuki mostly tuned it out, except for one announcement that caught his attention. There are only 2 weeks until the next annual hero ranking. We know those heroes will be scrambling hard to get in those last few good deeds if they want to rise up the charts. We've got to remember, though, that the charts are no longer about mindless worship and pure power. There has been a shift in how we rank our brave heroes, not just due to their strength in battle but how they use their powers to make the community safer. That's right. Now, how about some predictions? Number 1 is likely to be Lemillion again, no surprise there, and number 2. Katsuki had tuned out the radio again, now with a plan in his head. He had forgotten about the ranking coming up so soon, and most years, he couldn't care less about where he came on the list. Without a genuine rival to challenge him, placing number 1 would fill nothing in his desire to be at the top. But after being a pro for 6 years and seeing how his paychecks went up and down depending on how he fluctuated in the ranking, Katsuki knew that if he wanted to get this suit done, he would have to pull up his bootstraps and start working a lot harder than he had. He began scheduling a new routine in his head. For the next 2 weeks, he would work all day, every day at the agency, the longest hours he was legally allowed to give himself. If there was nothing to do on patrol, he knew there were a few community service groups that operated during the day. They mostly did things like pick up LTTER in parks and beaches and help out at crisis shelters. Pros were welcome to help despite it not being as flashy as stopping villains, and it helped with their humanitarian ratings. Picking up trash, that was child's play. Katsuki would pick up the most trash out of all the volunteers. He was racking his brain, trying to come up with other things he could do to raise his reputation when he suddenly thought back to a conversation he'd had with Deku. I think you should come in as a special guest one day and meet them, Kacchan. No, thank you, Deku, Katsuki huffed. I'm not cut out for the teaching thing. Oh, come on, Deku insisted. A lot of our other classmates came in to talk to them last year. Plus, the school pays you for your time, so it won't be a problem for you to skip a patrol. How much we talking? Katsuki grinned. Kacchan. Yes, teaching was not something he was gifted at, and he wasn't a big fan of teenagers, but before he knew it, Katsuki had taken out his phone and written an email to Aizawa asking if he could come in for a class. When Katsuki finally returned to his apartment after 2 weeks, it felt lifeless, not just because it hadn't been inhabited by anyone in a while, but it felt like the sun hadn't shined through the window in the entire time he'd been gone. It was gloomy. It didn't look like how he remembered. Katsuki pushed his suitcase inside and let it roll into the living room as he locked the door behind him. He didn't have the energy to unpack it, so he just took off his shoes and hearing aid and went straight for his room. He was met with a lungful of dust and coughed a little. While shooing it away from his face, Katsuki was going to lay face first on his bed, but his feet tripped over something on the floor. Looking down, he saw Deku's long-abandoned futon, still folded neatly on the carpet. A deep pain, like he'd just been stabbed, entered his stomach. Katsuki lowered himself to the floor and put his head on one of the soft pillows. The comforting smell of pine and coconut was long gone. Katsuki felt incomplete, like a part of him was missing with Deku's absence. Not seeing him as soon as he walked in was gut-wrenching. He missed him badly. Katsuki owed Deku an apology, yes, but he longed for him so much that he was willing to get on his knees and beg for him to come back into his life. He didn't deserve someone like Deku. Someone so kind and selfless, who always put others above himself. And Katsuki was so selfish he'd already planned out a future where he could be at his side no matter what. An intensely bitter and insecure part of his mind told him he was no different to the people who wanted to use Deku and control him for their own personal gain. He lifted his head from the pillow slowly, seeing the small damp spots where he'd started crying. Katsuki sniffed as he pushed down the hateful part of his inner thoughts. At the end of the day, Katsuki knew the difference between him and the villains that had kidnapped his friend. He respected that Deku was his own person, and despite how much it killed him inside not to have Deku to talk to, see, and enjoy the company of, he would never force him to do anything, including stay his friend. All he wanted was for him to be happy. If Deku told him never talking to him again would improve his life, Katsuki would disappear. If Katsuki gave him the suit and he refused it, Katsuki would send it back to America to be put away permanently. Katsuki couldn't help but drift off to sleep on the futon, too tired to crawl into his bed. Maybe it was because this was the closest he could get to Deku. Maybe it was the sleep deprivation. Maybe it was both. Katsuki's mind wandered until he eventually drifted into unconsciousness, falling into a dreamless sleep. Walking through the UA gates was not something Katsuki had ever imagined he would be doing again in a million years. But it felt familiar, and he didn't feel uncomfortable doing so. He ignored all the heads that turned in his direction as he walked into the building and towards the staff room. He knocked on the door and peered in. Aizawa was at his desk with a few other teachers in the room. To somewhat a relief, Deku was absent. Ah, Bakugou. Aizawa stood up. Thanks for being on time. Katsuki shrugged. It's fine, I guess. I appreciate you coming in. It was unexpected to hear from you, but it's good to see you nonetheless. The hero training class starts in about 10 minutes. You'll be given mostly free rein to give them pointers as they train. Just keep the destruction to a minimum, please. And no swearing. Katsuki rolled his eyes but didn't object. If you want, you can wait in the classroom. It's 1A, but 1B will be joining us. I trust you remember where your old homeroom is. Memory's not entirely faded yet, Katsuki responded. He turned to leave, one hand on the door. Can I ask you a question, Bakugou? Katsuki paused and turned around. What? I know you and Midoriya are close, he started, and I'm just concerned for him. He's been very withdrawn ever since he came back. I knew it would be a bit of a change transferring from being a hero course teacher to general studies, but he's just seemed a lot less happy. These last few weeks. Is there anything I should know? Katsuki looked at the floor and tried to prevent his eyes from filling with water. He's just been through a lot. Maybe he came back to work too early. But you know the bastard well enough to understand that he won't take a break in a situation like this. I don't think you can do much right now except give him space and time. Aizawa nodded solemnly. All right. I'll trust your judgment. Go on, I won't stop you leaving now. Class 1A looked the same as ever. It was almost uncanny. Katsuki felt transported back to his 15-year-old self, cocky and arrogant and ready to prove himself. He walked over to his former desk. It was exactly the same. He turned to the desk behind him, the one that belonged to Deku. The door opened, and a line of students started coming in. They collectively gasped at the sight of a pro and began whispering as Katsuki walked to the front of the room with Aizawa. The 1A students sat at their desks, and the 1B students stood beside them. Once everyone was settled down, Aizawa addressed the class. Today, we will be practicing your ultimate moves in the gym again. You have me and a few other teachers to oversee you, but as you can see, we have a special guest today to assist you as well. It's good to get advice from active pros, so take this opportunity to learn. He turned to Katsuki. Introduce yourself a little. Katsuki groaned internally and took a step forward, hands planted on his hips. All right. I'm Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. I'm a pro hero, number 19 on the charts right now. My quirk's explosion. I secrete nitroglycerin like sweat and blow it up. I'm gonna teach you lil shish, P-punks some stuff about being a pro. Any questions? The class looked at him in awe and a little bit of fear. It was silent until a girl with black space buns and a thick fringe raised her hand. Katsuki nodded his head at her. Why does Midoriya-sensei call you Kacchan? The class started giggling, and Katsuki felt his face go red. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Aizawa trying to hide his grin with a cough. He gritted his teeth and turned to the class again, face still flushed. Questions relating to hero work, brats, he barked. Y'all got any real ones, or should I just show you how to be a pro instead of explaining it to your pea-brains with big words? The class looked less fearful and more excited. A few students nodded enthusiastically. Katsuki felt satisfaction rise in him. Then get your hero costumes on, losers, and get ready for me to blow you all to bits. In the gym, Katsuki was keeping an eye on one kid in particular. Kota. He'd known about him for a while, and Deku had talked about him a few times. He watched from afar as he tried to use his water to pierce a slab of rock in front of him. The girl who had asked Katsuki the question in class was next to him, cheering him on. You can do it, Izumi, she urged. Look at the crack. She pointed to the rock. You're so close. I'm so tired, Kota gasped. And dehydrated. I need. Heads up. Katsuki tossed a water bottle towards the two of them, and the black-haired girl stretched her arm up and caught it midair. Her limb snapped back to her body, and she handed the water to Kota. Thanks, she said. I'm Harucho, this is Izumi. I know who he is. He watched as Kota drank the entire bottle in one go, wiping his mouth as he stood up straight. His eyes widened when he saw Katsuki. Hey, Dynamite, he stammered. Kota. Harucho looked in between the two of them. What the Izumi, how many pros do you know? I only met him when he was a kid, Katsuki said. What were you trying to do just now? Kota kicked the ground. It's supposed to be a move that makes my water break the rock. I have been trying for weeks now, but I just can't get it. Katsuki smirked. Like this? He stood back from the kids, focused his hand on one small part of his other palm, and fired. The AP shot burst through the rock with ease. Whoa! A bunch of students turned to admire the pro, and Kota stared at Katsuki intensely. He immediately tried to copy the same pose. Yeah, but mine never goes through anything. He turned to another rock behind him and fired, but it just hit the wall and drenched it in water. I'm still too weak. I can't be strong like you if I don't get better. Katsuki squatted down to Kota's level. How are you putting your hands when you do it? Kota put his hands out in an attempt to copy Katsuki, and Katsuki squinted. Your other hand. That directs the shot is too big. Make a smaller circle. Kota followed his instructions, and Katsuki stood up and walked behind Kota. It's got to be the strongest blast you got while also concentrating the pressure to the smallest part of your hand. He nodded. Give it a go. Kota took a deep breath and closed his eyes. They opened again as he fired his water shot, which hit the wall and pierced it. Water came bursting out, and when Kota stopped firing, there was a hole in the rock they could see through to the other side. The huge pressure caused him to tumble back, and Harucho caught him before he hit the floor. You did it, Izumi, she cheered, getting him steady on his feet. Katsuki grinned as he pat Kota on the head. Good job, kid. But Kota didn't look so pleased. You good? Kota sighed. I'm happy I did it, don't get me wrong. I've been trying for weeks. But I really wanted Midoriya-sensei to see it. I know it's based on your move, but he was the one who taught me it in the first place. Katsuki's heart dropped. He sighed. Do you miss him? Of course I do. I heard what happened, he got kidnapped by villains. But he was so strong, he came back to teaching us so quickly, even though it was only on a screen. But then, when he returned to the campus, he said he was a general studies teacher now, but it wasn't only that, it was like he was a different person. He seemed so much sadder. And me and Harucho wrote him letters, asking him to come back to be a hero teacher and that we really missed him, but I haven't seen him in a while. I want to make sure he's okay. Yeah. I understand, Katsuki brooded. Deku can be really stubborn, but maybe he just needs a bit of time. Kota nodded sadly, but Harucho grinned mischievously. Deku. Huh? I guess it goes hand in hand with him calling you Kacchan. Still didn't get an answer to that, by the way. That's because it's between me and him and none of your damn business, you brat, Katsuki snapped. Why is it only between you and him? She asked, wriggling her eyebrows. Is he your boyfriend or something? We all saw you doing his tie when you came to school that day. Is that your way of flirting? Katsuki narrowed his eyes. No, he is not my boyfriend. Just saying the word made his stomach flip. Are you sure? Because Izumi here said he thought you two were more than friends from how you acted at school, cackled Harucho. Hey, cried Kota. I said not to tell him that. But look at his face. He's bright red. Katsuki clenched his jaw and lowered himself to eye level with the girl, who had a cheeky grin plastered on her face. You better shut your mouth before I flick you into the stratosphere like a real rubber band, you loser, Katsuki growled. I'd like to see you try and catch me, dynamite. She stretched her legs and rose into the air, and before Katsuki could grab her, she pulled her legs up into her body and fell through the air. Katsuki burst into flight with an explosion and followed after the nimble girl, who was avoiding him with ease. It was good training for both of them, and Katsuki was proud. That a mere student was dodging so well and had such good control of her quirk. Eventually, they called a truce, and Katsuki was sweating hard by the end of their cat and mouse chase. You're pretty good, kid, he panted. I might have to keep an eye on you. You're damn right, Harucho announced. Because I'm going to be the next #1 hero, so don't you forget me. She struck a triumphant pose and stuck out her tongue at Katsuki, who smiled. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the gym door open, and he couldn't help but turn his head. At the door, he saw Deku talking to Aizawa and handing him some papers. Katsuki froze. He wanted to look away, to ignore Deku's presence. But he couldn't keep his eyes off him. Deku looked up, probably to observe the students, but his gaze instantly fell upon Katsuki, who stared back. Neither of them made any attempt at communication with the other, and after a few seconds, Deku simply turned and exited the gym without another word. 2 weeks flew by, and before Katsuki knew it, he was sitting next to a stage with dozens of other heroes, waiting to see where the public had ranked them. Kirishima was next to him on one side, and on the other side was Monoma. Katsuki had developed a deep respect for the guy after the war, and they had become friendly rivals for the rest of high school. But that didn't stop Katsuki from thinking Monoma was extremely annoying. He was chatting it up with everyone around him, and Katsuki was trying hard not to scream at him to shut up. He'd gotten a lot better at controlling his temper, especially since he had made a point not to snap at reporters and fans to ensure his ranking didn't fall any lower. He wasn't expecting to be high at all. There was a massive skill gap between him and those who were ranked highly, but since spots 1 through 10 got a generous pay bonus to thank them for their duty, he was just hoping to have a place on the stage. President Mike stood at the podium and addressed the audience, thanking them for attending. He explained the way the ranking worked, which Katsuki was closely familiar with. Those in the top 10 may not be ranked in terms of pure strength but rather their hearts and how they improved society around them. Katsuki wished he would just hurry up and get to the list so he could be rid of the gnawing feeling of anxiety in his stomach. Let's start at number 10 and work our way up, shall we, folks? President Mike announced. The crowd cheered as he read off his list on the podium in front of him. Our first entry at number 10 is the lovely Najire-chan. She has always been a delight, with nothing but positive experiences from civilians and fans alike. The audience exploded into applause as Hado approached the stage and waved. Next up is the manliest hero in Japan, the always heroic Red Riot. This one's for you. Boys. Katsuki heard a lot of male whoops in the audience as Kirishima giddily eos from his seat and stood proudly on the stage. You know her, you love her, folks. Number 8 is going to the lovely Mount Lady. Katsuki was getting nervous. He certainly hadn't done enough to be at the top of the list. And with the lower rankings almost gone, he was losing hope that he would place at all. Number 7 belongs to the hero who is a jack of all trades, the incredible Phantom Thief. Monoma rose from his seat and flashed a smug smile at Katsuki, who gritted his teeth. There was little chance he would be placed now. He closed his eyes. Deku, I'm sorry. And for number 6, this pro has been a big name in the hero scene for the last few years. He's definitely made quite an explosive impact. He hasn't been in the top 10 in a few years, but it looks like he's making a comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Katsuki snapped open his eyes, stunned. He tried to stay calm but couldn't help but feel pride rush to his chest. Number 6. He was running out of faith that he would place it all. But he'd just risen up 13 spots from his previous ranking. That was nothing to scoff at. Katsuki scrambled out of his seat and took to the stage, hastily shaking Present Mike's hand and standing beside Monoma. Well, he whispered. Looky what we have here. Seems you've actually risen above me for once, Bakugou. I've always been on top of you, you skinny blonde loser, Katsuki hissed back. Don't lose your temper here and fall back down the ranks, darling. Monoma shrugged and turned back to waving at the audience. Katsuki bit his tongue and tried to slow his heart rate, which was racing due to the excitement of actually placing in the top 10. He couldn't believe it. And now, he might have a chance to finish the project he'd started. After the last 5 heroes were named and the number 1, Lemillion, made a speech, the heroes were dismissed backstage, where a few were huddled around chatting. Katsuki leaned against a wall, ignoring them. He was too busy thinking about Deku's suit. Hey, Dynamite, that was some leap. Mirio suddenly approached Katsuki with a wide grin. Katsuki rolled his eyes. I guess. 13 places up is no joke, dude. Mirio continued. I'd read about you involving yourself in more volunteer work and helping those groups that clean up the beaches and stuff, but man, that is some sudden spike. What brought about this change in attitude? Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Mirio was such an open book. There was no hidden side to him at all. The complete opposite of himself. Katsuki was about to tell the number 1 hero to piss off and mind his own business when he suddenly paused. You're a friend of Deku, right? Mirio looked at him quizzically. Midoriya? Oh, totally. Well, we don't talk much, but yeah, he's my friend. Katsuki took a deep breath and tried to push down the shame he felt bubbling to the surface. He had to get the words out before he erupted. He kept his voice low so the others didn't hear. So, you know how he lost his power. Mirio caught on and whispered too. Yeah, it was awful. Trust me, I know the feeling. Well, I've been working on something for a while. It's like a suit. For Deku. It's got all the features of his quirks, so he can wear it and feel like he has one for all again. I made it because I want him to be a hero again. Mirio raised his eyebrows. Oh wow, are you serious? But that must be costing you a fortune. Katsuki clenched his jaw and avoided eye contact. It is. And look, I really fucking hate asking this. But we're in the final stretch. The suit's nearly ready, but this last phase is the most expensive part. Mirio nodded. I see. So are you asking me if I'd be willing to chip in? I'm not expecting you to fork over all your money or anything, Katsuki blurted out defensively. But my class and I have been working on this for years. And I really just want Deku to follow his dream again. So. Mirio smiled brightly. Are you kidding me? That's so awesome, Dynamite, heck yeah, I'd be willing to help. In fact, Tamaki and I are going out to dinner tonight, and I can talk to him about chipping in, too. You really don't have to. Wait, is that why you've been working so hard to rise in the charts? To earn more money for the suit? Katsuki turned red and nodded slightly. Mirio laughed. Well, What did you do that for, silly? You could have just asked me in the first place. Katsuki stayed silent, still embarrassed. Mirio put a hand on his shoulder. Well, I guess that proves you are a true hero who doesn't take shortcuts. Good for you. He picked up a blank piece of card and a pen lying around backstage and wrote down his number. Here, message me the details, and I'll help as much as possible, and seriously, I know Tamaki and Najire will be happy to chip in too. Katsuki was overwhelmed, and he felt the urge to cry. He swallowed the lump in his throat and nodded at Mirio. Thanks. No problem. Thanks for letting me in on the secret. He winked. You're a really good friend, you know that. Funny, he hadn't felt like much of a friend at all as of late. Melissa Bakugou. I just received a huge donation from the #1 hero in Japan. He said it was for Deku's suit, but I thought only your class knew about it. Bakugou, I asked if he could help and he said yes. Melissa, wow, that #1 salary is no joke. This is really good for the project, Bakugou. With this, the suit could be done in a matter of weeks. Bakugou, cool. Any problems with it, Melissa? Nope, nothing's broken during testing yet. Bakugou, great Melissa. I just got another payment from the #5 hero. Bakugou, better get testing Melissa. Oh my god, I got a NOTHER1. WHO is the #10 hero? I want to marry her. Bakugou, chop chop inventor girl Melissa, I'm literally screaming right now. Whatever you did, Bakugou, thank you so much. Chapter end notes. My sister's reaction after we watched Light Fades to Rain. Me. So do you ship them? BKDK, now. Sis. I already kinda ship them. Me. Do you ship them as hard as I ship them? Sis. I don't think anyone is as crazy over them as you are. She gagged me, I fear. Chapter 17 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku. Izuku slowly let the world fade into his vision as he opened his eyes. His mother's worried face was above him, giving him a soft smile. Honey, I made you some breakfast, would you like to eat before work? Izuku blinked and sat up, rubbing the sleep from his face. Sure, thanks, Mom. Izuku ate breakfast with his mother in silence. She was making some small talk with him, chatting about what she was going to do at work and how it was such a lovely day today. Izuku only gave polite nods in response. After finishing his meal, he rinsed out his bowl and thanked his mother for the food before shutting himself in his room again. A lovely day today, huh? Izuku barely looked at himself as he pulled on his work clothes. The black blazer and pants were starting to feel a little big on him. Strange, he used to fit them perfectly. He wrapped his red tie around his neck and tied up the knot, but even as an adult, the knot he did was pitiful and chunky. He sighed. I really need to learn to do this properly, he thought. On his way out, Izuku grabbed his briefcase and keys and slipped on a pair of black dress shoes. They were dull and corporate and did not fit him at all, but they were all he could feel comfortable wearing now. He bid a quiet goodbye to his mother and walked out the door. Towards the train. Izuku was getting better at ignoring the feelings of paranoia he had when it came to strangers. He'd been working with his therapist to use strategies to prevent his mind from getting too irrational. And it seemed to be getting easier ever since he returned to school. However, it wasn't because he was getting braver, like his therapist assumed. It was because he was too sad to care if anything happened to him. Izuku was struggling to find happiness in a lot of things. Ever since he had been kidnapped, he felt he'd had the light sucked out of him. And while he had been taking steps to recover it, he discovered something about himself. When he lived with Katsuki, he felt happy, he felt safe, and the light shined in him, bright and blooming like a star. But after they had fought and had time apart, Izuku hadn't felt the light in him since. And that was a problem. Because he loved living with Katsuki and growing their bond by living together. But if some distance and an argument were enough for Izuku to lose his sense of happiness, he knew something had to change. He couldn't rely on a single person to keep the light inside him burning. He had to find his own source of happiness. The issue was that Izuku felt he had no reason to smile. His dreams were shattered 8 years ago, and he'd been clinging to the glass shards of a glimpse into what his life as a hero could have been. The shards were cutting into his skin and would hurt him more if he didn't let go. If only he were born with a power. If only he were special. He felt so disgustingly fake that a quirkless person like himself was even near the hero profession that it made him sick to think about returning. He didn't want to walk through the gates of UA ever again. He didn't deserve it. But thanks to Aizawa's caring words, he managed to ignite the tiniest spark of light in Izuku's chest, which convinced him to return. Izuku had a lot of work to do. He was getting to know an entire group of new students and learning about what they intended to get out of the general studies course. But he first had to find Aizawa to hand him the papers of his former hero course students because they were no longer useful to Izuku. By the afternoon, he hadn't run into Aizawa yet. He took a quick peer into the staff room on his way out but only saw Present Mike typing away on his computer. "Hey, where's Aizawa?" Izuku asked. Present Mike looked up. "Oh, in the gym. Do you need to leave something on his desk?" "No, I need to talk to him in person. Thanks, though." Izuku turned and walked toward the gym. Aizawa was probably with the hero course kids. That meant he had to get in and out of there quickly. He didn't want to see them. Izuku was too sad to be able to confront them. He couldn't explain to them how complicated his feelings were. They didn't need to be burdened. Izuku pushed open the door to the gym and made a beeline to Aizawa standing off to the sidelines. "Midoriya." His face changed into a concerned look. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. I'm not staying long. I just wanted to give you these." Izuku handed him the small folder of papers. "It's the last of the paperwork I have from my old course." He turned to leave. "Have a good day." "Wait, Midoriya." Aizawa took one of his arms and stopped him. "Midoriya, please rethink this. I know you've been through a lot, and we all want to support you. But you've been so much more withdrawn since you switched to general studies. I'm worried about you." Izuku turned around slowly. "I'm fine. I am. It's just different. I'll get used to it." "Midoriya, I know that's not what you want to do," Aizawa pleaded. "You love your students. And they love you too. You want to help them grow into heroes, don't you?" Izuku looked up from the floor. I really need to get going." He froze in place. "Kacchan?" Out in the middle of the gym was Katsuki, helping Kota with his special move. Izuku had looked up just in time to see him shoot a powerful blast of water that pierced the rock he was aiming at. He couldn't help but feel pride rush into his heart and heat rush to his face as Katsuki smiled contently at Kota. "Take these back." Aizawa forced the papers back into Izuku's arms. "Don't give up, Midoriya. I know you well. You can still do what you love. Don't throw it all away just yet." Izuku was only half listening. He was still staring at Katsuki. Eventually, he turned his head too and froze when his eyes landed on Izuku. His face was unreadable, half shock, half infatuation, and other emotions Izuku couldn't put a name to. Izuku had so many things to say to him, but none could be exchanged in front of so many people. Without a word, Izuku turned and walked out of the gym, his heart racing and his head spinning. Izuku was ready to go home and shut himself away from the world. He didn't know how he felt. The only emotion he could put a name on was sadness. He felt so unfathomably sad. Nothing he did could fill the hollow pain in his soul, the light that had been extinguished. He had searched his mind over the past month for anything that could bring it back and give him a reason to feel joy again, but there was nothing. Izuku was a zombie when he walked back to the staff room, ready to pack up his belongings and leave. He picked up his briefcase, but there was an envelope that he hadn't seen before sitting on his desk. He picked it up and opened it as he walked through the halls towards the exit. "Dear Big Bro Midoriya, I hope you are okay. You always look really sad when I see you in the halls. I've wanted to stop and say something to you, but I haven't had the chance. So I'm writing you this letter. I know you have been through a terrible villain attack, but I knew you would come out of it unharmed because you are the greatest hero in the world. And we were so excited to see you on the screen because you looked so happy and positive. But when you came back, you seemed a lot sadder. Did something happen? I know I'm only your student, but I really care about you. Please come back to the hero course. We miss you as our teacher. You're the best teacher anyone could ever ask for, and if something is bothering you, please tell us so we can make it better. We all want you back." Kota Izuku wiped his misty eyes as he folded the letter and placed it back in the envelope. He felt guilt wash over him, and he pushed it down deep inside so he didn't have to feel it. As if on cue, classes 1A and 1B suddenly turned the corner, putting Izuku face to face with his former students. "Midoriya-sensei." Izuku stepped back, overwhelmed. It had been a while since he had felt nervous in a crowd, and even knowing this was a crowd of innocent high schoolers didn't calm his nerves. He silently turned to walk in the opposite direction. Wait, please, sensei. A small hand grabbed Izuku's arm, and he turned around. Kota was looking up at him with pleading, teary eyes. Am I Midoriya? Did you get my letter? Izuku didn't pull his arm away, but he kept his eyes locked on the floor. I did. Well, what are you going to do? Are you going to come back? Please, we really want you to. Yeah. Harucho grabbed Izuku's other arm. I'm not even in your class, and you're still the best teacher I've ever had. Come back to the hero course, sensei. Izuku resisted his urge to sob and shook his head. It's better for me to be a general studies teacher, he croaked. It'll cause much less attention. Are you worried that someone will try to take you? Cried Kota. You don't have to be afraid. No villains will get near you. I'll beat them up if they try, and Dynamite taught me how to do the piercing shot with my water. I'm getting stronger. I can protect you, big bro. A fractured cry escaped Izuku's throat, and he pulled his arms away to cover his mouth and put a hand on his chest. He couldn't look any of the kids in the eye. They were all waiting for him to say something, anything. But he simply kept walking down the hall, with their words reverberating in his ears. He could vaguely hear Aizawa instructing the kids to let him be as he silently let tears fall down his face. Did you have a good day at work, Izuku? Inko took the blazer from Ursun's hands as he knelt down to undo his shoes. It was fine. I've made some food for you. I know you haven't been wanting to try many new things, so I made sure it's something you love. Thanks, but I'm not hungry. Izuku went straight for his room, but Inko followed him. Honey, I'm worried about you. I don't like how shut in you've been. Izuku tried not to look into her eyes, filled with love and concern. I've just been busy, Mom. I know, baby, but you just seem so much more lonely now. How is Katsuki? Is he back from overseas yet? Neither Katsuki nor Izuku had reached out to one another after their argument. Izuku only knew Katsuki had returned when he saw him one day on the way to work, fighting a giant villain. But he couldn't bring himself to have a conversation with him. There would be too many feelings on the table. And Izuku didn't want to admit it because he was still mad at him, but he missed Katsuki greatly. He's back, Izuku finally responded. But he's too busy doing hero work to see me. Oh, okay. Hopefully, you two can find some time to catch up. Yeah. Izuku went to shut his door. Wait, honey? Inko put her hand on Izuku's, softly running her fingers up his arm. Please, is there anything I can do for you right now? Izuku yanked his arm away. Just give me some space, Mom. That's the best thing you can do. He shut the door and turned around, letting himself slide down until he was sitting on the floor. He put his head in his hands. He hated himself. He wasn't acting normally. But Izuku didn't know what to do. His feelings were eating him up from the inside out, and he couldn't deal with it. He started to cry, letting the tears drop onto the floor in glistening puddles. I just want everything to go back to normal. Chapter end notes. I made a tiny animatic for this FIC. If you want to watch it, here's the link. And if you want to see my insane BKDK ramblings, you can follow me lol. Also sorry this chapter was pretty short. I'll probably be back in a few hours with another chapter to make up for it lol. See you then. Chapter 18 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki jumped when he heard a knock on the door. He'd never been someone who got unexpected visitors. Then, he remembered he had invited someone over. Relaxing his shoulders, he walked over to the front door and opened it. He was greeted by the wide smile of Mei Hatsume, who pushed past him and let herself in. Afternoon, Bakugou. She kicked off her shoes and walked into the living room. Wow, your apartment is pretty boring, huh? She was so blunt. It was good because you always knew what she was thinking, but it did make her blurt out some hard-to-hear things. I don't care about making it look nice, Katsuki grumbled. Hatsume sat down at the table, tapping her hands in an uneven rhythm. So, what's for lunch? I can't chat on an empty stomach. Katsuki rolled his eyes. I have ramen. It's spicy as fuck, so if you can't handle it, you'll have to go hungry. The spicier, the better, I say, grinned Hatsume. Bring it on. Katsuki prepared 2 ramen cups while Hatsume whistled a tune and looked around the bland apartment, commenting on everything she saw. Why do you need a chair and a couch? That TV is enormous, Bakugou. Do you watch IMAX movies on this thing? This chair's a little wobbly. What did you do to it? Man. When was the last time you dusted around here? Katsuki mostly tuned her out while he waited for the ramen to be ready. He stirred in the spices and put one ramen cup down in front of Hatsume. She took the chopsticks and slurped up the noodles up before Katsuki even sat down. This is good, Bakugou, she said, somehow speaking clearly with food in her mouth. I'm guessing this is what you've been living on all these years. Yeah. Hatsume and Katsuki finished off their food, pushing their cups to the side. Hatsume interlocked her hands and placed them on the table, leaning forward. So, you want some good news about the suit? Katsuki shrugged. What was he gonna say? No, of course he wanted good news. So, all the tests were successful. No problems arose, of course. Nothing but the best for my babies. Katsuki internally let out a massive sigh of relief. That's good. What's next? Well, Melissa and her dad are coming over here sometime in the next few weeks to get the government's okay on the suit. Make sure it follows all the laws, she explained. Then, I'll get my hands on it and add all the last touches, and it'll be all ready for Midoriya. Dave's coming, Katsuki said. All Might'll be happy to hear that. He shook his head. Well, that's good. What's the time frame? When can Deku get it? Early next month, if everything gets approved, Hatsume replied. And I took extra care to keep all my babies in line with the hero guidelines, so I don't think there will be any problems. It had been such a long time since Katsuki had started working on this project. At points, he wasn't sure he'd ever see the horizon's end. He sometimes doubted whether it would all be worth it. But in the back of his mind, he knew that it wasn't for him. It was to give Deku back the opportunity that had been taken from him. And he'd do anything to achieve that. So, have you talked to Midoriya about it yet? Hatsume asked. Katsuki shook his head. No, I've been waiting since it was 100% done, so I don't get his hopes up for nothing. Well, I'll give you the good old Mei Hatsume's seal of approval. Hatsume gave Katsuki a thumbs up. It's as good as ready, so you should definitely tell him about it. Katsuki looked away. It's not that easy. Deku and we. Hatsume cocked her head. What? You break up or something? He snapped his head back to face her, scowling. The fuck? We aren't together, were we? We're friends. Hatsume put her hands up. Whoa. Could have fooled me. She raised an eyebrow. So you aren't friends anymore? Katsuki put one of his hands on his face. He felt the heat radiating off his skin in his palm. I don't know. We had an argument. Right before I went to the States. An argument about what? Katsuki hesitated. Hatsume wasn't who he'd consider a close friend. He knew she was a genius, and he trusted her with the responsibility of the suit. But she wasn't someone who would make him feel inferior or stupid for telling her about his problems. She was honest and spoke her mind unabashedly, so maybe she was the best person to spill his guts to. He inhaled. Here it goes. He quit his job as a hero course teacher and went down to just being a general studies one. Because he feels like he isn't good enough or he's not worthy of being there, as if he's not the smartest, most hardworking, most talented person ever who deserves to do what he loves. So I was a dick. I told him it was selfish, because I was thinking about how he was so close to being a hero again. But it was stupid. He didn't know about it, which was my decision. There's no one I can blame but myself for him not being in the loop. And he'd just gone through something awful, which I couldn't stop it from happening. But, anyway, because I couldn't tell him about the suit, I just kept being fucking difficult because I fucking suck at feelings, and I pushed him away. He got pissed at me, and he left. We haven't talked since. And I'm too scared to call him and explain everything. So, yeah. There was a pause. Hatsume's eyes were wide. Wow, she finally said. Yeah. That's a lot. I know. You're kind of a prick. I'm aware. Silence. So, was he living here? Yeah, for about a month. Katsuki cleared his throat to push down the lump that was forming. After he got abducted and was in recovery, I invited him to live with me. I wanted to keep an eye on him and make sure he was all right. I see. Katsuki looked nervously at the girl, who was deep in thought. The seconds that ticked by without a word from her mouth irritated him more and more. Are you gonna fucking say anything? He finally exclaimed. I'm just thinking, she responded. I don't know too much about you two. Just what I've picked up from school, and the fact that you're childhood friends. Yeah, well, I wasn't always the best friend. Or a friend at all, really. Yeah, You bullied him, didn't you? Katsuki felt shame rise in his stomach. Yeah. Hatsume leaned back in her chair. Well, I can't pretend I'm an expert on this type of stuff. But you must have made it up to him if he's your friend after all that. I guess. I still don't know why he forgave me. I don't think I really deserve it. Midoriya's kind of crazy, Hatsume said bluntly. I think you might be a little crazy, too. Huh? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Well, she folded her arms and kept swinging on the chair, balancing it perfectly enough not to topple. I don't really know you that well, Bakugou. I didn't think you'd be so vulnerable enough to share this with me. Katsuki's eye twitched. If there was a word he didn't want to be associated with, it was vulnerable, but he kept his mouth shut and let Hatsume continue. I guess since we've been made to work together, you think we have some sort of bond, she pondered. I'd call it tolerance, Katsuki mumbled. Hatsume grinned. I like that. What's your point? Well, if you've had this argument, surely giving him the suit will be a good way to say sorry, no? Katsuki shook his head. No, I don't want it to look like I'm buying his forgiveness. Get All Might or Melissa or even fucking Dave to give it to him, not me. Hatsume shrugged. I can do that if you really want. I mean, I'd be pretty happy if someone gave me something this expensive as an apology. You don't understand Deku like I do. I need to apologize to him properly and tell him I just wanted him to fuck. He curled his hands into fists and hit the table. I don't even know how I feel. But I know I need to make it up to him because I care about him. Hatsume stared at Katsuki, keeping her eyes locked on his face. She was studying him, and he suddenly felt very exposed. But despite the scrutinizing she was doing, Katsuki couldn't look away. It was like he wanted her to figure out what he was thinking since he couldn't decipher it himself. After a bit of silence, Hatsume took a deep breath and put her hands flat on the table. You know, I've never been good at the social part of life, she started. Not good at picking up these cues and stuff. That's why I love inventing. My machines don't have emotions to navigate. But I've realized something about you, Bakugou, that I don't think you even know yourself. And look, if I picked up on it, then it's got to be pretty damn obvious. Katsuki's heart started beating faster and faster, and he felt it might break out of his ribcage. What are you saying? You just told me no one understands Midoriya better than you, right? Yes. All right. And even the villains 8 years ago knew this. That's why they targeted you, wasn't it? To get to him mentally and make him unstable enough to take advantage of? The faded memory of his chest exploding flashed in his head, and he felt a phantom stab in his abdomen. Yeah. What's the point? Hatsume shook her head. Honestly, how have I figured this out before you, Bakugou? You've memorized everything about Midoriya. What he looks like, how he acts, his quirks, what he likes, what he doesn't, for God's sake. Melissa and I didn't even have to take Midoriya's measurements for the suit since you knew them off by heart. Katsuki blushed. He trailed off. For once, he had no comeback. Also, how much of a perfectionist you were with all these quirks. You wouldn't have settled for anything less than perfect. She changed her voice to a poor imitation of Katsuki's. The smokescreen was not that shade of purple, morons. And the smoke was thicker than that. You want Deku to stand out like a sore thumb? Katsuki couldn't help but smirk, but it was just his personality to do everything perfectly. It wasn't only reserved for Deku. Bakugou, no one learns this stuff about another person without having some sort of underlying feelings. No one would do this for anyone they weren't absolutely obsessed with. Obsessed? What a possessive word. I'm not obsessed with him. Really? You've put your entire career on hold for him. You've been living off the bare minimum and put an unbelievable amount of money into this. I worked on the suit, Bakugou. I know how much it costs. And you did it just because you feel bad for bullying him when you were kids. No, it's not because I feel bad for him, Katsuki stammered. Then why? What is the real reason? Hatsume urged. Because I wanted to chase after him. I wanted us to be heroes so I could fight to catch up to him, for the rest of our lives, Katsuki slowly admitted. I can't imagine life without him. I won't accept a life without him. He's always been there. I don't want him to leave me. Hatsume sighed. I've said enough. I think you know what conclusion I want you to reach now. Katsuki's mind was racing. Some part of him wanted to scream his true feelings at the top of his lungs. But so many layers of him buried that part, refusing to let it break free. Years of thinking Deku was superior to him and despising him for it. The rage he felt when he saw him get stronger. He'd been so terrified Deku would surpass and forget about him. How long had it taken him to change those feelings into adoration, into respect? When he looked at Deku now, he had no malicious thoughts anymore. He always felt a sense of amazement. He idolized him. How could he not? Deku was valiant and selfless, and he had the heart of a true hero. And not being able to see him thrive and pursue his dreams of being a pro was causing Katsuki unimaginable pain. His sturdy walls of insecurity were starting to crumble. "I don't follow," he whispered. Hatsume huffed. "I think you do. You just don't want to say it." Say it, Bakugou," Hatsume insisted. "You'll feel better. It can't be good bottling it all up, especially since it looks like you've been doing that for God knows how long." Katsuki swallowed. His throat was agonizingly dry. "I care about. Nope. That's not it, and you know it." He was on the brink of tears. 3 words. 3 simple words were all he had to say. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. You'll never feel complete fighting alongside him if you don't admit it. The walls crumbled, and Katsuki's feelings could see the sunlight again. No more would he push them down and ignore them. He couldn't hide how he felt anymore. It was torture. Katsuki took a shaky breath. I love him. I love him so much." Hatsume sat back with a satisfied smirk. "Well, that wasn't so hard, was it?" Katsuki was breathing heavily, and tears stained his bright red face. He sniffed and put his head in his hands as he tried to steady his breathing. Hatsume got up from her seat and put a hand on his back. "You feel any better?" she asked softly. Katsuki sniffed and lifted his head. "I don't know," he admitted. "I think I need to talk to him. I need to tell him how I feel, and say sorry for being such a fucking asshole." "I agree. About the asshole thing too. But you really should tell him about the suit. Not so he's inclined to forgive you, just so he knows how much you do love him. You are the heart of the project, after all." He shook his head. "No, I can't. Is it the false hope thing?" she teased. "Don't worry about that. Everything will work out fine. Are you doubting my babies, Bakugou? Need I remind you that I made you these?" She tapped just above his right ear. "And have they ever failed you before?" Katsuki laughed. "All right. I'll tell him." Hatsume collected the 2 empty cups of ramen and tossed them in the bin and the chopsticks in the sink. "So, you really lived with Midoriya, who you're hopelessly in love with, for an entire month, and you didn't try to bone once?" Katsuki's entire body got hot, and he whipped his head around to gawk at Hatsume, who simply grinned. "What the fuck?" "And no," he yelled. Hatsume shrugged. "Just curious." Katsuki had never been so flustered. He doesn't he's fucking depressed," he shouted, but his voice was breaking up. I couldn't take advantage of him while he was like that." Well, it certainly would have taken his mind off it for a few minutes. She turned around and washed her hands in the sink. "I don't want no, he wouldn't want to." "Calm down, loverboy." Hatsume flicked water at him. "Just a joke." Katsuki felt his phone in his pocket vibrate, and he pulled it out while glaring at Hatsume. "Not funny." He answered the call. "What?" "Bakugou. How fast can you get to the Musutafu supermarket? We need you, it's an emergency." Chapter end notes. I wonder if anyone knows the title of this FIC as a top lyric. Chapter 19 Chapter notes. Can we talk about the latest BNHA episode, and Deku's reaction to Katsuki? "Oh bones when I get my hands on you." See the end of the chapter for more notes. Izuku pulled the shopping list off the fridge. Many items were listed on the paper, some things that he and his mother would need soon. He walked over to his mother's room, where she was working on her computer. "Mom," he said. She turned to him and stopped typing, flashing him a soft smile. "Are you all right, honey? I'm going to go get groceries." Izuku held up the list. "Is this all we need?" "Oh yes, but would you like me to come with you?" She started getting out of her chair. No thanks." Izuku put the list in his pocket. "Sorry, but I'm fine on my own. You have work to get done." "Wait, Izuku?" Inko took his arm and clutched a hand to her chest. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Yes," Izuku insisted. "I am. Okay." She paused. "I wanted to ask you something quickly." Izuku tried to resist the urge to roll his eyes. Yeah, Mom? I wanted to check in about, looking for somewhere to live. Please don't get me wrong, you're free to stay with me here as long as you want. But you're an adult, and you need your own space. So, have you? Izuku stiffened. No, I haven't found anything yet. In reality, he hadn't pursued looking for new apartments in a while. It was just in the back of his mind collecting dust, just like the idea of calling Katsuki. Oh, all right. It's just you got a lot of money from selling your home. I know. But anything close to UA is too expensive, even with that money, Izuku explained. He was trying hard not to lose his temper, even though he knew his mother's question was completely reasonable. I want to find something close to a train station, but there isn't anything available right now. Inko nodded slowly. I do wish you hadn't sold your house so impulsively. Izuku frowned. You know I couldn't live there anymore. Everyone would have known my address with a quick search, including villains. I know, but do you think living here is any safer? This house is under my name and, by extension, yours too. What? Izuku crossed his arms. Are you worried about someone finding where we live and being in danger? Well, not at the moment, but do you think I'm stupid? Inko's eyes widened. No, honey, I've been lying low at UA, so I don't bring attention to myself, and I've been making sure no one can track me down, Izuku chastised. I obviously don't want anyone to find you and hurt you because you're a loved one, Mom. Inko shook her head. I don't think you're stupid, Izuku, she whispered sadly. Then don't ask questions that imply that I am. Izuku stormed towards the front door, grabbing the keys on the way out and slamming the door shut. Izuku immediately felt guilt pool in his stomach as he walked onto the street towards the supermarket. He reached into his pocket to pull out his phone to message her an apology, but in his anger, he had forgotten his phone. Izuku cursed to himself. He shouldn't have shouted at his mother. All she had ever tried to do was help him, and he had thrown it back in her face. He'd had such a terrible temper the last few weeks, and he hated himself for it. It wasn't how he wanted to act. Izuku made a mental note to apologize immediately when he returned home. He walked to the shop silently, each step filled with deep regret. The supermarket was a large building that had proudly stood throughout Izuku's entire life. It was quiet today, a Sunday morning. He had many memories of being dragged along to this store with his mother, causing a fuss because he wanted a treat, a small toy, and, one particular time, a special All Might mochi variant. The memory was warm and fuzzy in his mind, and he shook his head. How could he have spoken to his mother like that? Some son he was. However, it wasn't just his mother that had taken him to this shop as a child. On a playdate with Katsuki as a young child, Mitsuki had brought the toddlers to the store with her. He vividly remembered being in the shopping trolley with his friend, who freaked out when he also spotted the All Might mochi. After a lot of begging, Mitsuki gave in and bought it for Katsuki. Izuku recalled being so nervous to tell him that despite being a die-hard All Might fan, he had to admit the mochi didn't taste very good. Katsuki told him to shut his mouth and that nothing with All Might's face on it could be bad, but Izuku knew he felt the same when he saw his face scrunch up a second after biting into the sweet treat. Izuku shook the nostalgic memories from his mind. Thinking about Katsuki made his heart hurt with longing. He ignored it as he grabbed a trolley and began looking for items off his list. While walking down the dairy aisle, Izuku ran into a familiar face who lit up when their eyes met. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu smiled as she embraced Izuku in a warm hug. It had been a while since he'd seen her look so casual. She wore a velvet red shirt and a flowing salmon skirt, and her long blonde hair fell gracefully over her shoulder. Izuku felt slightly embarrassed in his casual t-shirt and shorts, but he knew Yaoyorozu wouldn't care. How have you been, Midoriya? She asked. She grabbed her trolley and walked down the aisle. Shop with me. Izuku smiled. I've been okay. How about you? Same old, Yaoyorozu sighed. We've been pretty busy these last few weeks. Just got back from a trip to the Western schools. That's still so admirable that you do that, Izuku said. It's undoubtedly helped thousands of kids with unusual quirks, especially because of how strong some of them are now. Well, all the credit goes to Uraraka, of course, Yaoyorozu said. She's the one who came up with it. But it is always rewarding to do our best to help these kids, and it's worth seeing how much their lives are improved when they get control of their quirk. Yeah, I get it. Yaoyorozu flashed a sympathetic look at Izuku. Hey, I'm sorry we haven't really reached out since, you know. I assume you've recovered well enough if you feel safe enough to be here? Izuku shook his head. Don't be sorry. I know how busy you are. And it's not your duty to take care of me. Did you end you moving out of your house? She asked. Yeah, I did. I see. So, who were you living with? I know you and Bakugou were almost neighbors, weren't you? At the mention of Katsuki's name, Izuku's heart fluttered. He craved his presence, even if he was still furious at him. That was the way he'd always been, wasn't it? No matter how much Katsuki pushed him away, he always wanted to be near him and observe the amazing parts of him that outshone the bad. But he was no longer a child. Izuku didn't know how to navigate their relationship anymore. He had deep, flourishing feelings for Katsuki that he was certain wouldn't be reciprocated. So, any closeness would just hurt more. Maybe it was for the best that they weren't speaking. Yaoyorozu was still waiting patiently for his response, so he shook his head and turned to her with a fake smile. I live with my mom now. Kacchan and we haven't really been keeping in touch, he stammered. Yaoyorozu nodded. That's a shame. You two have become much better friends ever since graduation. But I suppose it can't be helped with his career. It's not a big deal, Izuku responded, ignoring the stabbing pain in his chest. He didn't want to talk about Katsuki anymore. It pained him beyond belief. I know. And I always sympathize with you, Midoriya. I know we haven't always been there for you, especially since you couldn't become a pro like you wanted. I think you deserve all the glory other pros are getting. Izuku smiled. Don't worry. I still help people as a teacher. Oh yes, you teach the hero course. How are they? Another pinch of guilt in his stomach. They're great, very talented. That's great to hear. With your guidance, I'm sure they'll be molded into amazing heroes. Izuku and Yaoyorozu continued shopping while chatting, with Izuku trying to guide the conversation away from himself to avoid uncomfortable topics. He managed to steer the exchange towards talking about Yaoyorozu's agency with her team. Today is my day off, and I decided to go for a shopping trip to refill the food we keep at the agency, she explained. We initially started keeping food there because we would be too tired to go home and make food, but now we have it to give out to people who come in and need it, you know. That's really kind of you all. It's our way of giving back, Suddenly, the supermarket was plunged into darkness. Izuku and Yaoyorozu stopped walking and spun around, only to see the light from the outside slip away as the shutters were lowered. A bunch of voices cried out in confusion, and Izuku watched as Yaoyorozu created a flashlight and started to look around. What's going on? He questioned aloud. I don't know, she said. Maybe a drill. The overhead speaker suddenly burst into a harsh static, and a distorted voice filled the store. Good morning. I ask you all to stay calm. You will not be hurt if you follow instructions. You are all my hostages. You will be trapped here until the pro heroes agree to pay me a handsome sum of money as a ransom. I know there are some people in here who are worth a lot, including pro heroes. The city wouldn't want to lose such brave souls, would they? Izuku glanced at Yaoyorozu nervously. I will give the heroes a week. Unfortunately, if I am not paid, all your lives will be ended. The store is on lockdown. There is no escape. Good luck. The speaker shut off, and Izuku suddenly smelled a strange scent wafting through the aisle. He turned to Yaoyorozu, but before he could ask if she could sense it too, he was falling to the floor, consciousness quickly escaping his body. Midoriya. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, unsure of how much time had passed. Yaoyorozu's blurry face faded into view. She was wearing a gas mask over her mouth. Izuku tried to sit up, but he was still groggy. The store was still pitch black, and the only light was emanating from the flashlight Yaoyorozu had created. What happened? Izuku muttered, voice hoarse. What do you remember? Yaoyorozu asked anxiously. The shutters closing. And, a voice. The memory was becoming clearer. Wait, they said that we were hostages? Yes. Yaoyorozu took off her mask. I think the air is safe to breathe now, and it looks like it doesn't mess with your memory too much. What happened? The villain started leaking gas into the store. I created a gas mask, and I was going to create one for you, but you fell unconscious so quickly. I'm sorry, Midoriya. No, don't be. Izuku got to his feet. How long has it been? I think an hour. After you and everyone passed out, I heard the villain walking around the store and moving things. I was going to apprehend him myself, but I don't know if he has some kind of item that makes him undetectable, but I couldn't find him, even though I could hear his footsteps. And I didn't want him to see I was conscious, so I hid. It's okay. I'm glad you're not hurt. If there's any good news, it's that my team expects me back by a certain point. If Iida, Uraraka and Sue don't hear from me after a while, they'll know something is wrong. That means we aren't completely cut off from the outside, Izuku said. A flicker of light lit up the store, and Izuku and Yaoyorozu squinted as their eyes adjusted. They also heard other voices in the aisles over and rushed to check on the customers who had been trapped. Izuku and Yaoyorozu grouped all the customers in the store and prepared to address them. There were 28 people in the store, and most of them were elderly people who, like him, assumed Sunday morning would be the quietest time to shop. Some of the aisles in the store were empty, and those that weren't had been significantly reduced. They all looked nervous and disoriented from the gas. Hey, is anyone's phone working? A voice from the crowd asked. A murmur rippled through the group, and the patrons tried to use their phones, but they found that the signal was jammed. Everyone, stay calm, please. Yaoyorozu stood in front of the group and tried to look composed. You may know me, but if you don't, I'm Krieta. I'm a pro hero, and I'm going to do my best to keep us all safe and get out as soon as possible. You create things, don't you? Shouted a woman in the back. Why don't you make a cannon and blast us out of here? Please listen when I saw it's best to let the pros outside handle this, Yaoyorozu pleaded. I've dealt with situations like this before, and most of the time, it ends with a peaceful negotiation. They've probably already been contacted. Most of the time, yelled another man. What are you going to do when they can't convince this lunatic to let us out? He's already taken all the food, so we'll just end up starving if the pros can't do their job. You need to trust her, Izuku assured the crowd. She's one of the best pros around. She'll definitely make sure we all get out of here without any injuries. We don't intend to stay here and let the villain do what he wants. And who are you, chump? Barked the same man. Some kind of wannabe pro. Why the hell should I listen to you? Izuku swallowed. Well, wait, aren't you the hero who stopped Shigaraki 8 years ago? An elderly woman in front of Izuku squinted at him through her glasses. Oh yeah. That is him. It's Deku, right? I remember him, he's a real hero. Izuku blushed, overwhelmed by the attention, and stepped back as Yaoyorozu addressed the crowd again. Let Deku and I keep you safe while we wait for help to arrive. We'll make sure none of you are uncomfortable or hungry. And I promise you, you can rely on the other heroes to solve the situation outside. The crowd was settled, for now. Izuku and Yaoyorozu made sure to check on everyone consistently, keeping an eye out for any news from the heroes outside. They could sometimes vaguely hear conversations through the shutters but could not discern any words. As Izuku sat on the cold shop floor, he couldn't help but recall the last thing he had said to his mother. He was always putting her through so much stress. Guilt filled his stomach rapidly. He reassured his hope in the outside heroes. Please, let this be over fast. Katsuki fell down from soaring through the air and arrived at the crime scene. Musutafu supermarket was completely locked down. Police kept civilians back, and all surrounding roads were closed. He grouped with the heroes that had called him Kirishima, Todoroki, Iida, and Uraraka, who were observing the situation from behind a building. Katsuki adjusted one of his gloves. He'd barely had enough time to excuse himself from the company of Hatsume and change into his hero outfit before rushing over to the location. Thanks for getting here so fast, man, Kirishima whispered. He was peering around a corner, where a figure was sitting on the store's roof. Katsuki clenched his jaw. I only heard a little of what we're dealing with, Katsuki hissed. What's the full situation? Hostages, Todoroki said. We know Yaoyorozu is in there. She went to that supermarket this morning and hasn't been responding to Uraraka's or Iida's texts, plus her location shows that she's nearby. We don't know how many other civilians are inside, but considering it's a Sunday morning, it can't be that many. What does this dickhead want? We don't know yet, Uraraka admitted. We've been waiting for you to get here before we talk to him. Iida flipped his helmet down. Remember the golden rule when it comes to these situations. Our best option is negotiating. We can do that by demonstrating empathy and... Alright, we get it, Katsuki grumbled. Can we just get fucking moving already? His mind wasn't exactly clear at the moment. He had been wanting to talk to Deku and get his suffocating feelings off his chest, but it would have to wait. You know, maybe we shouldn't have called Bakugou, pondered Iida. This isn't really his style of mission. Shut the fuck up, Four Eyes. Katsuki snapped. I'm capable at all styles of missions. Just let Uraraka handle the talking, Kirishima advised. We'll be there as backup in case the villain lashes out. Let's move. The five heroes made their way up to the rooftop opposite the supermarket, where they could be on the same level as the villain. As they made themselves visible, the man turned his attention towards the group. He was slim and bony, and his bright red hair was disheveled and seemed to float around his shoulders. He was sitting down, but not on the rooftop. It looked like he was sitting on a large oil barrel. Facing the heroes, he stood up, balancing on the barrel. His face was clouded in darkness, and he had an ugly scowl spread across his mouth. Better not get any closer, heroes, he sneered. I can blow this entire building to bits if you take another step. We just came here to talk to you, Uraraka started. What's your name? He laughed. What, you think you're going to get me to change my mind with a few words? Might as well give up now and just give me what I want. What do you want? 1 billion yen, he stated bluntly. Katsuki snorted to himself, too far away for the villain to pick up on it. Yeah, right. This guy's a delusional lunatic. What do you need that amount of money for? Uraraka questioned. The villain narrowed his eyes. You realize that by stalling me out, the people in here are just suffering more and more. I got rid of all the food in the store, so the longer you take to comply with my demands, the more of them are going to starve. I just would like to understand why you've been driven to do such a thing, Uraraka said. The villain rolled his eyes. Sure, so you can pretend to care. I can assure you, I do care, Uraraka promised. The villain jumped down from the barrel and stood beside it. He glared at the heroes through his blood-red hair. You bastard heroes have no idea how good you have it, he snarled. Your stupid quirks, you know how to use them, and people trust you to keep them safe. Did anyone ever tell you your power was too dangerous to be used? That you were a threat to everyone else by just existing? Heroes, came a voice over their earpieces. The villain you're dealing with goes by 37. We don't know his real name or quirk, but we're looking into it. Try to keep him distracted. Katsuki looked at his teammates solemnly and stayed silent as Uraraka continued talking. I understand, really. I've met people exactly like you. I've had loved ones who feel the same as you do now. Oh, really? And what came of them? Are they distinguished members of society? Or did you continue to shun them and not even give them a chance to prove themselves? Why have people shunned you? Asked Uraraka. 37 scoffed. You just want to know what my quirk is. Well, I'll enlighten you. Maybe it'll make you take the situation more seriously. He lifted the barrel's lid and dunked his hand into it. When he pulled his hand back out, it was glistening with water. 37 put his hand to his mouth and then flicked the water into the air. Powerful white explosions were set off mid-air, loud enough that Katsuki and the other heroes covered their ears in pain. It's quite similar to your quirk, isn't it, Dynamite? He grinned. But it isn't really that heroic in theory. All it does is cause destruction. That's because you're a loser who hasn't put in the effort to tame it, Katsuki angrily thought to himself. He had enough sense to stay silent and simply glared at the taunting villain as he sat on the barrel again. Have any of you heard of rubidium? It is a highly reactive metal that detonates when in contact with water, 37 explained. My saliva is similar in chemical compound to rubidium. When combined with any water, it explodes if I will it to. So, with this entire container of water at my disposal, I could very easily level this building, and no one inside would survive. The five of them were frozen in fear. It was imperative not to antagonize this madman. In the worst-case scenario, they could accidentally say something small and trigger him enough to cause immense destruction. You still haven't told us why you want the money, Uraraka reminded him. I would like to know. 37 rolled his eyes. Isn't it obvious? My quirk is public business to anyone who wants to hire me. No one wants an employee whose quirk can level their establishment with a bit of water. Doesn't even matter when I tell them it's activated, it will. They take one look at my quirk and judge me forever. Can you drink water without blowing up? We can't hire you, it's too high of a risk. Don't even think of washing your hands in my house. 37 stomped his foot on the ground angrily. Do you know how cruel it is to hear these things every day? Uraraka nodded. I can only imagine, but you don't have to turn to something like this. There are people who can help you. I don't need your handouts, he spat. I will do things my way, so your bosses had better arrange the money for me, or you're about to lose 2 heroes and a lot of innocent civilians. Surely they're worth more than some money? 2. The group only knew about Yaoyorozu being a hostage, so who's the other one? Katsuki thought. Uraraka let out a sigh. We're going to give you some time. We'll be back to talk again, okay? 37 shrugged. Whatever. If you think money is more important than life, I'd happily keep chatting. Biting their tongues, the 5 pros retreated and headed back down to street level to devise a plan with the authorities. What's the point of just talking to the bastard? Katsuki growled. 4 eyes should just throw me in there at full speed and let me low his limbs off. My explosions are much stronger than his pathetic knockoff version. We can't use violence in this situation, Bakugou, Todoroki said calmly. If there's a chance we can just talk him out of it, we have to try that first. However, I don't think we're going to change his mind, Uraraka interjected. There's a lot of bitterness in his mind. We'll have to come up with a plan to incapacitate him. Blow him up? No, Bakugou. After a few hours and a lot of arguing, they had developed a strategy. Uraraka and Kirishima would talk to the villain and keep him distracted. Iida and Todoroki would hide out of view, waiting to strike. Their plan was to slowly use Todoroki's ice to creep up behind 37 and freeze his jug of water solid. Then, before he realized what was happening, Iida would use a recipro burst to toss Todoroki onto the supermarket roof, where he would burst into flames. The extreme heat would force 37's body to forego creating saliva and instead create sweat. With this disadvantage, they would be able to surround and capture him. Katsuki's job was to wait for Kirishima and Uraraka's signal, and when they had the villain secure, he would pierce the locked shutters and let the hostages out. He sat on the window ledge of a nearby building so his allies were still in earshot. Where are the rest of your friends, huh? 37 said in a mocking tone. Too scared. I didn't think Dynamite would be so much of a coward. I mean, we've got so much in common. Katsuki clenched his fists. Fucker. We're nothing alike. I'm not an amateur who can't manage his quirk. We want to talk to you, man, Kirishima reasoned. You really don't have to resort to this stuff. Surely you don't have to stoop to hurting innocent people. What about the people who hurt me? 37 yelled. Was I not innocent at one point? But I guess it doesn't matter since I haven't got a nice and easy quirk to control. Katsuki ignored the sob story and noticed the ice slowly inching closer to the rooftops. Todoroki and Iida were already clutching hands, ready to move as soon as it was time. You can always go down a different path, Uraraka said. It doesn't always have to be absolute. Absolute. That was the cue. Katsuki's head shot up to the sky, where Iida was already flying through the air, hands interlocked with Todoroki. When they were above the rooftop, he threw Todoroki towards 37, the hero's flames burning bright. He surrounded the villain with fire, and Katsuki watched as Kirishima and Todoroki leapt into action and restrained 37 on the ground. He was gasping for air and trying to cough up saliva from his hoarse, burnt throat to no avail. We've got him, Kirishima shouted. Dynamite, go. Katsuki jumped down from the ledge and ran to the front of the store. He put his good ear to the cool metal and heard hushed voices on the other side. There must have been someone leaning against the door inside. Katsuki slammed his fist against the closed shutter. Hey, extras. Stand back from the door. After a few seconds of silence, Katsuki lined up his shot and blew an enormous hole in the metal, letting the sunlight leak into the cold store. The hostages came flying out, pushing and shoving each other as they scrambled to freedom. Yaoyorozu appeared, helping lead the civilians outside. Bakugou. She gasped. In the back, he's helping stragglers. Hearing her voice through the pandemonium was hard, so Katsuki frowned. What? Who the hell are you talking about? He strained to see inside, but too many people were trying to push each other out of the way to escape first. You fucking heroes. screamed 37. Katsuki turned around. Kirishima had him restrained and was forcing him to walk over to the police car parked in front of the store. You've ruined everything. Katsuki rolled his eyes and turned back to the crowd still spilling out of the store. Then, in the back, a familiar mop of deep green hair appeared, helping someone to their feet. Katsuki's eyes widened. Deku. He began pushing past the hostages, but they weren't letting up. One of them forced Katsuki back out, spinning him around. He didn't even have time to curse out the person who'd shoved him when he heard an excited gasp in his right ear. Katsuki saw it at the same time as the villain. A small slab of Todoroki's ice clung to the side of the building, and as it melted, it formed a puddle right in the middle of the sidewalk where the civilians were. Katsuki moved before his mind could register what he was doing. He ran into the store towards Deku, the last person inside. He ran straight to him and protected him with his body, throwing the both of them further back into the building as the villain spat into the water and ignited an explosion. The burning heat and intense pressure engulfed the area, and Katsuki felt brick and concrete trapping his body. He could only register the collapsing ceiling before he was knocked out, the echoing scream of his name ringing in his ears. Chapter end notes. I have a few ideas for new fics. If any of you FW the headcanon that Deku and Kacchan dated, you'll be interested in one of them. But I can't write multiple fics at the same time, so I am speedrunning this shit now. Backquote, Chapter 20. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki's head throbbed sharply as he raised it from the ground. He couldn't even move his head to the side without feeling like he was being bashed over the skull with a hammer. He tried to remain as still as possible as his vision stopped being a blur of color and focused so he could make out what was in front of him. It looked like the explosion may have made the store cave in on itself and form a crater, since the sky seemed much further away. He clenched his jaw. That was a fucking powerful quirk in the hands of a dangerous person. Once his sight was restored, Katsuki suddenly realized he couldn't hear anything on his left side. Craning his neck a little, he saw his orange hearing aid crushed under the rubble a couple of meters away. Fuck, he always felt vulnerable when he could only use half his hearing, and now he'd have to ask Hatsume for a replacement, even though she was busy working on the suit for Deku. Katsuki's mouth reacted before his mind did. He relived his last actions, pushing Deku back into the store as the villain ignited an explosion. If Deku had walked out too far, he would have been directly in front of the water as it detonated, and it wasn't likely that he would have survived. So Katsuki acted without thinking and shielded Deku with his own body. The explosion was powerful and hot, and it caused most of the tall building to collapse. Katsuki may have saved Deku from being blown up, but now he might be injured from the debris. He tried to force himself to his feet, but one of his legs was crushed, and to try and move it would be agonizing. So now Katsuki was stuck, injured, and unsure if Deku was okay. He suddenly felt sick. What if debris had landed on Deku's head and crushed him immediately? What if he'd been impaled on a beam? What if he was buried alive by the rubble, unable to scream for anyone? What if Kacchan? Deku's voice was a little faded, and the echo didn't help differentiate where it was coming from. But hearing him made Katsuki feel a little better. He had to know what injuries he had before he could fully relax. Deku, what side are you on? It still hurt Katsuki to move his head, but he had to see Deku's face and see what sort of shape he was in. I'm on your left, Kacchan, Deku called out. Gritting his teeth, Katsuki turned his neck and saw Deku pinned under a pile of bricks and debris. He didn't look too badly injured aside from that, and Katsuki allowed his heart to calm down a little. Deku, are you all right? The two of them were close enough to talk without yelling but too far apart to be able to reach out to one another. Katsuki must have flung Deu back harder than he intended. My legs are trapped under all this rubble, but I might be able to push it off and free myself, Deku said. I don't think anything is broken, though. How about you? I think my right calf is crushed, Katsuki responded. I can't move it, and my hearing aid broke, so I can't hear anything out of my left ear. Oh, God, Kacchan, Deku trailed off. The vague shouts of the heroes above them were the only thing that filled the silence. Katsuki had not wanted this to be where they had their first conversation in over a month. The universe had a sick sense of humor when it came to him. Deku, he had 1,000 things he wanted to say to Deku, and all of them were equally important. Deku lifted his head and met Katsuki's gaze for the first time in weeks. God, Katsuki missed his eyes. Their ethereal green shade, the way they lit up and twinkled at anything. And even when Deku had been mad at him, he was still head over heels for his gorgeous eyes. They were the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, and he could look into them forever. But he had things that he had to tell Deku, and they couldn't wait, so he inhaled softly. I know this isn't the most desirable place to be. And I wanted to do this in a way you deserve, not while we're both trapped under rocks with busted up legs. Deku tilted his head to the side. Kacchan, you... No, Deku. Let me say this, please. Ignoring the excruciating pain, Katsuki kept his head off the ground so he could look Deku directly in the face as he spoke. I'm sorry. For everything I did and said to you while you were struggling. You trusted me to keep you safe in my home and to be there for you when you needed it, and I failed. I called you selfish, which was wrong. I'm sorry. Deku immediately teared up. Katsuki hated seeing him like that. He used to think he hated seeing Deku cry because he hated weakness, and seeing his friend show vulnerability was a sign of that. But now Katsuki knew it was because he just couldn't handle the sight of his tears. He wanted to take all the pain Deku was going through and let himself bear it. Katsuki would go through everything he'd been through twice if it guaranteed Deku's happiness. Kacchan, it's okay, Deku stammered. I am selfish. No, you are not, Katsuki shot back. You're the exact opposite of the word selfish. Deku looked away. Katsuki wanted to reach out and turn his face back so he would meet his eyes again, but all he could do was keep talking. The adrenaline coursing through his body from the pain was probably helping ease some of his nerves. Our whole lives, I've admired you. Even when I pushed you away and bullied you, I always thought you were amazing. That's why I couldn't stand being around you, because I had to be the best, and you were a threat to that. But now, I have this incredible person in my life, someone I've watched grow stronger and stronger, and I'm always just shocked by what you can do, Deku. A puddle of tears formed under Deku's face. His voice was quivering when he replied. You can't say things like that, I'm entirely useless. I can't save anyone, I can't protect you, I can't do anything, he sobbed, getting his voice caught in his throat. Why did you push me out of the way? It wouldn't have mattered if I was the only one not to get out. Shut up. Katsuki's yell echoed harshly throughout the space. Deku froze and looked back up. Katsuki couldn't stand the sight of his tear-flooded eyes. It burned him inside that Deku could not see how incredible he was. He would tell him how much he idolized him over and over until he finally accepted it. It would have mattered, Deku. Do you honestly think no one would care if you died here? What about your mom? What about your students? What about me? Stop, Deku cried. I can't. Katsuki fought through his stomach, churning at the crushed sound of Deku's voice. He needed to hear that people cared about him and how much he was valued. Deku's depression and the trauma from being abducted had utterly broken his self-esteem and sense of worth. And Katsuki was determined to build it back up, no matter how long it took. Kacchan, I can't do this anymore, Deku sniffed. I have nothing to look forward to or live for. I can't help or save anyone, so what is even the point of me having been born? You've already saved so many people, Katsuki said. You saved our classmates in school. You've saved those kids Eri and Kota. You saved thousands of people in all of Japan. And Deku. Katsuki choked back a sob. You saved me. Deku didn't respond and avoided his eyes. That was okay. Katsuki had more to tell him, and if he was going to stay silent, that meant he was listening. Deku, you're the smartest person I know. You have the keenest eye for everything, quirks or otherwise. And you still jump in to help those who need it. You are still a hero, and don't you dare think that you're not. Katsuki heard a defeated sigh. Deku looked up again, eyes bloodshot. Why are you telling me this? His heart skipped a beat. Here it goes, Katsuki thought. He recalled the conversation he'd had with Hatsume as he inhaled deeply. It was finally time to tell Deku the truth. Do you know why I've been living so cheaply ever since I became a pro? Deku shook his head. No, I thought you were just kind of weird. Ouch. Okay. Maybe Deku had some of that nerve-alleviating adrenaline, too. It was because I was putting a lot of the money I was making into saving up for something. Something way more important than becoming rich. What is it? Katsuki couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the curiosity in Deku's voice. He must have wanted to ask that question for a very long time, but was too polite too. Adorable. Well, remember the suit that Melissa made and All Might wore during the war? Deku nodded. Even after the fight, it was able to be used as valuable combat data. Combine that with technological advances, and you can make another version of the suit that's even better. Deku still looked confused. I don't understand. You made a suit like that for yourself? But your costume is already perfect and tailored directly to your quirk. Plus, you don't need that much support apart from the items you already have, and... No, Deku. The suit wasn't developed for me. It was designed to withstand an artificial version of One for All and the quirks that you wielded with it. It was made for you. Deku's eyes looked like they were about to burst. Me? Katsuki looked down. It wasn't fair that after school, everyone else got to pursue their dreams of being a hero, and you didn't, even though you were the one who deserved it most. Sure, you could accept that that's just how it goes when you're quirkless. It's just the luck of the draw. Katsuki's chest tightened at the far-off memory of telling Deku to leap off the roof and be reborn if he wanted a quirk so badly. He swallowed hard and pushed down the dark thought. But I couldn't accept it, Deku. I won't accept a future where you aren't following your dream. So I did what I had to do to get you back on the field. It's only right. Deku drew shaky breaths. Katsuki waited for him to say something, but he could only hear the man's shallow breathing. It was a lot to process, but Deku had to know how much he and others cared about him and what they were willing to do. I came up with the idea after you lost One for All in university, Katsuki continued. All Might got me in contact with Melissa, and we also had Hatsume helping as well. Melissa works on building the suit in America, and Hatsume sends her the prototypes of the quirks. We would go and see the suit in person once every year, and each time we went, it was closer and closer to what I envisioned. And it wasn't just those two. All of our class contributed to it. They've been putting money into this project for almost 6 years, Deku. They want you back. They want you to be a hero again. The air was quiet for a minute. Katsuki gave him time to let everything sink in. It was surreal to finally say this out loud to him after so many years of avoiding the subject and holding his tongue to keep it a surprise. This was certainly not the scenario he had imagined telling Deku. He had visualized it many times. A perfect place and a perfect time, and ideally, he would have given Deku the suit on the spot as well. But any sparks of hope in Deku had already been beaten out of him by all the things he had gone through, and they had worn him down significantly. Katsuki had to tell him now to ignite some of those sparks again. Katsuki heard sniffing after a few minutes. Deku was still crying. He wished he could free himself from the stupid rubble and run over to him, hold him in his arms and tell him everything was going to be okay. He blushed at the thought. Oh yeah, I still need to tell him I love him, too. Maybe that could be saved for another time. One bombshell of information was enough for Deku today. Deku raised his head so he could make eye contact with Katsuki. To his surprise, Deku was smiling. Tears still flowed down his cheeks, but that gorgeous smile Katsuki had fallen for was back, and he couldn't help the way his heart fluttered at the sight. Kacchan, how have I been so blessed? He squeaked, voice breaking. I can't believe that's what you've been doing all these years. He put a hand over his mouth. What have I done to deserve this? All the effort and money you put into this? Seriously, Kacchan, that must have cost a fortune to make. Deku clutched his chest. Wait, so you going overseas? That wasn't for work, was it? It was to see Melissa in the suit? Yeah. Kacchan, he wiped his face, leaving a streak of dust on his cheek. I don't even know what to say. How could I ever possibly thank you enough? You can thank me by promising me you'll be the greatest hero of all time, Katsuki smiled. Seriously, I need a good rival. And you've always been the best. So say you'll come back, Deku. Deku shook his head. I can't, you can. You're a true hero, Deku. You put others above yourself. You'll die to protect anyone, and that's what a hero does. And you do it even without a quirk. But I can't let you do that. Because I need you. You're the only person in my life I want to be with me constantly. You've always been there, and I always need you to be. I called you selfish, but I'm the selfish one. I need you to be by my side. Please, say you'll come back to hero work with me. No, it's too late for me, Kacchan, Deku whispered. Katsuki barely caught his words. It's never too late for you to come back to my side, Deku. I'd do anything. Whatever it takes for you to be a hero again. Deku smiled sadly. You're not going to take no for an answer, are you? No, never. Deku laughed, a hauntingly beautiful sound that made Katsuki forget all the pain he was feeling in his body. Deku's face glistened from tears, but Katsuki had never seen a more magnificent sight. Okay, Kacchan. I'll come back. How could I say no after all you've done for me? Katsuki finally felt like he could take a breath. Deku sure was stubborn, but that was something he loved about him. He loved everything about him though, so maybe it wasn't a good comparison. Took you long enough, nerd, Katsuki chuckled. Looks like the first step to getting you back on the field is to get out of this wreck. Where the hell is everyone else? I think I might be able to get up, Kacchan. Deku was pushing the debris off his legs. Soon enough, he had one leg free. As he started lifting broken bricks to free his other leg, Katsuki saw a few familiar faces descend into the wreckage. Fucking finally, he grumbled. Kirishima, Todoroki, and Uraraka came running over to the two of them. Bakugou. Midoriya, are you okay? Kirishima called out. I'm fine. Deku shouted. You need to take care of Kacchan first. Uraraka hurried over to Katsuki, sliding down the rubble. Bakugou, are you okay? What injuries do you have? I'll be fine, he grunted. My right leg is pretty fucked up, but that's it. I'll start lifting some of the debris. Try to stay still. I'm certainly not going anywhere. He was trying to stay calm, but as the rubble was lifted from his body, the pain in his leg started to intensify, and he was holding back screams. He managed to sneak a glance at Deku, who had been freed and was being bandaged by Kirishima and Todoroki. Okay, you're out, sighed Uraraka. I'll float you back to the surface. Give me your hand. Katsuki weakly lifted his hand, but before Uraraka could touch him, a huge weight suddenly landed on his back, and he let out a withering cry of pain. He tried to look up, and all he could see was a shadowy figure shoving Uraraka to the ground. Katsuki's yells of pain were getting caught in his throat as the person drove their foot into his leg, and he nearly blacked out from the pain. He vaguely felt himself being picked up by the throat, and fury raged through his body as he dangled uselessly in the air. Thanks for the ice, idiots, shouted 37. Katsuki's eyes widened. He must have managed to escape custody in the explosion. But I think I'll be on my way now, and I'll be taking this with me. Katsuki could barely keep his eyes open, and every part of him hurt like hell. But he could make out the frantic figure of Deku, who Todoroki was holding back. Put him down! Deku screamed. Katsuki had never heard his voice sound so distressed. No, I think I'll take him home with me as a trophy, 37 chuckled. What an achievement it would be. The number 6 hero taken by a low-level criminal such as myself. I'm sure we'll get along, we have such similar quirks, after all. Perhaps he can teach me some tricks. Katsuki clenched his jaw and tried to set off an explosion, but he just couldn't muster up any energy. He was in so much pain, and he was on the verge of passing out. He couldn't fight back at all. But he wouldn't let this villain win, so he refused to shut his eyes. Give him back! Yelled Deku. Todoroki was having trouble restraining him, probably not wanting to create any ice to repeat the last mistake. Well, I'll be off now. 37 pulled out a small vial filled with liquid and threw it on the ground. It shattered, and water leaked out to create a small puddle. And if you really care about this friend of yours and don't want him exploded into a million tiny pieces, you should resist the urge to follow us. He smirked. But I guess if you don't mind if he dies, you'll step forward. Katsuki felt his body slumping as 37 turned around. Your choice, hero. Smack. The grip on Katsuki's throat was released, and he fell to the floor. He could barely lift his head to register Uraraka, who had activated her quirk on the villain. He was thrashing around in midair, slowly rising to the sky. Kirishima. Kirishima had been waiting behind a pile of debris for the right moment. He leapt onto 37 and hardened his body, falling to the ground as Uraraka released them. Man! Why don't you just stay down? Kirishima exclaimed, holding down the villain as he struggled to break free. Katsuki took a step back, but his right leg buckled, and he had to catch himself on a broken piece of wall for balance. 37 was screaming and yelling, but none of his words were intelligible. Katsuki still fought to stay awake and ignore the screaming pain in his calf. Then, he saw it. Kirishima had the villain pinned down to the ground and was trying to keep him away from the puddle he had made, but he had managed to wriggle over and be in distance to detonate. Katsuki couldn't react in time. He saw the villain's mouth open, and all his reflexes could do was lift his arms to cover his face. But right before the explosion, Katsuki saw someone run in front of him and grab him by the waist, holding on tight. He only realized it was Deku as the area around them shook, and the two were thrown back through the air. Katsuki clung to Deku as if his life depended on it and braced himself for impact. Katsuki and Deku skid across the floor, burning up Katsuki's back from the friction. As they came to a stop, Katsuki felt Deku's fingers still clutching his side. He heard his shaky breath against his neck, and the warm exhalation on his skin made his heartbeat skip. Katsuki slowly let go of Deku, pushing himself up onto his elbows. His back ached, and his leg was killing him, but he felt somewhat at ease with Deku on his chest. He still clung to him tightly, and he slowly raised his head to meet Katsuki's eyes. "Are you okay?" Deku whispered, emerald eyes wide with concern. Katsuki couldn't help but smile. After everything, he'd been right all along. Deku was still a hero at heart. Katsuki put one of his hands on Deku's head. It had been a while since they had embraced, but his hair was still as soft and wavy as he remembered. He peered at his back and cringed internally. Some of his shirt had been scorched up, and his skin was covered in burns. Deku had protected Katsuki from the blast and been engulfed by the explosion in his place. Deku frowned. "Kacchan? Are you okay? You landed on your back. That can be really bad for your spine." "I'm fine. That's what the brace is for. Shouldn't you know that, stalker?" Deku's tanned, dirty face showed a pink tint. He was still too weak to move off Katsuki's chest, only able to lift his head. "I'm not a stalker," he replied groggily. I admire the thoughtfulness you put into your costume." "You're such a nerd." Katsuki kept his fingers intertwined with Deku's hair. He wanted to remove his gloves and feel it on his skin. "Deku, you just saved me again." Deku sighed and smiled softly. "I had to even out the score today." Katsuki laughed. "I told you so. You still have the movements of a hero. You move before thinking." "So do you," Deku said. Katsuki saw the small figure of Todoroki pop up from behind some rocks. "Hey, are you okay?" Katsuki cupped his mouth with his hand. "Where's the villain?" "He's out cold. We're getting the paramedics down here. Don't fall asleep, keep talking to Midoriya." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "What does it look like I'm doing, dumbass?" Todoroki disappeared, and Katsuki put his hand back on Deku's head. Deku said something, but it was too quiet. Katsuki tilted his head to the right. "What?" I said. "Who was that?" "Icy hot," Katsuki answered. "Villain's knocked out. The medical team's almost here. Don't fall asleep." "Todoroki," Deku breathed. "Kacchan, I can't stop thinking about what you said. All of our classmates helped pay for this suit." "Yeah. But I paid the most." Deku laughed. "Of course. Just have to beat them at everything, right?" "No." Deku looked up, frowning. "Huh? I paid the most because I care the most," Katsuki said. "And don't think that I'm using it to buy my way back into your good books. You still have plenty of reasons to be mad at me." Deku shook his head, his pupils large and wide. Why? It's just a silly childhood dream." He's disoriented, Katsuki thought. "Just because it's a childhood dream doesn't make it less important," he proclaimed. "Being a hero was my childhood dream too, remember?" "How could I forget?" Deku's hands had stopped clutching Katsuki's waist so tightly, but they were still placed there as if Deku was scared Katsuki would get away from him if he removed his arms. "We've been together since we were kids. I know everything about you." He suddenly giggled and broke out into a smile. "Do you remember when we were young and that terrible tasting All Might mochi treat was released?" Katsuki blinked in shock. Yeah, I can't believe you remember that. You were so adamant to prove it was good you ate 3 of them before giving up and spitting them out," Deku giggled. Katsuki laughed. "Well, I was a brat who would never in a million years admit you were right." Deku sighed and rested his head on Katsuki's chest, right over his heart. He felt the blood rush to his face and hoped Deku couldn't tell how flustered he was due to his heartbeat. "Don't fall asleep," he reminded him. "I won't," Deku soothed. "I just wanted to hear you, your heart." Katsuki blushed. "I'm talking to you, stupid. Why would you need to check that I'm alive?" Deku shrugged. "I dunno." Katsuki took a deep breath. He pulled his right glove off his hand with his teeth and ran his bare fingers through Deku's hair. He felt him shudder against his chest and let out a soft sigh. "Is that nice?" he whispered softly. "Yeah," Deku murmured. "But it does go against trying to stay awake. I could fall asleep like this." "Won't be too much longer. Kacchan?" "Yeah, I'm sorry for being so difficult," Deku said. "And starting an argument right before your trip. I feel awful about it." Katsuki smiled. "Don't worry, and I'm sorry for what I said, too. But," he pulled on Deku's hair slightly, tilting his head enough that they were making eye contact again. "You do owe me $1 for swearing now." "Oh, man," Deku cringed. "I shouldn't have said that." "Said what, Deku?" Katsuki grinned. The F word." "Oh, come on. You're 25. You can swear." "I don't like to swear," he cried. "Why not? It's so fun. Fuck, shit, dick, ass. Oh, my god. Shut up, Kacchan." Deku put one of his hands on Katsuki's mouth. "Just swear, Deku," Katsuki said, voice muffled by the hand. "I promise you'll feel better letting it all out." Deku rolled his eyes and took his hand off Katsuki's mouth. "No, there's no reason to swear right now." "You don't need a fucking reason," Katsuki exclaimed, emphasizing the curse word. "Come on, Deku. You can't tell me that you've never felt the urge to just scream at someone and tell them to piss off, or you drop a glass and you want to yell, shit, or when." "Shut the fuck up, Kacchan." Katsuki's heart fluttered. God, he was so hot when he swore. Deku had a sheepish grin plastered on his face. Katsuki beamed. "All right. That's the spirit." He leaned into Deku's ear and lowered his voice. "Although, now you owe me $2. He cackled evilly as Deku hit him on the shoulder. Eventually, the paramedics showed up and took Katsuki and Deku into their care. They clung to each other as long as they could, keeping their hands intertwined until they were forced to break apart. Right before Katsuki was put onto his own stretcher, Deku called out, saying he promised he'd see him as soon as he could. Those words echoed in Katsuki's head as he was put under anesthesia. His only thought was that promise Deku had made, and then he remembered that he had more things to tell him. Feelings of want, need and love circled his mind as he drifted off, feeling Deku's presence slip away. Chapter end notes. Don't you hate it when you get put in a forced proximity situation with your crush? Because a building falls on you so you have no choice but to admit your deep feelings for each other? Chapter 21 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku hated hospitals. He didn't care that it was a strong word anymore. He hated the sterile look. He hated the beeping monitors. He hated being in rooms he knew people had died in. He hated not being at Katsuki's side. Izuku had woken up in a bright, white room with a monitor obnoxiously beeping at his side. A needle was injected into his arm, a feeling he was all too familiar with. He had waited until he was fully alert before trying to get up. His back ached a little. He had pretty bad burns from the explosion he'd shielded Katsuki from. But they had been treated already and would heal eventually, leaving just some scars. As if Izuku didn't have enough of those. A nurse eventually checked on him and told Izuku his status. If he remained bedridden, he would be all right. Izuku asked if she could take the needle out of his arm. She accepted, and he then asked if he could see Katsuki. She hesitated. "Please," Izuku begged. "I have to see him. He's in a lot worse of a state than you," the nurse sighed. "His leg was damaged pretty heavily. It will heal, but he needs to stay in bed for at least a few days before thinking about walking." "I don't want him to walk," Izuku argued. "Let me just sit with him. There are things I need to say, please." The nurse averted her gaze. "I'll ask him. If he says yes, you can go in." She stood up. "Follow me." Izuku didn't have any doubts that Katsuki would want to see him, so when the nurse opened the door to his hospital room, Izuku pushed past her and rushed to Katsuki's side. His scarlet eyes widened at the sight of him, and he opened his arms. Izuku embraced him without a second thought. He pushed his ear to Katsuki's chest and heard the loud thump of his heart. Katsuki tightened his arms around Izuku, holding him like he had in the explosion. Except this time, there was no danger, but he clutched onto him just the same. I told you to wait until I asked, the nurse scolded. Ask what? Katsuki questioned. Izuku pulled back and stood up next to the bed. If you wanted him to come in and talk to you. Your body's gone through a lot of trauma, and you need your rest. Of course he can stay, Katsuki insisted. We're not gonna run a marathon, for God's sake, we're just gonna talk. The nurse rolled her eyes. Fine. Just press the call button if you need anything. She left the room, shutting the door firmly. Izuku grabbed the chair that sat in the corner of the room and brought it over to Katsuki's side. He met his crimson eyes and smiled. Katsuki looked relaxed. It may have just been the painkillers, but he looked at ease with Izuku around. So, what's your condition? Izuku asked. Well, Doc, I'm gonna need crutches if I want to walk because of this leg, Katsuki sighed. And my back's a little scraped up from that landing we had. But other than those two, just scratches for me. That's good, Izuku smiled. I'm glad you're not too badly hurt. What about you? Scrapes and bruises, mostly, Izuku said. My back's the big one. It's pretty burnt. What degree? Second. Nothing that'll be too bad in the long run. I'll just end up with some scars. Let me see. Izuku frowned. See what? Your back. Izuku hesitated. Kacchan, you don't have to. You got hurt saving me, Katsuki said. I want to see. Izuku stood up and slowly turned around. He undid the knot around his waist to loosen his gown and then pulled it off his shoulders to let it fall off. It bunched up around his stomach. He heard Katsuki's quiet gasp. Fuck, Deku. It's okay. Izuku reassured him. They don't hurt, really. He looked over his shoulder to see Katsuki's wavering hand. You can touch me. Katsuki's fingertips were light as they dragged along the scarred skin, barely touching it. Izuku had seen them in the mirror before they were all across his back in a strange pattern. Sort of like paint that had been tossed on a canvas. But the canvas was his skin and the paint was his injuries, and Izuku was a work of art. Katsuki's breath shuddered. I'm sorry, he whispered. That you got hurt. I do it again. Izuku turned around and sat down in the chair, pulling his gown back on. You know I would. So don't feel sorry. At least no one can see them. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Izuku blushed. Well, I mean, the scars. They're pretty ugly. No, they're not. All scars are ugly. Even mine. Izuku looked up and stared into Katsuki's eyes. The thin, faded scar on his right cheek was a reminder of all he had done in the war. It was a signal of strength. Izuku shook his head. No, so, is it just every other scar but mine that's ugly? Katsuki asked. No just, Izuku sighed. I just think mine are ugly. Well, they're not, asserted Katsuki. And I don't only mean the ones on your back. All of your scars are reminders of what you've done to protect everyone. Ugly is the last thing I'd call them. That's you, then. So you think yours are ugly, but not mine? Exactly. Because they're on me. Izuku stayed silent. His hands were placed on the blanket, so Katsuki reached out and took one of them, softly rubbing his thumb over the back of Izuku's hand. A thin scar was still there from his youth. What I'm hearing is that this is a problem with you not thinking you're beautiful enough, with or without the scars. Izuku turned red. Don't say that, he whispered. Why? It's embarrassing, it's just not true. Well, I'm never wrong, so it looks like you'll have to take my word as the truth, Deku. A knock at the door disrupted their thoughts, and Izuku jumped. He got up and opened the door, revealing the faces of Melissa and David Shield, All Might and Hatsume. He lit up. Everyone. Izuku was surrounded by a big hug, getting squished by everyone greeting him. They eventually let go and said hello to Katsuki, who gave them a small wave. Goodness me, young man, All Might sighed. We must make time to catch up. I can't stand the only time I get to see you being when you're in the hospital. Izuku laughed sheepishly. Sorry, All Might. All Might put a comforting hand on his shoulder and pulled him in for another hug. I'm just glad you're all right, son. Hatsume and Melissa stood next to Katsuki. So, you finally tell him about the suit? Hatsume asked. Yeah, I did. He looked over at Izuku, who was deep in conversation with All Might and Dave. Only took a building falling on us to get the secret out. I'm glad you're okay, Bakugou, Melissa said. We were worried when we heard you and Deku had been caught in an explosion. Nothing we can't handle, Katsuki smirked. Although, Hatsume, I'm going to need a replacement hearing aid. Huh? Hastume's jaw dropped. You broke my baby? How could you do that? Hey, I didn't yank it out and smash it, Katsuki barked. It fell out of my ear and got crushed by debris. But it was too late. Hatsume was already lying on the floor, mourning her creation. Katsuki rolled his eyes and turned to Melissa, who was holding back a giggle. You guys here for long? We're on our way to the Heroes Safety Commission now, she said. Just stopping in to check on you. Can we come see the suit when we're out? Yeah, sure, it should be ready to go in a week or so. Sweet. Katsuki glanced over at Izuku. I can't wait to see him wear it. Same. All right, boys, it was good to see you. All Might gave Izuku and Katsuki one more hug each. We'll see each other again soon. Izuku sat back down on the chair next to Katsuki's bed. Do you want me to go too? He asked. No, okay. Izuku stayed silent until Katsuki held out his hand. Can I hold your hand again? Izuku nodded and placed his hand on top of Katsuki's outstretched one. He felt the soft circles Katsuki was rubbing onto his palm. Izuku watched the hypnotizing movement over and over until Katsuki stopped and laced their fingers together. He looked up. So, there were a few more things I wanted to say to you while we were down there, but it wasn't really the best time. Yeah. What was it? Katsuki inhaled. His face was slowly turning a deeper shade of red. He squeezed Izuku's hand before exhaling. It's a lot. So, just hear me out. And don't you dare interrupt me, you damn nerd. About 5 years ago, when I heard you were moving out of your mom's house, I freaked. I freaked because you would be living somewhere else, somewhere not near me. We didn't even see each other that much at the time, but knowing we'd see each other less and less, I hated it. I hate change, you know that. So I looked up places in your neighborhood to live. And there happened to be a place right across the street from you. I couldn't bear not having you nearby. You've always been the person in my life I can rely on having near me. I didn't want to have to live without you. So, I bought the place immediately. And when you came over I wanted to tell you that I was doing this for you. But I couldn't. I was too scared. And then you asked if you wanted to make a routine where we go to the train together every morning. I was so fucking happy to hear you ask that. And then we did that. Every morning for 5 years. And you dragged me out to all these places on the weekends. You would stay over and watch movies with me, and you brought me coffee every afternoon without me having to ask. I loved it. I loved every second, even if I never showed it. In the back of my mind, I was always thinking about you. Even at work, I asked how you would handle the situations I was getting into, and that just made me want to finish the suit faster. And then 2 months ago you got kidnapped. I was a wreck. I couldn't cope with it. But you were braver than me. You never stopped fighting. I know you think it's pathetic that you tried to use one for all, but to me, it proves that you would never give up. And when you lived with me, Izuku, I don't think I've ever been happier. Izuku's eyes filled with tears of joy. He had been listening to Katsuki lay out all his feelings without uttering a word. To hear Katsuki be so honest, more than he had ever been, was overwhelming. His heart swelled inside his chest, and he could feel every one of his fingers clutching onto their interlocked hands. This has been such a fucking ramble. I'm taking after you a bit too much. But, Izuku, the point I'm trying to make. Katsuki swallowed hard. His face was burning up, and he squeezed Izuku's hand like a vice. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I know, Kacchan. I love you too. Katsuki froze and looked at Izuku with wide eyes. Huh? He exclaimed. Izuku immediately panicked. Wait, is that not what you were trying to say? He stammered, pulling back his hand. Oh God, I'm such an idiot, I'm sorry. No, you stupid nerd. Katsuki sat up and grabbed Izuku's hand back. He put his other hand on his forearm. I love you, I do. Izuku beamed. His green eyes twinkled, and his dimples appeared on his freckled cheeks. But, how did you know? Katsuki asked. I never told you or even mentioned anything close to it before. I'm actually pretty fucking terrible at expressing this shit. Izuku smiled softly. If working on that suit for 6 years and spending all that money just for me isn't a declaration of love, I don't know what is, Kacchan. Katsuki sighed. Damn it, was it really that obvious? Well, there were other things, too, Izuku shrugged. But I thought it was just you being weird again. Give me examples. You cuddling with me while we slept, you always trying to touch my face, you always staring at me, you picking me up and putting me on the counter. I was flirting. Katsuki shouted, embarrassed. I was trying to flirt. That was your attempt at flirting? Cried Izuku. Seriously, Kacchan? I thought you'd gone nuts. I was about to book you in for a session with my therapist. As if we haven't always been inseparable, Izuku. You were always putting your hands on me, too. Not like that. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, hands still firmly clutching. Izuku had never felt so at ease. He looked into Katsuki's soft eyes. He'd seen this look before, but now he had a word to describe it: love. So, you really love me? Izuku said shyly. Katsuki nodded, blushing. I do. I'm hopelessly in love with you, Izuku. His heart fluttered. I can't say I'm not surprised. I never thought that you'd ever actually love me back. What? Yelled Katsuki. Izuku nearly fell out of his seat. How long have you been in love with me? Izuku frowned. Kacchan, are you seriously asking me that? Oh. Katsuki put his free hand to his face. Fuck me. You've been in love with me our whole lives, haven't you? Yes, of course I have, he sighed. Goddamn it. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, you are, muttered Izuku. Katsuki scoffed. Well, you're an idiot too. Who the hell falls in love with someone that bullies them? You got Stockholm Syndrome or something, Izuku? No, I can't lie and say I didn't feel some bitter things towards you when we were younger and you were crueler. I definitely didn't love you then. But you've changed, and so have I, and I've always known you were amazing, Kacchan, no matter how much you pushed me away. But now, you're pulling me in. I want to be close with you, Kacchan. And I do want to be a hero. How on earth could I possibly turn you down after you spent so long on this suit? Where your only motivation was to help me, to get me back on the field? That isn't something a normal person does. Katsuki smirked. So I'm not normal? Well, when it comes to most things, you are. But I guess when it comes to romance, you've really gotta go all out. Katsuki nodded. Yeah, I guess you're right, nerd. They stayed silent for a few more minutes. They were comfortable in each other's company. Izuku desperately wanted to give Katsuki a proper hug, but he couldn't get out of bed with his injuries. Izuku was content to hold his hand, brushing his fingertips over Katsuki's knuckles and drawing patterns into his soft palm. Eventually, a question popped into his head. What? So, tell me about the suit. You still haven't told me anything about how it works. Izuku was giddy with excitement. You dweeb. Wouldn't you rather see it yourself? Well, wouldn't I have to go to America? No, stupid. Why do you think Melissa and her dad are here? They need to get it approved by the government. Once they do, Hatsume and I will give it the final okay and give it to you. It's going to be ready in a week or so. Oh, that makes sense. Izuku traced a star into Katsuki's hand. But wait, do I not get any say in the suit? You weren't going to get a say anyway, loser. We were going to surprise you with it when it was complete. Oh, plus, it's literally perfect. You won't find any complaints. Well, you were involved in making it, Kacchan, so I don't doubt it. Damn fucking straight. Izuku sighed. I'm a little nervous. This is amazing, what you've done. Kacchan, don't get me wrong. I just love you so much. Katsuki couldn't help the dumb grin that crept onto his face. Izuku continued drawing shapes on Katsuki's palm. I'm just scared. I haven't had a quirk or even felt powerful in years. What if I'm no good? Hey. Katsuki put both his hands over Izuku's. We're not going to throw you to the streets immediately. You'll have time to practice and get used to it. I made sure it was designed so it would feel as natural as a normal quirk. Plus, once my stupid leg's better, I'll help you train. And I'll be there for you the entire time. Izuku smiled widely. How did I get so lucky, Kacchan? You're incredible. I love you so much. Izuku, we're going to be heroes together, Katsuki promised. And once you're back in the race, I'm going to take the #1 spot, fair and square. #6 isn't good enough. Izuku giggled. Nope. Well, you've got a tough opponent, said Izuku. Mirio is really strong. Yeah, I know. Izuku blushed. I watched you on TV. The hero ranking. Katsuki turned to him, shocked. Really? Yeah. When I saw you had gotten so high, I was so proud of you. Well, I did it for you, Katsuki confessed. To earn more money. Oh, my god. Oh yeah, and Mirio helped out too. Izuku stood up, his hand still locked in with Katsuki's. What? Yeah, he totally saw through me. I told him about your suit, and he instantly knew why I was working so hard. And he and the other big three sent Melissa money for it. Seriously, Izuku cried. Wow, Mirio's so cool. Oi! Katsuki yelled. Who's the one that actually came up with the idea? Izuku squinted and grinned mischievously. Kacchan, don't tell me you already have jealousy problems? Huh? I'm not jealous, he barked. You're not? Then why are your cheeks so red? They're not. Kacchan, you don't need to hide from me, remember, we're in Luffy. Shut up before I send you back to your own damn hospital bed, but then you'll be lonely, won't you? Yeah, Izuku. I will. Chapter endnotes. Do not listen to line without a hook while writing BKDK fanfic. You will relate it to them so bad and want to scream and cry and tear your hair out. Chapter 22 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Kacchan, are you sure you don't need me to? I can handle crutches on my own, nerd. Katsuki and Izuku walked into the Lightly Labs building, where Hatsume was waiting in the lobby with a big grin. She rushed over to the two and grabbed Izuku's arms giddily. Today's the big day, she said, jumping up and down. Come on, come on. She pulled Izuku away and ran with him up the stairs, and Katsuki was left alone in the lobby. Oi! He shouted, but Hatsume was already gone. He sighed and walked over to the elevator, punching the second floor button. Katsuki wanted to see Izuku's reaction firsthand. His stupid leg was slowing him down. But he'd waited 6 years to see Izuku in the finished suit. He could show some patience. The elevator opened, and Katsuki walked into Hatsume's lab, where Izuku waited patiently at the desk. The girls had told him to wear the teal jumpsuit base of his previous hero costume. It took Katsuki and him a while to find it, but they eventually saw it hiding at the bottom of one of Izuku's drawers. It still fit him well, and Katsuki would never forget how his eyes lit up at the sight of himself in the mirror, donning his former outfit. Hatsume and Melissa walked over with a briefcase in their hands. Ta-da! Both girls cried. Izuku nervously took the briefcase in his hands, and his eyes widened. What the how is this so light? You have to be able to move freely wearing it, silly, laughed Hatsume. We weren't gonna make it feel like a bag of rocks. So, if you press that button there, Melissa pointed at the suit, it will activate. Make sure to stay as still as you can. It starts from the hand. She stood back and smiled. Give it a try. Izuku looked back at Katsuki, who was leaning against the wall casually. His crutch was balancing against his side. Katsuki nodded and gave him a wave. Go on. Izuku sighed and pressed the button. The suit burst to life, mechanically surrounding his hand with a glove and slowly spreading across his body. It covered his arms before going down to his torso and legs and finishing off by encasing his feet in the iron soles. Izuku was stunned. He took a few steps forward, then spun on his heel. There were no issues, he beamed. This, I can't believe you made this, Izuku exclaimed. It fits me perfectly. Of course it does, Hatsume smirked. Bakugou was very specific with all your measurements. Katsuki choked. Okay, Deku, let's start with the easiest quirk, Melissa said, approaching Izuku. Tapping this spot on the side of your thighs sends signals to the soles of the shoes and activates float. Izuku pushed the side of his leg and started floating up. He kept his balance for a few seconds before toppling over and levitating upside down. Melissa laughed. Don't worry, we did that too a few times while we were testing. Press the button again, and it'll automatically flip you the right way and put you on the ground. Oh man, it's been a while. Izuku sighed as he landed on the floor. I'll have to ask Uraraka for some tips again. That's okay. You've got all the time in the world. Now, try activating smokescreen. It's that button right on your collarbone. Izuku pushed the button, and a fog of purple smoke engulfed the area. Katsuki couldn't see him anymore, but he heard his excited gasp. Whoa! It's identical. It will never run out because it converts oxygen into artificial smoke, Melissa explained. And when it fades away, it turns into carbon dioxide. So it's a recyclable loop. That's amazing. Please, show me the other ones. Katsuki watched from the sidelines as Izuku started to get the hang of his various quirks and use multiple of them simultaneously. After about an hour of practice, he was able to move around the lab with ease, swinging from wall to wall with Blackwhip and learning the intricacies of float. Katsuki observed him in awe. It was amazing to see Izuku back where he belonged. He had never seen him smile so wide in years. Hey, Bakugou. Hatsume walked over to the spot Katsuki was watching and sat down next to him. Having fun? It's good to see it in action, Katsuki said. He's really getting the hang of it. Of course he is. This is my magnum opus, the best invention I've ever created. It's flawless. I'm just glad to see him so carefree. I don't think I've ever seen him so happy. Hatsume ruffled around in her pocket and extended her fist out to Katsuki. This is for you. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. She gave him a small black case, and when he opened it, he saw a replacement hearing aid, identical to the one he had broken. He looked up at her and smiled gratefully. Thanks. You're welcome. It's more resilient than the last one, so don't you dare break it again. Yeah. Katsuki took out the uncomfortable hearing aid he'd temporarily been given at the hospital and affixed Hatsume's to his ear. It fit him perfectly. So, well done on getting it on with Midoriya. Katsuki blushed. I shut up. What? Aren't you two a couple now? I don't know, he muttered. Huh? I thought you told me you were going to tell him how you felt? I did, Katsuki asserted. I told him in the hospital, but we haven't really done anything. What do you mean? We told each other we love each other and held hands, but that's all. Hatsume smacked him on the back of the head. You idiot. You haven't even kissed yet? Katsuki frowned at her, rubbing his scalp. No. Then kiss him, you fool, she shouted. You'll make this the best day of his life. Kacchan. Izuku came running over, and Katsuki shot Hatsume a look which ordered her to keep her mouth shut. Hey. How's it feel? Incredible. Izuku gushed. I can't believe how close it feels to one for all originally. Well, it's all thanks to this guy. Hatsume slapped Katsuki on the back. This guy's a real perfectionist. You feel me? Wouldn't accept anything but an exact replica. Izuku grinned at him. I didn't expect anything less from you, Kacchan. Thank you. Yeah. By the way, there was one more thing I wanted to give you. There is? Hatsume asked. What is it? Katsuki had brought along a bag with him to the lab, and when he opened it, Izuku saw a flash of yellow fabric. Kacchan. It's not as ripped up as the one you had in your emo phase, Katsuki teased. But I thought you might like a fresh start. Izuku took the cape in his hands. It was soft but durable and the exact length he liked. He teared up. Kacchan, he put his hand over his mouth. I love you. Katsuki stood up, ignoring the pain in his leg, and embraced Izuku in his arms. I love you too, nerd. Izuku and Katsuki bid farewell to Melissa and Hatsume, thanking them for all their work. Izuku happily walked down the street, one hand holding his new suit in its briefcase form and the other hand laced together with Katsuki's. They were walking a little slowly because of the crutch under Katsuki's right arm, but neither of them minded. Hey, Izuku. Izuku blushed. Katsuki thought he might get used to the sound of his first name, but he still turned a deep shade of red and got jittery when Katsuki called him that. Yeah? It's not that late yet. Want to eat some lunch? Izuku nodded. Sure, that sounds great. Katsuki inhaled. Do you Izuku cocked his head to the side. You okay? Do you want Omaki to date? Katsuki blurted out. Izuku narrowed his eyes, confused. Pardon? Katsuki looked at the ground. Do you want to make it a date? Izuku lightened up and smiled from ear to ear. A date? Really? Yes. I want to go on a date with you, loser. Kacchan. He wrapped his hand around his waist and squeezed. I'd love to go on a date with you. Then let's go. I know just the place. Izuku giggled when he realized where Katsuki was taking him. It was the small, quiet place that they had gotten lunch at when Katsuki took him out to the city. "I'm glad you like this place as much as I do," Izuku said. "Just don't order katsudon again, you weirdo," Katsuki muttered. "Try something different for a change." Izuku pouted. "But I love katsudon, Izuku." Izuku sighed. "Fine. What types of sushi do they have?" Soon, Izuku and Katsuki were chatting away over a large buffet of food. They were both starving, and the workers were happy to keep bringing them more dishes. They were talking about Izuku's return to work. Katsuki had been worried that the topic would be too sensitive to touch, but Izuku was happy to discuss it. "So, and you'll be happy to hear this, I will be going back to the hero course," Izuku started. "Good. Although you have just blue-balled those general studies chumps." Izuku cringed. "Don't be so vulgar, Kacchan. General studies is an admirable course, too." A certain purple-haired loner popped into Katsuki's head. "Yeah, I guess. I want to be a pro, but I need time to get used to this suit," Izuku continued. "And I want at least to finish out this school year for my students. They deserve it. So I'll work as a teacher full-time until March, and maybe I'll think about just dropping to part-time. I still love teaching. I was thinking maybe 1 or 2 days a week, I'd go in and help a hero lesson." "Don't want to completely ditch those twerps, huh?" Katsuki grinned. Izuku hesitated. "I love the idea of being a hero. I want to save everyone with a smile and become a symbol that people can look up to and feel safe when they see. But I also love teaching others how to become heroes and use their powers for good. I don't just have a one-track mind for my career now. I think I'd like to do multiple things. What do you think?" Katsuki just gazed into Izuku's eyes. He was so proud of him. Even after everything Izuku had been through, he had come out the other side soaring. Katsuki felt himself fall for Izuku more and more every second. "I think you're incredible, Izuku." Izuku turned pink, and he shoved a sushi roll into his mouth. "You're so cute," he muttered. Katsuki smiled. After finishing lunch, Katsuki and Izuku walked to the train station as they had done so many times before. Their hands were still firmly interlocked. Izuku yawned. "I gotta get home and prepare for going back to UA. It feels like it's been years, but it's only been a week or so." "You find an apartment yet?" Katsuki asked. "No, there's nothing close by. My mom still says I can stay with her, but then live with me." Izuku froze and turned to look at him slowly. "Huh? Like permanently?" "Yes. No," he shook his head. "I can't do that. You need your space and I want you in my space." Izuku blushed hard. "Kacchan, you already know the area. You know the house. It's close enough to your work. And I want you there. Move in with me, Izuku." Izuku hesitated, but Katsuki knew he desperately wanted to say yes. He was just doing all this rejecting to be polite. "I've still got to do your tie for you every morning, don't I? I saw the way it looked when you were in the gym." Izuku rolled his eyes. "I forgot about that." He inhaled. "All right, but I don't want to live somewhere boring. Put some personality into your living space, Kacchan." "Well, now that I'm not putting 80% of my pay into your suit, we can actually spend some money and decorate." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "We? Yes, we. So you better pitch in, you damn nerd." He giggled. "Am I still banned from cooking with you?" Katsuki sighed. "I suppose I can lift the punishment. What about me wearing your clothes?" "As long as you can put them on the right way." Izuku groaned. "Oh my god, that was one time, and I was basically drugged, so it wasn't my fault I looked stupid." "You looked adorable." "Whatever, Kacchan." Izuku hadn't been inside Katsuki's apartment for over a month, but when he stepped in, he already felt at home. Katsuki watched as he took off his shoes and placed the suit on the table before collapsing onto the couch. "Man, I'm tired. Want me to cook something?" Katsuki shook his head. "I'm out of groceries. Haven't had a chance to go out." "Oh, right. Well, I can order something for us." "Maybe later." Katsuki leaned his crutch against the front door. He could walk on his leg a little bit, but only slowly and for a few minutes at a time. He hobbled over to the door leading to his room and fell back against it, arms crossed over his chest. "You know, Kacchan, moving in will be pretty easy since half my stuff is already here," Izuku rambled. We might have to get some bookshelves or something because I have got a lot of All Might merch. Oh, speaking of All Might, I have to call him and tell him I've got the suit. I thought he was going to be here today, but Melissa said he was with Dave. I wonder what they were doing. But yeah, I want to show him how cool the suit is. I think I'm going to get the hang of it quickly, thanks to you, of course. You've made it so it's super simple to learn, and Katsuki's heart was pounding out of his chest, and he felt sweaty all over. He wasn't even paying attention to Izuku, only being able to hear his throbbing heartbeat. Izuku realized he wasn't talking and got up from the couch. Kacchan, are you alright? Katsuki kept his eyes on the floor and saw Izuku's slippers come into his peripheral vision. He clenched his jaw as Izuku put one of his hands on Katsuki's bicep. Hey, what's wrong? Katsuki wanted to combust. He had so many things he still needed to tell Izuku. All the years he kept his true emotions bottled were taking a toll on him, and they were threatening to spill out. Katsuki loved him so much. He never wanted to go a day without him again. Without Deku, no. Without Izuku, Katsuki couldn't live life as intended. Colors wouldn't be as bright. Music wouldn't be as vibrant. Nature wouldn't be as beautiful. Without Izuku by his side, the world was incomplete. Hey, can you say something? Izuku pleaded. So that you're not mad at me? Katsuki's head snapped up, and he grabbed both of Izuku's arms. No, I'm not mad. He exhaled heavily. Izuku, this is not something I can be happy with doing alone. I need you. I can't do anything without you. All I think about when I'm out is how much better you would be as a hero. How much you deserve to be a hero. I never cared about glory or fame or anything else. I didn't care about my ranking if you weren't there to fight me for it. I didn't want to be number one, unless you were with me. Izuku's shining green eyes widened. Kacchan, you don't need to worry. You've already convinced me, I promise. I want to be a hero with you again. And we'll keep surpassing each other while we aim for number one together. Katsuki's breath trembled. But it's more than that. Living with you for a month was the best glimpse into the life I want. I want to be with you. I want to live with you. I want to wake up with you by my side every day. I want to make breakfast, lunch, and dinner for you every day. I want to watch shitty movies with you on my couch every day. I want to fall asleep with you on my chest and hear your heartbeat on mine. The only thing that wasn't perfect about that entire month was that you weren't coming to work with me. Izuku paused. And that I was depressed because I'd just been kidnapped. Katsuki snorted. Yeah, that wasn't great either. I can't believe Shinso didn't let me beat the shit out of the guy who took you from me. Well, now we've both been kidnapped. We can tick that off our bucket list. Romantic. But Izuku, I mean it. I want you to be with me for the rest of our lives. Just like I said to you after the war. I want to be on your heels forever. Do you want the same thing? Izuku was scarlet. Katsuki was still holding his arms, but his hands let go slightly. He studied Izuku's blushing face while he waited for a response. Of course I do, Kacchan. That's all I've ever wanted. I can't imagine a life without you in it. He leaned in and embraced Katsuki in a warm hug. Katsuki breathed a giant sigh of relief as he held Izuku close to his chest. Hey. Katsuki pulled back. His hands were comfortably on Izuku's shoulders and his were barely grazing Katsuki's waist. So, we are dating, aren't we? Katsuki smiled and rolled his eyes. Yes, nerd. I believe what we just did is considered going on a date. Izuku averted his gaze. And you're definitely, Izuku, I am so in love with you that it hurts. A small smile formed on his lips. Then there's just one thing that's missing. What's that? Izuku got up on his tiptoes and leaned in to whisper in Katsuki's ear. I'd really like to kiss you. Katsuki froze, and Izuku pulled back, standing flat. At Katsuki's silence and expression, Izuku panicked. But I mean, if you don't want to, that's fine. I was just thinking about it since we haven't kissed yet, and that's what you usually do, but you haven't initiated it, and that's okay because if you don't feel like it, then. Katsuki put one of his hands under Izuku's chin and tilted his head up. He leaned in until their noses were almost touching. His voice was breathy and low as he spoke. Izuku, you don't have to ask. Izuku's eyes flickered down to Katsuki's lips before closing them. Katsuki closed his own eyes and felt the soft brush of Izuku's lips against his own. he softly returned the kiss. Pulling Izuku in closer to his chest, close enough that he could feel his hammering heartbeat. Izuku's lips were soft and loving, and Katsuki could taste them forever. As they pulled away from the tender kiss, Izuku opened his eyes. He smiled as Katsuki's eyes fluttered open too, and they saw they were both the same shade of pink. "I've been wanting to do that forever," Izuku confessed. "Me, too." Katsuki caressed Izuku's face with one hand and pulled him in, pressing their lips together with more urgency. Izuku's grip on Katsuki's waist tightened as he melted into the embrace, letting himself go to kiss him more passionately. Katsuki's back was firmly against the wall, holding Izuku like he never wanted to let go. Their lips were locked together as their entire world faded away, and they were the only two people the other could care about. Katsuki was the first one to eventually pull away, pushing his forehead against Izuku's and panting. "I love you," he gasped. "Izuku, I love you so." Izuku grabbed the hem of Katsuki's shirt and pulled him back in to kiss him, cutting his sentence off. Katsuki's eyes went wide before he squeezed them shut, letting one hand run through Izuku's beautiful green hair as the other one wrapped around his back, keeping him close enough that he could feel his body heat radiate off him. Katsuki felt a shiver run down his spine when he felt Izuku's tongue swipe against his lips, politely asking for entry. He shyly parted his lips and allowed Izuku to explore his mouth, and he felt confident enough to do the same. When Katsuki heard a soft moan escape Izuku's throat, he broke. The sensation was the most exhilarating thing he'd ever felt. He never wanted to do anything but taste Izuku's sweet lips for the rest of his life. When his lungs screamed for oxygen, he pulled back, his breathing short and labored. "Fuck," Katsuki whispered, combing his fingers through Izuku's soft curls. "Where'd you learn to do that?" Izuku let out a short breath which sounded like a laugh. "Wouldn't you like to know?" he giggled. Katsuki shook his head and smiled. His hand left Izuku's hair, and he let his thumb run across his lower lip. He leaned in to kiss him, when he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his leg. "Shit!" Katsuki hissed and fell to his knees. Izuku dropped down, eyes wide. "Kacchan? Fuck. I'm okay. Just my leg. I can't stand. Oh, no." Izuku whipped his head back and forth before taking a deep breath and looping his arms around Katsuki, supporting his legs and back. He picked him up bridal style and opened the door to their room. He carefully walked over to Katsuki's bed and laid him down, then crawled on to lie beside him. The bed was barely big enough for both of them to fit, and they were both on their backs, looking up at the ceiling. Katsuki turned and looked Izuku up and down in awe. "Fuck, Izuku. I forgot how strong you are." Izuku smiled shyly. "Not as strong as I used to be. You were almost too heavy for me." He rolled over onto his side and put his hand on Katsuki's chest. "Are you okay?" Katsuki nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine when I lie down. Sorry, I was, a little distracted to remember my leg doesn't want to fucking work properly." Izuku chuckled. "I don't blame you, I was pretty distracted too." Katsuki rolled onto his side and reached out to gently touch Izuku's face. His eyes fluttered shut at the contact, and he leaned into Katsuki's palm. Izuku looked so at peace. Katsuki was about to close the gap between them and kiss him again when he felt a teardrop on his hand. "Are you crying?" Izuku opened his eyes. "Oh, I didn't even realize." Katsuki wiped the small tear from his cheek. "They're not sad tears, are they?" No, Kacchan." Izuku shook his head vigorously. "I'm just so happy. Thank you for making me so happy." Katsuki kissed his forehead. "Anything for you. I'll do anything, and don't you ever forget that." Izuku sniffed and giggled. Katsuki could feel his warm breath tingling against his skin. Then, can you kiss me again?" Katsuki leaned in and softly placed his lips against Izuku's. Katsuki heard a slight scoff and then felt himself being pushed down onto his back, and the mattress shifted as Izuku climbed on top of him. He opened his eyes in shock and saw Izuku's shadowed face looming above him with a playful smile. "I meant a proper on," he whispered. "Stop being a gentleman." Katsuki couldn't even respond before Izuku leaned down and pressed his lips against Katsuki's own desperately. He wrapped his arms around Izuku, letting his hands push up his shirt, tracing his fingertips along the hot skin of his back. Izuku shuddered into their kiss and cupped Katsuki's face with both his hands while begging for access to his mouth. Katsuki complied, and Izuku devoured, tasting every part of him. "You're so beautiful," Izuku breathed after finally coming up for air. He used his thumb to wipe his lips. Izuku's face was flushed, and his breathing was heavy, but he kissed Katsuki like his life depended on it. "How did I get so lucky?" He leaned in, but instead of meeting Katsuki's lips, he started leaving a trail of kisses down his jawline and on his neck. Katsuki sighed. You're one to talk," he stammered, unable to focus. He heard a slight giggle from below as he continued to brush his lips against Katsuki's burning skin. Katsuki let out a soft moan, prompting Izuku to go even lower, pulling down his collar so he could leave kisses on his chest. Katsuki felt like he was floating, and the sensation of Izuku's lips was setting his nerves on fire. He combed through Izuku's hair, but now he missed the sweet taste of his lips. "Zuku," Katsuki murmured. Izuku simply hummed and kept going. "Izuku," he repeated. "I'm busy," he whispered, voice hoarse. His mouth traced a particularly sensitive part of Katsuki's neck, and his whole body shuddered in pleasure. "Izuku." Katsuki was trying to speak clearly, but his words were coming out as whimpers, which only prompted Izuku to rile him up more. "Zuku, I want to kiss you." "No," replied Izuku immediately. "Why? Please." God, he sounded pathetic. In any other situation, Katsuki Bakugou would never be acting like this. He wouldn't take no for an answer, and he certainly wouldn't be talking so vulnerably. But all his rules and restraint melted away when Izuku held him. "Shish." Izuku put a finger on Katsuki's parted lips and started biting at the tender skin on Katsuki's neck, earning a sharp gasp. Fuck. It felt amazing. He didn't know what else to do with his hands, so they were firmly gripping Izuku's hair. He didn't seem to mind. "Should I stop?" Izuku asked, lips moving against his skin. "No, please, no, he panted, "don't you dare." Izuku giggled, a sweet sound that sent electricity through his body. He continued biting down, no doubt leaving marks that Katsuki would have to cover up the next day. But he didn't care. He loved it. He loved everything Izuku was doing to him. Izuku eventually came back up, satisfied with his work. He smiled at the dazed Katsuki and gave him a quick peck on his red cheek before collapsing onto his chest. Katsuki wrapped his arms around Izuku's body and squeezed him tightly. "How fuck?" Katsuki gasped. "I didn't know you could do that." "What make you say please?" Izuku murmured. Katsuki pinched his arm. "Shut up." He listened to the sound of both their breathing for a moment before sitting up, Izuku still resting on his chest. They adjusted, and now he had Izuku on his lap, with both legs wrapped around his waist. Katsuki leaned into Izuku's ear. "I wanted to do that to you," he whispered. He felt Izuku's soft laugh against his cheek. "I know. I want it too, believe me. When your leg's better. You can't get on top of me while it's healing." But Izuku interrupted him by kissing him passionately, a soft hand resting on his cheek. When they broke apart, there was a small trail of saliva between them, which broke apart when Izuku licked his lips. "You said it yourself. The rest of our lives. We have time to waste, Kacchan, and I intend to use every second of it loving you." Katsuki's eyes grew misty, and he placed his head in the crook between Izuku's shoulder and neck. Izuku ran his arms up and down his back as they embraced in a heartfelt hug. "For the rest of our lives, Izuku? For the rest of our lives, Kacchan." Chapter end notes. It's finally here. I hope the kiss scene was okay. I'm not very good at writing them, so it took forever for me to finish. But don't say I never did anything for you. Chapter 23 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. There were 20 minutes left of the school day. Izuku had given his students a quiz on support items to do, as he had a lot of papers to mark. He used to do them at his bedroom desk, but a certain explosive blonde was making working from home very distracting. "Sensei?" Izuku looked up from his desk to see a hand raised in the back of the classroom. "I'm finished. What would you like me to do?" "Did you double-check all your answers?" he asked. "Yes, Midoriya-sensei." Bam! Izuku's head snapped over to the door as it burst open. The students all turned to the noise and gasped. Izuku tried to hide the smile that crept up on his face when he saw who had entered, but it was no use. "What's up, nerds?" shouted Katsuki. He had come straight from patrol, still wearing his hero costume and proudly bearing a few scrapes on his face, no doubt from a villain. The class cheered. "He's back." Izuku shook his head and tried to hold back his laughter. He got up from his desk and walked over to Katsuki, pulling him out into the hallway and shutting the door behind him. He could hear the curious whispers of the students behind him. "Kacchan, you're lucky it's the last day of the school week," he said. "You know how distracted they get when you come in." Katsuki grinned. "Is it only them who gets distracted, or you too?" Izuku rolled his eyes. "I know. Why do you think I came now? I know you're not doing anything important at this time of day." "The class ends in 15 minutes, Izuku replied. "You couldn't just wait outside?" "Nope." Katsuki brushed his fingertips against Izuku's knuckles and grabbed his hand. "I just couldn't wait to see my favorite teacher." He brought Izuku's hand to his lips and planted a kiss on the back of it. Izuku blushed. "They're in the last stretch of a quiz. If you're in the room, they won't be able to concentrate." "Really? And you don't think they're sharing answers right now with you gone?" Izuku's eyes widened as he yanked his hand out of Katsuki's and opened the classroom door. Thankfully, the students were not cheating, but they were all peering at the door, probably trying to hear the conversation he and Katsuki were having. Izuku sighed and let Katsuki into the classroom. He sat back at his desk, and Katsuki leaned against the chalkboard with a wide smirk. "You twerps better keep your eyes on your own papers," he announced. "I won't be as forgiving as your sensei if I catch you cheating." The class nervously nodded as they returned to their quizzes. Katsuki walked around the room, keeping an eye on all the students, most of whom were too intimidated to look up. Some kids handed him their completed papers, which he then gave to Izuku. 2 minutes before the bell rang, Katsuki collected the last paper. "All done, Midoriya-sensei." Izuku looked up and saw his students waiting patiently at their desks, all eyes trained on Katsuki and him. He stood up and smiled. "Good work today, everyone. You can all start to pack up and leave when the bell rings." Mutters started rising in the classroom as the students packed their bags and waited by their desks, chatting to pass the time. Kota walked up to his teacher, nervously glancing at Katsuki, who was practically glued to his hip. "Hey, Kota." Izuku smiled. "Do you think you did well on the test?" "I think so. It was actually pretty interesting," he replied. "Support items are super important for heroes," Izuku said. "They used to be looked down on, and people thought it made them look weak, but they can be just as useful as a quirk." Kota looked up at Izuku and beamed. "That's what your hero suit is going to be, right, big bro?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, exactly." "Hey, Midoriya-sensei," called out a student. "When are we gonna get to see your suit?" Izuku told them all about his impending return to hero work shortly after Hatsume in. Melissa gifted him the suit. Although they were sad that he would not be a homeroom teacher the following year, most of them had grown up idolizing Deku, the hero. So they were more than supportive of him pursuing the career path they knew he deserved. "I'm not sure. Dynamite and I are doing a mock patrol tomorrow, where I get to use it in public for the first time." "Whoa, really?" "Yeah." Izuku smiled as Katsuki put a supportive hand on his back. "I've finally practiced enough on my own, and now I can use it to save people. But tomorrow's only a trial run for me. I'm still going to be your teacher until March." "That's so cool," another student gushed. "I'm going to the city tomorrow. Do you think I'll see you? And Dynamite, too?" Izuku blushed. "Yes, Dynamite will be making sure I don't get into too much trouble." "Yeah, and now I have a legal excuse to blow people up if they look at him funny," Katsuki muttered. "Sounds like you're jealous," Kota teased. "They're all jealous of me. Anyone would be jealous of someone who bagged the hottest." "UA teacher." The class was silent for about 2 seconds before erupting into shouts. "What?" Izuku turned bright red, opening his mouth to defend himself, but was interrupted by the harsh ringing of the bell that pierced the classroom. He sighed in relief and directed his students to the door, embarrassedly saying goodbye to them on the way out. Once the last kid left, Izuku closed the door and leaned against it, staring at Katsuki. "Kacchan, you just told about 20 teenagers were together." Katsuki was leaning up against Izuku's desk. He shrugged nonchalantly. So, they have parents. And parents will talk. I don't want this to jeopardize your career in any way. Are you sure you wanted to get out?" "Why would I give a shit?" Everyone else will just be jealous that my boyfriend is a genius. You a teacher, soon to be a pro hero, and even if it did mess with my career, you know I care about you more than work. Doesn't matter to me. Izuku smiled. All right. As long as you're sure. He started closing the windows of the classroom, and Katsuki took a seat at his desk. Are you still okay with stepping down to part-time? Katsuki asked. I know you're gonna miss these kids, Izuku. I will. But think of how many more people I can help, plus, it's not like I'll never see them again. Izuku returned to his desk, where Katsuki was sitting in his chair. Out of the way. Bossy. Katsuki got up, and Izuku started collecting the test sheets he would mark at home. Katsuki stood behind him, and even without seeing his face, Izuku knew he was grinning. You know, this means I won't get to bring you lunch every day, Midoriya-sensei. Izuku cringed at the sound of his surname coming from Katsuki's lips. Oh no, I'm sure a well-adjusted adult such as myself can pack his own lunch. But you prefer it when I bring it to you. I never said that. You didn't have to. Well, Izuku closed his briefcase and turned around to face Katsuki. You can bring it in on the one day a week I come in. Sounds fair. Katsuki's eyes flicked from Izuku's eyes to his lips, and he stepped closer. He put his hands on Izuku's chest and twisted his red tie through his fingers. Fuck, you look so hot in this. I'm gonna miss doing this tie for you every day. Me too. You're so good with your hands. Katsuki raised an eyebrow and smirked. Is that why you never learned to do it yourself? Maybe. And you know, it's not like I'm going to be throwing it away. I can still wear it. Oh, you will. Katsuki leaned into the crook of Izuku's neck and planted kisses on his soft skin. Izuku inhaled sharply, the tantalizing scent of nitroglycerin invading his nose. Kacchan, this is a classroom. Katsuki pulled back and looked left and right. Well, I don't see any kids in here. Izuku ignored him and pried away, leaning over his desk to pick up his briefcase. It's inappropriate, Kacchan. Katsuki pouted and crossed his arms. Izuku was still standing at his desk with his briefcase in hand, but he hadn't made a move to head towards the door. A grin crept on Katsuki's face as he put his hands on Izuku's waist and pulled him in, kissing the back of his neck. If it's so inappropriate, why don't we leave and take this home? He murmured. Izuku shivered, and his hands nearly fumbled his briefcase. He slowly placed it on the desk again, still not turning around. I don't want to leave, he whispered. I want you now. Then turn around, Izuku. Izuku slowly turned to face Katsuki. His face was bright red, accentuating his freckles. Katsuki leaned in to kiss him, but Izuku put his hand between their mouths so he kissed the tip of his fingers. Hold on. Izuku broke free of the hold and walked over to the classroom door. Katsuki's breath hitched as Izuku pulled the blind that covered the window down and locked the door. He stormed back over, flushed pink, and shoved a finger into Katsuki's chest. 5 minutes. Katsuki grinned, and he pulled Izuku in by the tie. Good enough. Katsuki and Izuku's lips crashed together as they hungrily devoured each other, wrapping their arms around the other's body and pulling one another in tightly. Katsuki could feel Izuku's heart thumping in his chest, and his calloused hands gripped onto his blonde hair tightly. Katsuki let his own hands cup Izuku's cheeks before slowly sliding them down to rest on the side of his neck. Izuku let out a soft gasp as Katsuki's tongue pushed past his lips and into his mouth, running delicately over his own. Izuku clawed at Katsuki's chest, wishing he could feel the warm skin underneath his costume. Katsuki put his hands on Izuku's waist, bent his knees, and lifted him up, sitting him firmly on his desk. Izuku panted as he looked down at Katsuki, hot and bothered. Hey, this, he paused as Katsuki leaned in and kissed him on the neck. He let out a breathy sigh before pushing Katsuki back. This is my classroom. I'm the boss. Katsuki cocked his head to the side and batted his eyes innocently. Then just tell me what to do, sensei. Izuku felt hot blood rush all over his body. He would never get the sight of Katsuki underneath him like this out of his head. He tilted his head back so he was looking at the ceiling. Just kiss me like you mean it, and don't you dare stop. Having been granted permission, Katsuki started brushing his lips over the sensitive skin on Izuku's neck. He planted soft kisses over his jugular and was eating up every shaky sound Izuku was trying desperately to keep in. Katsuki bared his teeth and bit softly, earning a high-pitched whine escaping from Izuku's throat. "Kacchan," he breathed. "Not there, tomorrow, no one will see," Katsuki murmured, licking the spot he had bitten. "You'll be in your suit. No one will know but me." Izuku sighed and nodded, giving Katsuki the okay to make the mark more visible. He was starting to forget the 5-minute time limit he'd given Katsuki, who was leaving multiple bites on the side of his neck, creating a beautiful collage of reds and pinks. Izuku was panting now, running his hands through Katsuki's soft blonde hair and gripping it roughly when he sunk his teeth deep into his neck. Katsuki lifted one of his hands to the collar of Izuku's shirt and was undoing the first button when they suddenly heard a knock at the door. Izuku froze before leaping off the desk and fixing up his shirt in an attempt to cover the marks on his throat. He glanced nervously at Katsuki, who also straightened himself out as Izuku unlocked the door and opened it, revealing Aizawa's tired face. They both turned scarlet. "Sir, Aizawa," Izuku squeaked. "Everything all right?" Aizawa narrowed his eyes and peered behind him. "Hello, Bakugou." Katsuki raised one skittish hand in an attempt at a wave. "I just wanted to let you know I'm heading home and to wish you good luck with your mock patrol tomorrow," he said. "Didn't see you in the staff room, so I thought I'd check here." "Oh well, thank you. I appreciate it," Aizawa nodded. "See you on Monday." He turned to leave, but paused. "Also, I should remind you, Midoriya, that these doors are not soundproof." He walked off without another word. Katsuki and Izuku looked at each other, mortified. "Huh? I'm putting in my 2 weeks' notice, Kacchan." Izuku had forced Katsuki to grab his scarf from his locker before they left the school, and he buried his face in it. He was so embarrassed he kept his eyes trained on the floor the entire walk to the train station, only following Katsuki's shoes in his peripheral vision. "I knew we shouldn't have done that," Izuku groaned. Katsuki, on the other hand, was still on cloud 9, feeling giddy. He regret nothing. He loved making Izuku flustered. "You asked." "I know," he wailed. The train pulled up, and Izuku trailed behind Katsuki, where they found a seat in an empty carriage. Izuku put his head against Katsuki's shoulder and felt his arm loop around him, pulling them closer. "Hey, think about how exciting tomorrow is going to be," Katsuki said. "You get to patrol as a hero for the first time." Izuku smiled. "Yeah, it's so surreal. You're going to be great," Katsuki assured him. "I hope so, but I haven't done any hero work in 8 years. What if I'm totally rusty? I've got the hang of the suit when I'm in Hatsume's lab, but what if I panic when I'm on duty? Oh, what about my hero license? Will it be expired? Do they expire? I'll have to call and ask. Crap. I should have done that ages ago. What if I mess up and they say I'm not fit to work? I don't want anyone getting hurt because I'm incompetent." Katsuki leaned in and kissed Izuku tenderly, cutting off his ramble. Izuku's muscles relaxed, and he smiled when Katsuki pulled back. "You'll be fine, Izuku," he promised. "It's just 1 day, a test run. And I'm going to be there. I can handle anything. Even if you trip, I'll always catch you before you fall." Izuku nodded. "I know. Thank you, Kacchan. The months will fly by, and you'll be back in the field as a pro before you know it. You don't have to be a bum-ass teacher for much longer." Katsuki flicked the tip of his nose. Izuku giggled. "But I like being a bum-ass teacher." Katsuki laughed. "That's because you're still a total nerd. You're a nerd. I am not. Denial is the first step to acceptance. Shut up. I love you. I love you, too." Graduations always made Izuku cry. He couldn't help it. The immense sense of pride he felt always managed to make his eyes water and his chest squeeze tightly. But now, Izuku was more emotional than usual, primarily due to the beautiful send-off he was getting. The school year was over, and he was officially becoming a pro hero. The principal gave a heartwarming speech about how much Izuku had contributed and how happy the student body was to see him follow the dream he'd always had. When he was called to the stage, Izuku saw Katsuki sitting in the back row, eyes locked on him. He nearly burst into tears at the sight of his eyes swimming in an ocean of love. Izuku had been searching for a spark, an ember of hope, for years. He had a hole in his heart that he wasn't sure would ever be filled. And the emptiness had caused him to snuff out his ember, leaving him hollow and crestfallen. It was thanks to Katsuki that he was able to find the ability to relight his flame and fill the gaping crater in his heart, stitching it up with a golden thread. And it wasn't only because Katsuki had given him the opportunity in the form of the hero suit. It was because he had shown just how much Izuku was worth and how important it was to have him in this world. He adored him more than anything, and would not accept a universe where Izuku didn't love himself as much as he loved him. It had been a long battle to get to where they were now, but they had each other to keep their flames burning. Izuku accepted himself and his value, and Katsuki accepted Izuku's undying devotion to him. Now, both of their blazes burned brighter than the stars. Impossible to extinguish. Destiny would lead them to each other in infinite existences. Together, they could conquer anything, because nothing could ever break the intense, unwavering bond interwoven into their souls. As the graduation ceremony ended, Izuku said a tearful goodbye to his students. Kota especially clung on to him, fighting hard to keep his tears at bay. "I'm gonna miss you a lot, big bro," he sniffed. Izuku took off his hat and softly stroked his hair. "It's okay. I'll still see you on Fridays, and I'll always make sure it's the best lesson of the week." He hugged the young boy tightly, muffling his sobs. Plus, Izuku turned at the sound of Katsuki. He had just walked up behind him. "I'll be seeing you brats too when I come and get him from work. I can give you some more tips." Kota beamed and nodded. "That would be awesome." Izuku handed Kota his hat back and the boy ran off to join his friends in the celebration. Izuku faced Katsuki, who immediately embraced him in a hug. Izuku choked on the lump in his throat and buried his head into Katsuki's shoulders. "So," Katsuki started, "how do you feel no longer being Midoriya-sensei?" Izuku pulled back. His face was scrunched up, and Katsuki laughed. "I don't like it when you call me that." Katsuki tilted his chin to look into his deep green eyes. "I think you do." "I don't. Hearing you call me Midoriya is weird. How would you feel if I started calling you Bakugou?" The words felt wrong as soon as they left his lips, and he knew the feeling was mutual by the look on Katsuki's face. "Don't call me that ever again, Izuku," Katsuki murmured, voice trembling. The stands were eventually empty. Students and parents had gone home, and Izuku had volunteered to help with cleaning up, moving the chairs back inside, and taking down the stage props that had been prepared. Of course, Katsuki was there helping as well. He never left his side. "Izuku." Izuku looked at him through a pile of chairs he was holding. Want to get dinner with me after this?" Izuku grinned. "What's the occasion?" Katsuki rolled his eyes. "You officially becoming a pro, stupid." "Huh? But my first day isn't until next Monday." "So you don't want to go out with me?" Katsuki shrugged. "All right, I understand." Izuku dropped the chairs and ran over to Katsuki, practically leaping into his arms. "You take that back. Of course I want to go out with you." Katsuki ran his hand through Izuku's hair. "That's what I thought." He placed a kiss on his forehead. "You're going to be amazing, love. As long as I have you by my side, I can do anything when I know I have you." Izuku stood up on his toes and pressed his lips gently to Katsuki's, letting himself be held. He trailed his fingertips over his cheek softly and smiled when Katsuki shivered from the touch. When they broke apart, Katsuki was grinning. He let go of Izuku and stepped back before suddenly running off, leaving Izuku dazed and confused before sprinting after him. "Kacchan. Where are you going? The restaurant closes in half an hour." "What? You don't want to be late, do you?" Katsuki turned around and extended a hand to Izuku. Izuku took it without any hesitation. "Let's go, Deku." Chapter end notes. I felt bad advertising this as a teacher, hero FIC and not including Deku as a teacher for very long, so I added this bonus chapter. The making out was self-indulgent though. Next time I write a pro-teacher FIC of them, I'll include their school shenanigans a lot. More heavily lol. One more chapter left. Also pour one out for my homeboy Aizawa having to deal with these gay losers for almost a decade. None_none. For all ***. Epilogue chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki liked being high up. He used to like it because he wanted to feel physically and mentally above others. But he didn't feel that way anymore. Now, Katsuki felt safe. No one could get to him when he was in the sky. From his view, he could observe the street's citizens, all as small as ants. He could see everything coming. At the Earth's highest peak, Katsuki could breathe. It had been about 3 months since Deku, the hero, had returned. 6 days a week, he patrolled the city with Katsuki, bringing hope and peace to everyone who saw him. Deku and Dynamite were considered one of the strongest hero duos in decades, constantly being praised for their power, communication, compassion, and, most of all, being able to save and win in any situation they faced. Izuku had quickly adjusted back to being a hero. He had mastered every function of the suit he'd been gifted, and he always made sure to tell Katsuki how much he cherished it in him. He once told him that wearing the suit was a constant reminder of Katsuki's undying love for him, and he would treasure it forever. On that day, Katsuki had to resist the urge to marry him on the spot. Izuku bounced over from a nearby rooftop and leapt over to the skyscraper Katsuki was sitting on top of. He maneuvered through the buildings effortlessly, using all his quirks to his advantage. It was as if they were never gone. Izuku smiled when he saw Katsuki sitting on the edge of the roof, legs dangling off the side. He knew he was in no danger. Katsuki was amazing, after all. Izuku sat beside him, also letting his legs hang off the side. He showed Katsuki what he had gotten for their lunch break. Katsudon. The workers at the quaint little shop he and Izuku had gone to many times recognized them now, and they were all big fans. Most of the time, the hero duo's meals were generously on the house. However, they also loved to rub it in their face how they were right all along about them being a couple. Izuku found it funny. Katsuki found it embarrassing. "I hope you're hungry," Izuku smiled. Katsuki turned to face his partner, and was floored by the beauty blessing his presence. It was a bright, clear day, and the golden sun reflected on Izuku's opal-green eyes, making them shimmer in the light. The slight breeze made Izuku's hair flow in perfect curls, framing his face, and the sunlight made it so it had no shadows. Katsuki's heart always soared when he saw Izuku's perfect smile and how it caused his cheeks to get red, which always made his freckles more prominent. Katsuki's hand unconsciously reached up and cupped Izuku's face, which made him lean into his palm. Izuku was unpacking the food and cutlery from the takeout bag, but Katsuki was only paying attention to him. He placed the 2 pairs of chopsticks into their respective boxes and then turned to give Katsuki his share. "Here you." Katsuki couldn't help pushing his lips against Izuku's and rubbing the side of his face with his thumb. Izuku nearly dropped the food off the building trying to adjust his body, turning so he could put a hand on Katsuki's arm and steady himself. Their kiss was gentle and tender. Ever since Katsuki developed a habit of going a little bit too far, Izuku had put down a hard line, and if he crossed it, no more PDA would be allowed while on duty. So he kept kissing Izuku's soft lips, getting addicted to them over and over again. Eventually, Izuku pulled away with a crooked smile on his face. He shoved Katsuki's food into his lap. All right, eat, now." Katsuki pouted. "But I want to kiss you more." "No plus, the air's really thin up here. If I kiss you too much, you'll run out of air since you always forget that you also have to breathe." "It'd be worth it," Katsuki muttered, breaking apart his chopsticks. Izuku sighed. "Plus, someone will eventually snap a picture of us if we keep kissing while on duty. I've been up here for a while. No one's around. Just being cautious." Katsuki took a bite of the pork and chewed. It was delicious, as usual. "Thanks for lunch, Izuku." Izuku didn't respond. He had expected the silence to be because Izuku was eating his own food, but instead, he was gazing at Katsuki. "You good?" Izuku averted his gaze. "It's just sometimes it's still weird to hear you call me that. It's your fucking name." I know, but I thought you liked calling me Deku." "Yeah, but now that you're a hero again, everyone calls you Deku." "Oh." Izuku took a few bites of his food. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. "Do you not like it when I call you Izuku?" Izuku blushed. No, I actually do really like it. I just wanted to make sure you're not forcing yourself, you know?" "Of course I'm not forcing myself," Katsuki scoffed. "You can't force me to do anything." "Well, only I call you Izuku. And I want to be the only one." He paused. "Well, I mean, my mom calls me Izuku too." Katsuki cringed and scrunched up his nose. "Ew, don't put me in the same category as your mom." Izuku looked at him and blinked. "Why not?" "Because that's weird. We have 2 completely different relationships." Katsuki continued taking bites from the food on his lap. It's not weird, I love you, and I also love my mom. Okay. The love you feel towards me is not the same love you feel towards your mom. Izuku spluttered. Now you're the one who's making it weird. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Do you get all red in the face when your mom calls you Izuku? I do not get red in the face when you... Oh yes, you do, laughed Katsuki. You start blushing like crazy, your freckles become so much more visible, your eyes always squint because of your smile, and you always speak in a higher voice after I call you. Katsuki. He froze, his heart fluttered, and he felt burning heat rush to his face. Electricity flowed up and down his arms at explosive speeds, and his knuckles turned white as he gripped the ledge of the roof so he didn't topple over the side. Izuku hadn't called him by his real name in years. Katsuki couldn't even remember the last time he did. Even when he was mad, Katsuki was always Kacchan, but his name sounded angelic coming from his mouth. He hated, and loved, how just one word from Izuku made his stomach flip and made him crave the sound again. Izuku saw his gobsmacked face and giggled. He blew him a kiss. Gotcha. Izuku went back to his food. Katsuki was still frozen. His brain had short-circuited. He didn't say a word. Izuku finished his food and then turned to Katsuki again, raising an eyebrow when he saw that he was still flustered from him saying his name. Katsuki finally spoke. What the fuck, Deku? Izuku grinned. Oh, so we're back to nicknames now? Why do you call him that, moron? Katsuki's brain was still foggy. He shook his head violently. Fuck. No Izuku, can you say it? Nope, sorry, he shrugged. I like Kacchan more. Izuku. Kacchan. Izuku got to his feet and tossed his empty takeout box in the giant garbage bin on the other side of the roof. He extended a hand to Katsuki. Let's get down from here. Dynamite, what do you have to say about the upcoming rankings? No comment. Deku. Why did it take you so long to return to hero work? I'm sorry, I don't want to answer that. What are your responses to people who think a pro-hero couple is a bad idea and could result in biased missions? Katsuki clenched his jaw and blasted off the street, taking to the sky again. Ignoring the reporter's protests, Izuku used Black Whip to follow him, and they started taking the long way to the train. The way they usually went got them there in 10 minutes, but it was always infested with journalists, and after a long day, neither Katsuki nor Izuku had the energy to interact with any paparazzi. The longer route took twice as long, but it was quiet. The two of them liked that. Izuku ran up behind Katsuki. No good insults come to mind, Kacchan. Katsuki scoffed. Hey, you're officially my rival again, bastard. The hero rankings are coming up. If I'm gonna rise above you, I can't be losing my temper at every dumbass on the street. Especially since you magically managed to never snap at those losers. You and your stupid patience. Izuku shrugged. It's mean, Kacchan. They deserve an earful, though. The questions they ask are annoying as fuck. I'm not disagreeing. Katsuki rolled his eyes. I'm still going to beat you, nerd. Izuku grinned. You're so cute when you're competitive. I'm not cute. I'm going to crush you. Well, not according to the official predictions. Izuku stuck out his tongue. I'm number 3, and you're still number 5. The predictions can kiss my ass. I'll surpass you, Izuku. And then you'll have to get even stronger to get better than me. Izuku interlocked their fingers. And we'll go in this endless loop for the rest of our lives, yeah? Katsuki nodded. For the rest of our lives. They walked for a bit, holding hands and taking in the remaining hour of sunlight. Then Katsuki had an idea. He made a turn at the main road. Kacchan, the station is that way. We're not going home. I want to show you something. Izuku had no idea where he was being led, but he trusted Katsuki with his life. Plus, he had a serious expression on his face as he walked, so Izuku knew it was something important. When they reached an area he recognized, their childhood neighborhood, Izuku had more and more questions, but he was happy to stay silent and follow Katsuki into the woods. Where they had played so much as kids. The shrubbery had grown a lot, but it was nostalgic to walk the paths again. Eventually, Katsuki stopped walking at a river. Izuku thought the area looked beautiful, with the clear flowing water and the multicolored flowers growing near the river bed. There was even a strong log connecting both sides of the river. This is nice, Kacchan. Izuku turned to Katsuki, who was taking off his boots and rolling up his pant legs. He looked up at Izuku. Take off the suit. Izuku frowned. Oh okay. But why? Just do it. Izuku hesitantly deactivated his suit, letting it fold neatly back into its briefcase form. He was standing in his teal jumpsuit, which he had taken the initiative to roll up to his knees. Katsuki stood up. He extended his hand to Izuku, who gingerly took it. He slowly walked him down to the rushing water and sat down on the grass, letting his feet be submerged. Izuku followed suit, still clutching his hand. Neither of them said anything for a minute, letting the birds' cries and the running water hitting their legs fill their silence. Eventually, Izuku spoke up. Are you going to tell me why we're here now? Katsuki turned to Izuku. He had a faraway look in his eyes. Do you remember what happened here? Izuku furrowed his brow, genuinely trying to recall. Katsuki realized this must not have been as big of a deal in Izuku's life as it had been in his. After some thinking, Izuku shook his head. No, I don't. Katsuki sighed. He hadn't expected him to. It was a stupid memory for his mind to cling to for so long. I'm sorry, is there some significance to this place I forgot? Asked Izuku anxiously. Because if it's from when we were kids, my memory's kind of bad. There is significance, Katsuki answered. But not to you, only to me. Izuku could tell when Katsuki wanted to talk without being interrupted, and he was good at listening. So he took the hand he was already holding Katsuki's in and placed his other hand on top of it, rubbing his fingertips along the back. Katsuki's muscles relaxed a little, and he took a deep breath. When we were kids, and you followed me and the others around, there was a day we came here. We crossed that log there, he pointed up, and I fell into this river. A slight look of recollection flashed in Izuku's eyes. Oh, I think I know what day you're talking about. After I fell in, you tried to help me up, and you were worried that I was hurt. I was so angry that someone like you looked down on me and showed me what I interpreted as pity. I didn't take your hand. And that sent me down a spiral of not understanding you, and pushing you away and bullying you because of it. It didn't make sense. I was clearly better than you. I had a quirk, and you didn't. Objectively, I was stronger. But I couldn't help but feel like you were superior because of how naturally heroic you were. And that made me even more confused. Misunderstanding leads to fear and rejection, Shigaraki said that. And it's true. I couldn't understand how someone weak like you could be so brave. So, I kept you at arm's length. And I regret it, a lot. Kacchan, do you still feel bad about this? Izuku asked softly. I forgave you a long time ago. And you've atoned for it 1,000 times over already. Please don't tell me this has been weighing on you still. Tears welled in Katsuki's eyes. I just need to know, why? Why did you keep chasing after me? I gave you so many reasons to leave me behind. You would have been better off without me. So, why did you stick around? Izuku sighed, almost letting out a laugh. It's really simple, Kacchan. It's because I've always loved you. Silent tears streaked down Katsuki's face. I just don't understand. You know I've always looked up to you, Kacchan. That's how it started. I always wanted to be like you, this strong, incredible person in my life. But I slowly began to feel more than that. I don't know when I started loving you. It was gradual, I think. But I promise, that's all there is to it. I've always loved you, and I will always love you. You're worth it. You're worth everything. I've seen every side of you, even the sides I hated. There's nothing that can surprise me about you anymore. I accept all of you. So I will always chase after you, Kacchan. Nothing will ever change that. Katsuki buried his head in Izuku's shoulder and let out a choked sob. Izuku embraced him tightly, letting him cry. He soothed him by brushing his hands through his hair and rubbing circles on his back. You don't have to worry about this anymore, Kacchan, Izuku reassured him. Katsuki lifted his head, and Izuku wiped away his tears. You're a better person now and have been for years. You've made me a better person, Izuku, Katsuki sniffed. You did that on your own. I never forced you to change. Izuku leaned in and kissed the scar on Katsuki's cheek. He smiled, pushed up Izuku's sleeve, and lightly traced his scars with his fingers. Then, he brought his arm up to his lips, planting kisses along his forearm and hand. Izuku shuddered. That tickles a bit, Izuku giggled. Katsuki grinned mischievously. Oh, does it? Izuku's eyes widened. No, Ka. Katsuki leapt onto Izuku, trying to poke him in the sides. Izuku screeched as he desperately tried to keep Katsuki off him, losing his breath with laughter. Kacchan. Don't try and stop me, you damn nerd. Izuku put his hands on Katsuki's chest and pushed back. He lost his grip on Izuku's waist and slipped backwards, tumbling into the river. Izuku gasped and scrambled forward as Katsuki emerged from the water, completely drenched. His jaw was wide open as he hit up in the shallow water. Kacchan, I'm so sorry, Izuku stammered. I didn't mean to push you. Katsuki glared at Izuku through his fringe, which sank over his eyes. Izuku squirmed under his scowl, but in a split second, his expression changed into a wide grin as he grabbed Izuku by the legs and dragged him into the river with him. Izuku held his breath as he went under the water. He gasped for air as he surfaced, pushing his wet hair out of his face. Katsuki sat back in the water, watching him with a sly look. Izuku splashed water in his face, and he returned with an even bigger splash. Izuku closed his eyes to rub the water from his face, and when he opened them, Katsuki moved closer. The water was shallow enough that they could both sit with their lower halves submerged. They sat cross-legged, knees touching. This is going to be an uncomfortable walk home, Izuku sighed. We'll fly, Katsuki said. I'll carry you. Izuku smiled and shook the water out of his hair. Thanks, Prince Charming. Katsuki took Izuku's hands in his own and leaned in. Izuku did the same, and they were resting their foreheads together. Thank you, Izuku. Katsuki whispered, for telling me. I get it now, and I want you to know why I feel the same. Izuku beamed. Kacchan, what I feel for you, it's even deeper than love. I've already told you a life without you, it doesn't exist in my mind. The lines of my narrative are intertwined with yours. Katsuki put one of his hands on Izuku's cheek, running his fingers over the soft freckles. With the golden hour soaking them in sunlight, they looked like constellations unique to Izuku and more beautiful than he could ever express with words. God, every time I see you, every time you open your mouth, I swear I fall for you all over again. If we are intertwined, then I'm in love with you in this universe and in any other universes that might lie ahead of us. Even if there are a billion reincarnations of us, I'll always find my way back to you, no matter what. Izuku let out a shaky breath, but the smile on his face was undeniable. Izuku, yeah? Would this be an inappropriate time to kiss you? Izuku tilted his head to the side. Do you think a little water should stop you? He blushed. I just wanted to ask if. Katsuki. Izuku put his hand under Katsuki's chin and lifted it so he could meet his scarlet eyes. If I could, I'd kiss you until the end of time. Katsuki smiled as his eyes fluttered shut, and he felt the softness of Izuku's lips on his own. Then Izuku, let all the stars burn out, chapter end notes. This may be the cheesiest and perhaps most OOC chapter, but I don't gaff this as my FIC and I am making them as sappy as I want, plus it's the last chapter so it's the last chance I've got, so there, backquote epsilon. TW. Rambling. Degree. If you don't want to read ALLAT, here is my thanks to you for finishing my FIC, I truly hope you enjoyed it. Less than 333. Alrighty, time for me to yap. First off, I'm a statistics nerd, so here are some fun facts. I write a lot of my chapters on the treadmill and I write down how much walking I do. I walked 155 kilometers total while writing this FIC. Degree. My Grammarly says I analyzed 1.2 million words in the time period of writing this. The Bible has 750k words. Lol. LMAO even. Name count. Kacchan 228. Deku 977, Katsuki 1461, Izuku 886. Swear count. Might be a little off, lol. Katsuki 220, Izuku 3. Okay, that's all. So here's my parting words. I'm very happy with this story. I literally posted a chapter, sometimes two, every day for the last 18 days. What the fuck? That's insane of me. I don't think I'll ever get on a grind like this again, so if you want to, you could do me a solid and recommend this FIC to People you think would like it, that would make those 18 days worth it less than 3, or maybe you can gatekeep it for yourself. I don't mind Omega, no. I had some ideas to redraw some scenes from this FIC, so if you're interested, this is where I'll post them, but be warned I do ramble a lot and tweet borderline nonsense, so beware. I also plan to do a sort of reflection thread talking about this FIC and my thought process. IDK if anyone would care, but yay. I am working on other fics. *__. Ren mostly more BKDK obviously, but I might write some RA repairs if I'm feeling silly. BKDK is my main baby, so DW. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you for coming along on this journey with me. I hope you had fun reading. I hope you enjoyed the FIC. I hope you are happy with the conclusion. Thank you so much for reading, everyone. And if you're reading this when you should be asleep, put the damn phone down, you psychopath. Sleep is important. #fi ye fi #. I'll see you soon with a new FIC. CJ. Socks as gloves. ***. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.